welcome anyone who's just joining us to Rawalpindi. We're 20 minutes away from the start of this first Test match. All the uncertainty whether it would start today or not has gone, has vanished, and England have put out more or less the team that they wanted to in the first place. They are missing their wicketkeeper Ben Foakes, who's still clearly suffering some of the after effects of this bug that suddenly went through the team like wildfire. It has only been a 24-hour bug, thankfully, but even so, those players who all spent yesterday in bed finding themselves actually playing in a Test match today, which can't be that easy. But England have won the toss and they are going to bat first, with Will Jacks coming in instead of Ben Foakes, and Ollie Pope is going to keep wicket. Crowd coming in, it is pretty small, I must say. There's a lot of empty white seats over there to our right-hand side. It's a lovely, cool start here, very fresh, pale sunshine, light blue skies here in Rawalpindi. Crowd slowly coming in. I guess maybe they were a bit put off by the possibility of this game being delayed, but that hasn't happened. England won the toss and they're going to bat first. Let's quickly hear from the coach, Brendan McCullum. He's been talking about the unique place that Pakistan is in which to play cricket.
Yeah, it is, and we're going to get a full house for the entire Test match, and I expect from majority of the series as well. And that's what we want to play for, you know. We want that all for Test cricket all around the world. Ideally, that's why we want to try and entertain people and hopefully allow them to walk away with a great experience. And it's going to be a cultural difference, no doubt. But again, that's the beauty of playing international sport, is you get to experience different cultures and you come up against different challenges, and you hope you're successful. But if you're not, you still walk away with some great achievements and some great experiences.
And is it easy to get into that culture when you are, as the players, and you have to do this tour? You're in a hotel room, you're in a convoy that's flying through the streets, cleared streets at 60 miles an hour or whatever. I mean, can the players actually get a feel for what this place is actually like?
Yeah, look, I think we're all understanding that it's not going to be the cultural experience that perhaps you get if you're out there sort of without the security restrictions, but that's a necessary part of life, I guess, and you know, it is what it is. We've got to crack on and just try and enjoy it as much as we possibly can. I think everyone's just excited to be back here playing in Pakistan, and you know, I feel sorry for them. They've been starved of international cricket for so long, but now it's back. Hopefully we're able to play our part and try and inspire the next generation, and whatever cultural experiences we can get out of it, we'll take.
You obviously weren't involved in Australia at the T20 World Cup, but a number of the players were, and Pakistan's players too, of course. Is there a bit of a bounce, do you think, from having won that?
Well, it can't hurt, that's for sure. I mean, we've only got a handful of players who are involved in it as part of our squad, such as the nature now of more sort of split formats, but the guys were certainly walking nice and tall, and they had a good spring in their step and a smile on their face, and that's great. You know, I think I was so pleased for Modi and Joss and all the guys involved in the white ball campaign as well. Obviously, we were lucky enough to have a great season, and to back it up with the title in the T20 World Cup was exceptional, and it's great for English cricket that there's a bit of success across both sides. So yeah, hopefully, you know, a couple of those guys we'll see. Some of them are probably more used to seeing in white ball cricket. Hopefully they can bring a little bit of that panache to this setup as well, because even though Test cricket in the subcontinent can be a little bit more arduous and draining, there's still going to be opportunities where you can try and explode with some skill sets. So hopefully they're brave enough to do that when the time comes.
Yeah, I was going to ask you about that. I mean, short days, it gets dark very early here, doesn't it? And Friday, the extended lunch break for prayers and so on. You are going to play the sort of cricket that you love playing, I guess, to try and get results in these Test matches.
Well, we'll be pushing for them, yeah, definitely. And whether you win or you lose, it's obviously we get judged by that ultimately. But from our point of view, we want to play entertaining cricket, and there may be a time where you have to risk losing to try and win. And if Pakistan are good enough to beat us in that situation, that's cool too. You know? Well, our goal is to make the Test cricket a sport that people want to turn on the TV. They're prepared to pay their quid or their rupee for, and they walk away entertained. And hopefully that's what we can achieve over the next little while. And with some of the conditions that we're going to be faced with, it might just push us into that more aggressive style, which we like anyway.
There we go, Brendan McCullum talking to me a couple of days ago, something very relaxed and enjoying playing here in Pakistan. Welcome to Rawalpindi. We're underway in about 15 minutes or so. There'll be anthems played and so on before that, but it's a lovely, fresh morning up here in the beginning of winter in this part of the world. Sort of watery sunshine. England have won the toss. They're going to bat first. Let's talk Pakistan now. 4 debuts. Andy Zoltzman's here alongside me. This is it a record? Is it a record equaler? Welcome to Pakistan for the first time, by the way.
Well, it's wonderful to be here. My introduction to commentary in Pakistan was the cable on my laptop catching fire before the start. That's our technical.
Well, at least there was some power in it, which is more than there was in our broadcasting system.
Yeah, I think that might have been what used up all the power. So it's not a record for Pakistan, but it's the joint most debuts they've given in a Test match since October 1964, and they had 6 debutants against Australia, including Asif Iqbal and Majid Khan, who went on to have long and illustrious careers for Pakistan, and Shafkat Rana, the brother of Shakur Rana, the famous umpire from the 1987-88.
I wonder how long it would be before he was mentioned. I thought maybe he might at least have a ball bowl before Shakur got a mention.
The last time Pakistan had 4 debutants in the same game was August 2003. That was against Bangladesh in Karachi, and all 5 changes from their last test against Sri Lanka earlier in the year. And they've left with a very inexperienced bowling attack that Atif will no doubt tell us more about. 44 wickets between them in their test careers, 33 of them for the young fast bowler Naseem Shah. England, by contrast, 1,052 wickets between them, 667 of them for
Jimmy Anderson. There you go. Well, that is interesting, and quite a long tail. I'll just run through the team before I bring Atif in. Imam ul-Haq, Abdullah Shafiq, Azhar Ali, Babar Azam, Saud Shakil, Agha Salman, Mohammad Rizwan, Haris Rauf is making his debut. He seems to have been around a long time, but he's only played 8 first-class matches. It's remarkable, really, and half of those are for Yorkshire. Naseem Shah, the young quick-fast bowler, Zahid Mahmood, who I think will get Atif talking, and Muhammad Ali, the 30-year-old fast bowler, also coming in to make his debut. So Atif, well, welcome to Pakistan. Do you spend much of your time here? How much of your time do you spend here?
Well, not as much anymore, but certainly growing up, I spent a lot of time in Pakistan, and it's been wonderful to be back here. We've enjoyed a little bit of the surroundings, but it's been a lot of fun. Spent a lot of time speaking in Urdu.
Yes, you have. Well, you've helped out there, certainly. Yes, well, thank you for that. Mine's a bit rusty. Now, what about this team then? Because I mean, you were pretty sure that Abra, aged 24. The Rispin, who's had a terrific season so far, taken a lot of wickets, was going to play, and they've gone for the 34-year-old instead to make his debut, which I don't know. It's in a team full of debutants. You thought they might have given the young player the chance, but they were not.
I think the feeling in Pakistan is that they're already taking a hit in terms of experience. I mean, when you think about Haris Rauf debuting, it feels really bizarre because he's almost ubiquitous with the Pakistan team at this stage, but he's not played. He's played 8 first-class games, and so it's his first test today. He was getting a clap from his teammates. Abrar has, I suppose, a sense of he's got a justified sense of aggrievement. He took 40 wickets at this stadium this season in the Quaid-e-Azam Trophy, Pakistan's first-class competition, at an average of under 20. So that's quite an impressive feat in itself, and we expect the pitch to take some turn. But Babar's played with Zahid Mahmood a fair bit before, and Zahid's played some games for Pakistan already in other formats. So they've opted to go with the experience, not just in terms of age, but also having played on the big stage.
Yeah, I mean, they don't play a lot of Test cricket. I'm looking at Babar Azam when I was making my notes here. He said he played 42 tests, which, I mean, that actually surprised me. I sort of took a second look at that because he seems to have been around. I mean, he's 28, he's been around a long time and played a lot of cricket, but that's not a lot of Test cricket, is it?
Well, this will be Pakistan's 6th test of this calendar year. England played that in June, I think. So they don't play a lot of Test cricket, and there's a lot of turnaround. I mean, yesterday Babar Azam in his press conference talked about them having 4 days off after the loss in the final in the World T20 final to England, and then straight back into training because they've got such a quick turnaround. Even after this series, they move on to New Zealand, more Test cricket, so those numbers will improve. But it's a rare showcase when you think about some of these Pakistani players who are Test specialists. Azhar Ali comes to mind.
Yes.
He's been around for a long time for Pakistan, but he barely plays because they play such little Test cricket.
Yeah. That pitch that we're looking at it yesterday from a long range. We're not allowed to get too close. But the way that the players talk about it, it's a bit grass, lush, I heard one word used. It's not really lush compared to English standards, but they were on their hands and knees today, the ground staff. They're scrubbing it off with their wire brushes. So it looks as if it's going to be more of a familiar Pakistan-type pitch here.
Yeah, I'm expecting slow, low, and pretty flat. I don't think there'll be too much there for the seamers, but the inclusion of Muhammad Ali is an intriguing one from Pakistan, because he's again been very, very impressive this season. In the last 2 seasons of the Quaid-e-Azam Trophy, he's been amongst the top wicket takers as well, and he's very sort of English style bowler in many ways, because he's not extreme pace or anything, but he's very, very consistent, hits a good length and gets the ball to sort of zip away, and very highly rated as well by a lot of pundits here in Pakistan. So I mean, he might get something out of the surface, but you get the feeling the spinners are going to be doing the bulk of the work over the next 5 days.
Yeah, but there's Zahid, but then who else do they look to bowl spin? Because it'll be Salman, I guess, bowls a bit of off spin, doesn't he? He's only played a couple of tests. I mean, there is a lot of inexperience there.
There absolutely is. It's almost sort of a bullish call from Pakistan to play the 11 that they've gone with. I mean, they're putting a lot on Haris Rauf and Naseem Shah. And Naseem Shah, obviously very familiar with this England side. He debuted against them in the COVID series, in the lockdown series in Southampton a couple of years ago. And he's only 16 then, and he's still a very young man, but considered one of the more experienced senior statesmen of this team already.
So there we go. There's a bit of a run through the teams who are now lined up at the far end, and we're going to have the national anthems. Hopefully we can hear them. They're a little bit Heath Robinson here this morning, but hoping that we'll be able to catch up with those. But England have got 11 players on the field. That's the main thing. They couldn't have done that yesterday, and I wonder what would have happened if the test was due to have started yesterday. I think it would have to have been postponed by a day then, because literally only 5 players were able to come to practice. They're talking about Marcus Trescothick having a game, Brendan McCullum possibly having a match. I mean, it's all a bit tongue-in-cheek, but they literally would not have been able to have got a team onto the field yesterday. And so it would be interesting to know what might have happened, but happily they are restored, at least to some level of fitness. I guess they're not feeling absolutely top of their game, but at least England are going to bat first, and that'll give those bowlers at least a chance to rest up after having had a full day in bed yesterday. The umpires are out there as well, and I can see Andy Pycroft, he's the match referee. Our old friend Joel Wilson from the Ashes of 2019 is here today. He's standing, and Hassan Raza is his partner in the middle. Maria Erasmus is the television umpire. So here we go with the anthems then, as the players step over the boundary edge. It's unorthodox, they're all on the move as the anthems are being played, but that's what it's like here after all. All laughing. That caught them by surprise. They were walking out into the middle and the anthem suddenly started. Anyway, it was played and they got there in the end. Now Pakistan. We're underway, and the players of both teams applaud the anthems. Someone a bit trigger happy, I think, with the starting gun there for England's anthem. But anyway, never mind. They're heading off for the dressing rooms, and I think they're very pleased to be doing so after the build-up to this. Pakistan, well, it's notable actually, and it just indicates the weather here, and that virtually all of them are wearing sweaters, apart from the captain Babar Azam and the wicketkeeper Mohammad Rizwan. So otherwise sleeveless sweaters being worn throughout. The umpires making their way into the middle. I've got Vic Marks sitting alongside me too, a man who's got somewhat a heroic record in this part of the world. In fact, Victor, I think if they were struggling to put a team out today, you're going to be fairly high on the list.
Not that high, I don't think. I looked around the TMS box and I thought, well, who's the best candidate to help out? And it was fairly simple. Alex
Hartley, yes, well, she might have played. But you're right, I mean, you love playing in Pakistan, didn't you?
Well, I did get runs. I don't think we'll dwell on my run scoring just yet.
Well, no,
we'll save it.
I'm doing it at 4 o'clock in the morning, so no one's listening. But,
well, one of the reasons for that was that you do get some flat wickets in Pakistan.
Yes.
And this might be one of them. A lot of runs have been scored on this ground. We're looking at that pitch, and you can't see much green grass on it. In fact, you can't see a great deal of grass on it at all.
No, it looks it's only slightly less pale than those alongside it, but it does look grassless. Ben Duckett's coming out alongside Zach Crawley. Quite a contrast in heights between these two.
I mean, it's an early one for Andy Zaltzman. Differential in height between opening pairs. This must be something close to a record.
I was going to say that for Ben Duckett, returning to a part of the world where he started and had to say failed quite quickly on some pretty awkward pitches in Bangladesh and India, but he's back in the side largely on the strength of his ability to play spin bowling. But it's a great opportunity for him, and it shows that there is always a way back if you can perform strongly in county cricket. But he's at the non-strikers end. Zach Crawley is going to face the first ball. There's a very small crowd. There was talks of sellouts and all sorts of things. I felt that was rather ambitious at the time, if I'm honest. There's just a smattering of spectators. I mean, a few hundred, I would say, around here. That is all. Many, many more empty seats, unfortunately, than those that are inhabited. But the first over is going to be bowled by Naseem Shah. Is it right to call him an exciting young fast bowler still? I guess it is, but his youngest 5 in Test cricket, the youngest hat-trick in Test cricket. We saw him, of course, in the World T20 just a couple of weeks ago down in Australia. And here we are now watching him bowling and opening the bowling for Pakistan in the first Test of this series. There's 3 slips there, all lined up. There's a gully, point, mid-off, and mid-on. There is a short leg, and a man way down to our left here. That fine leg, he's got a big sun hat on. So Crawley's looking around, and the umpire, of course, waiting precisely for the time to tick around to 10 o'clock here local time. It's 10 till 5 with an optional half an hour to be added on for the overs if that's required, but we won't get there, I'm afraid, because the light will absolutely see to that. Hey! And they are a very loud cry of play from Mr. Raza. And here's the first ball of the series then. Naseem Shah from the far end comes in, bowls to Crawley. It's outside the off stump. Crawley has a look at it and then takes his bat out of the way, and it's collected by Rizwan, the keeper, as is so often the case in cricket. You have all the build-up, all the excitement, all the stories. Is it going to happen? Is it not? And the first ball's outside the off stump, and the batsman plays no stroke.
Yes, but Test cricket for England in Pakistan is back after a long time. So it was a moment. Didn't bounce very much.
No, it didn't. Nice to hear the Barmy Army here as well. There are quite a few number of England supporters here. As he runs in, bowls, and that's edged and runs away to third man for 4. Along the ground, it certainly wouldn't have carried to a 4th slip, which is the line really that edge found. But it means that Crawley's away, pushing onto the front foot. And we'll see plenty, I'm sure, from Pakistan's quick bowlers of that channel, that fullish length outside the off stump, which can produce Crawley's downfall at times, as we've seen and noted. But he pushed at that, but then just at the last moment took the power out of the stroke, if you like, and played with softer hands, and it wouldn't have reached a slip. So England are away, 4 for no wicket. And Naseem Shah's on his way. Bowls to Crawley, who flicks him way off his pads this time. On chase for the field around from Longleg, who loses that floppy hat on the way. And Crawley ambles back for 2. Duckett making his ground at the far end. Allingham, therefore, are 6 for no wicket. No breeze at all. Looking at the flags up there, up on the players' stand, the main stand of the ground. The flags just hanging absolutely limply. And as is a feature of this series, I can see 3 army officials up there, or maybe, I don't know, marksmen of some sort, as the security all around is intense. And Naseem's on his way, bowls, and Crawley drives him through mid-off. That'll go for 4. Well, positive start this. We take the edge out of it through third man, but even so, 10 for no wicket from 4 balls, as Naseem there paid the price for over-pitching.
That's a lovely shot. It does look ominous if you're a pace bowler, from what we've seen so far. I know it's only 4 balls, but it's not flying through. It's just, he bowls at a great pace, Naseem Shah.
Yes.
But the batsman might quite enjoy that.
On the
this
bounce,
sort of
that was
surface.
it, on the rise. Naseem again runs him, bowls, Crawley drives him again, past his outstretched left hand. Another chase for the mid-off fieldsman. Let's see if the ball gets there this time. He hasn't timed it quite as well.
Not easily.
It's clattered into the boundary. Well, it's like we're back watching the World T20 again. 14 off the first over and a ball to go.
Well, they promised they were going to play in a positive manner.
Yes.
14 for no wicket off 5 balls. They'd have taken that a couple of weeks ago in Melbourne.
Certainly would. It's just over pitching, but Crawley's weakness is also his strength, or his strength is also his weakness, whichever way you want to put at it. That's an area that he drives and gets caught. But he also scores a lot of runs there. Shah again, the last ball of the over, and that's turned into mid-wicket. Short legs already retreated. He lasted 5 balls, and he's gone to mid-wicket. And that's the end of a rather expensive opening over to the series. 14 for no wicket. Crawley has all of those, and Duckett is going to face his first ball, which will be delivered by one of the 4 debutants, Muhammad Ali.
Well, it's a good name, isn't it?
It is.
Well, 1 over into the series already. Nice little stat. 14 off the first over.
That must be something of a record, Andy.
Well, Victor, it's interesting you should say that. In the CricViz database, which covers over 2,000 of the almost 2,500 tests played through the 145-odd year history of the game, only once have more runs been scored in the first over of a test. That was West Indies against Bangladesh in Mirpur back in November 2012.
That's a good early stat there.
England's previous record was 12 against West Indies in 1969.
You're on fire already.
my
Second
laptop
time
cable.
today.
2 slips in a gully for Muhammad Ali, who's bowling to the left-handed Duckett. Runs in, bowls outside the off-stump, and Duckett clatters that off the back foot. And although the fielder there at point got a hand to it, ball's just running out towards that boundary to our right-hand side, and it gets there as well. Fine shot that was. It was short of a length, a little bit of width. But Duckett on the back foot, able to clatter that square. Left-hander's very strong in that area, of course. And although the fielder he got a wrist on it rather than a hand, still ricocheting away into the boundary for 4 more. So that's 18 for no wicket after 7 balls. What a
All
start.
but 4 from the middle of the bat.
Yeah. It does look a very flat surface, let's be honest. But, Ali, wearing number 13 on his back, runs in, bowls, and this time it's a better length. And Duckett comes forward, plays defensively. And Ali fields. He'll feel better about that. Get his, got to get your first over out of the way as a debutant. Quite busy down there at the far end. It's the sort of the members area, I'd suspect, here at Rawalpindi. Adjoined to Islamabad, which is where we're all staying, the capital of Pakistan. Show broader streets and cleared areas, but you come down here to Rawalpindi, it feels a bit more bustly, a bit more what you expect from this part of the world. Ali again trudges in, bowls outside the off stump, rather loose shot there from Duckett, looking to cut him away through that offside area, through gully, but making no contact this time, and collected by Mohammad Rizwan. See 3 army types on a building well beyond the ground, over to our right there, binoculars out and so on. The security, as we know, is another one actually is behind the scoreboard there, looking out, perched up on the roof. And security very much a feature of this tour, of course. They're lining the street on the way in every 20 yards or so. An armed army official. In goes Ali again, bowls, and Duckett defends this time, crouching rather into a stroke. The ball runs down to mid-off, and there is no run. But otherwise, there's not a lot to see beyond the ground. There are a few trees, electricity pylons, which I hope will keep us well supplied from now on after that early glitch. One or two half-finished buildings, the metal girders and so on standing there. It's a pale blue sky and always an ever-present, rather misty outlook. In goes Ali, bowls at the ball. So that does cut back into Duckett actually, a little bit of movement there. Played away out to square leg. And there's no run. The first ball we've seen even suggest moving, even minusculely. Looks a bit of an old-fashioned English seamer, this fella.
He does, yeah. Not extreme pace, sort of fairly easy action, sort of ambles in rather than tears in.
Heavily built man. He's 30 years old, making his debut. Runs in again, bowls on off stump and steered away by Duckett. Beats the point fielder. It won't go to the boundary this time, but they'll get a couple. And well, it's a nice start for both of these opening batsmen. Fluent. And well, England's already got 20 runs on the board.
Yeah. It's a rather different surface to when Duckett made his actual England debut in Asia, which was in Bangladesh.
In Chittagong, I think, wasn't it?
Yeah, and
England won that game.
Yes, it was a very tight game. He got runs in the game, actually, in a low-scoring match where the ball turned right from the start and batting was not easy. On this sort of surface, it's almost unnerving for a batsman. From what we've seen so far, only 12 balls. It looks like the sort of batting surface you kind of dream about, but then that sort of adds a peculiar pressure. I can't get out on here.
No. Crawley waits, Naseem Shah's on his way, bowls to him, cuts back, hits him on the pad, appeal for leg before wicket. Crawley rather showing the umpire his bat there, I felt. Naseem Shah's convinced this is worth a review. He's coming down to try and persuade the wicketkeeper and his captain that that's the case. I thought Crawley just rather showed the inside edge to the umpire, but they're having a conversation about this. Won't be too many that'll go over the top, but it was short of a length.
I don't think they're going to review.
No, they're not.
Naseem Shah, having gone for 14 in the first over, he definitely wanted a review.
Fairly high up on the flap of the pad.
Yeah, maybe. Yeah. I'm not sure. I didn't necessarily see any bat, but
no.
Naseem Shah very excited, but not quite so much enthusiasm behind the stumps. They've already taken a slip out, actually. They've gone from 3 slips and a gully and a forward short leg to 2 slips and a gully and nothing else.
Maybe showing the bat. He's actually saying
no,
to
not
Duckett.
running.
Yeah,
yes,
maybe that's what it was. It looked like he's shown the bat from here. Here's Shah again, over the wicket, moves in, bowls to Crawley, works it away off his pads, runs here again, certainly a couple. Chase for the fielder back from square leg, and his sun hat falling off past umpire Wilson. And it's another couple of runs to England, 22 for no wicket. And,
it's an interesting England side, obviously, with 2 debutants. I know we mustn't draw too many conclusions too early, but it looks like a good pitch to bat on and a hard one to bowl on. And yet, in effect, England are playing 8 batsmen, which is strange, given, the determination to win games.
Yep. Shah again, Crawley waits for him, bat raised high. He plays no shot, the ball cuts back, hits him on the pad, and again the bowler's very keen about this. Not so much support from behind the stumps, I feel. So that's given not out again by Hassan Raza. Gives a little suggestion of movement back into the right-handed batsman. Could you argue though that in fact, although it's unfortunate for folks to have been ill,
yes,
that Jacks at least does bowl a bit.
Yeah.
And so by not being able to play folks, They've got a little bit more in their bowling.
They've got another option.
Yeah.
I mean, it's a very peculiar setup where you've got two batsmen who bowl at 7 and 8. I think that's fair enough for Livingston and Jacks.
Yeah. Shah again runs in, bowls. Nicely played by Crawley, leaning forward, playing back to the bowler.
Well, Jacks is a fascinating one. What they're trying to do, I think, is emulate the success they had with Moeen Ali, who began his career as a batsman and played quite a lot for Worcester, obviously, and bowled a fair amount for Worcester. But they changed the balance of Moeen Ali, who took nearly 200 Test wickets.
Yeah.
It's a big ask for Jacks to do the same, but that's the sort of plan now for him.
Shah again runs in hard, bowls. Crawley on the front foot, plays out to cover. Much better over this. He settled into a tight line and a better length. And Crawley having to be careful. 16 not out, Duckett 6. 22 for
The best live sport.
The FIFA World Cup, Qatar 2022.
Coverage of every game on 5 Live and BBC Sounds.
The stage is left to Marcus Rashford with the free kick. Oh, what a free kick! And that was special!
On Sunday evening at 7, Senegal v England.
We're going to go again, and it's knockout football now, so this is where it becomes a lot tougher.
Take the World Cup with you.
Listen on BBC Sounds.
This is a public service announcement.
Weekdays from 2.
It's time for Scott Mills on Radio 2.
Would you mind doing me a quick review?
You're doing brilliant. I'm enjoying you on Radio 2.
You're a very nice man.
Thank you very much. Every time this comes on Radio 2, I turn it right up.
The heads go in, the shoulders go in. I'm like bouncing around on the seat. Probably one of the world's most embarrassing mums because of your show.
Scott Mills on Radio 2.
Tell all your friends on that school run to turn Radio 2 on as well.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Scott Mills all the way.
Weekdays from 2.
Listen live on BBC Sound.
Yes, good morning to you. You're listening to Test Match Special coverage of the first test between Pakistan and England in Rawalpindi. England 22 without loss. Crawley on 16, Duckett on 6. I'm afraid we've briefly lost our line to the ground. These teething troubles happen at the start of a series. Hopefully back with Aggers, Vic Marks and the crew any second as some more runs for England, taking the score now on to 24. A very explosive start for England so far this morning. Just to remind you of what's gone on, you might be wondering if the game was going to happen today after all the reports of the virus sweeping through the camp. Well, it is indeed starting. Just one casualty for England. Ben Foakes still unwell, so Ollie Pope will keep wicket, and Will Jacks comes into the team alongside Liam Livingston making a debut. 4 debutants for Pakistan: Shakil, Rauf Ali and Mahmood. Remember, as well as the commentary, you can follow the action on the BBC Sport website and app, and get involved, TMS at bbc.co.uk, or contact us via social media. 24 without loss is the score. The runs really are flowing. Another couple there to Ben Duckett. In fact, he's got 4, taking his personal tally on to 10. Crawley is on 16. An excellent start for England. Often a lot of talk about attritional cricket in Pakistan. Well, it's been far from that so far. We heard in the build-up to the game the Brendan McCullum, the England coach, talking about the importance of taking a positive step for England. Well, that certainly has happened in this test match so far, with this excellent start for this new opening pair of Ben Duckett, who's now playing for Nottinghamshire, of course, made his test debut in Bangladesh when he was previously playing at Northamptonshire, now playing, of course, for Notts. And he had an excellent form in the Championship, taking his score in this match on to 10. 28 without loss is the score. Zach Crawley, the opener, is on 16. Only 13 balls so far faced for him. Duckett's got 10 off 8. Ali is bowling at the moment. 28 without loss is the score. We'll try and get that broadcast line to you from Rawalpindi as soon as you possibly can. This is the first of 3 test matches, of course, in this series. England go to Multan for the second test match, and then finishing in Karachi for that 3rd test match. Remember, this is England's first trip to Pakistan in 17 years for test cricket. They were there for a T20 series just ahead of the very successful T20 World Cup. It's Ali again bowling to Duckett, and that's just tucked off his pads by the Nottinghamshire player for another single. These runs really are flowing. Remarkable start, really, this for England to this test match. 30 without loss already. We've only had 16 minutes of play. Absolutely remarkable, this start from this England opening pair. And just that reminder of that team news overnight, Will Jacks, the Surrey player, coming into the team because of the illness that's been sweeping through the camp. So Ben Foakes is out, and Ollie Pope will keep wicket. He's done so before for England in New Zealand, actually coming in when Johnny Bairstow was injured. He's in the team. England 30 without losses. Ali is bowling to Ben Duckett. Up to the wicket now, he bowls, and that's just pushed forward by Duckett, and there is no run. 30 without loss is the score. Very good morning to you. It's 5:16 a.m. if you've woken up early in the morning, cold morning in the UK. Thanks so much for joining us on Test Match Special. I'm sorry at the moment we can't bring you that line from Rawalpindi, just those teething troubles at the start of a Test match, some power problems we've had at the ground this morning. I'm sure they'll be with us very shortly. Jonathan Agnew, Vic Marks, Alex Hartley, Simon Mann, Atif Nawaz and Waqar Younis, part of our commentary team for this series. Looking forward to hearing from him, as Ali's going to bowl again to Duckett, and that's just driven, but doesn't get past mid-off, and there is no run. But 30 without loss is that England score. Crawley 16, Duckett on 12. Been great fun bringing you so much cricket over the last few days on 5 Sports Extra. We've had coverage of the West Indies against Australia Test match. A double 100 for Marnus Labuschagne today, if you missed that, before he was out just before the lunch interval. Steve Smith still going strong with 100. So that coverage will continue tomorrow morning before we bring you coverage of the Test match in Rawalpindi. Coverage there from Perth, the first Test match between Australia and the West Indies. But it's coverage of the Test match, Pakistan against England, the first time England have been here for a Test series since 2005, that we'll bring you at the moment, hopefully with coverage back from the ground very shortly. 30 without loss England after 4 overs. Crawley faces and leaves that one outside the off stump from Nazim Shah, the exciting fast bowler for Pakistan. So far, 0 for 16 though from his 2.1 overs as England made this amazing start. 30 without loss out of 4.1 overs. So as well as coverage of Australia against West Indies, of course, we've been in Australia for that World T20, that amazing success for England in Melbourne, beating Pakistan, of course, in the final at the MCG just a couple of weeks ago, and they're playing against Pakistan again, this time in whites for the Test match. It's Crawley facing, that one hits him actually on the thigh pad and just rolls out towards the covers, and there is no run. 30 without loss, the score in the 5th over. Hopefully we're bringing that broadcast line very shortly with Aggers and Simon Mann and the rest of the team. But at the moment, we're just continuing some commentary here from the studio just whilst we sort that line out. So apologies if you've tuned in early in the morning, hoping to get the sounds of Rawalpindi. We promise to be back with the commentary team very, very shortly indeed. 4.2 overs gone. Zach Crawley 16, Ben Duckett on 12. As Nazim Shah comes in again, he bowls, and that's just pushed onto the onside. And there is no run. Five Sports Extra, BBC Sound. You can also listen to us on the BBC Sport website and app. Get involved in the coverage. Fionn Wynne is on the text commentary. You can email tms@bbc.co.uk or get involved in social media with your thoughts on the Test match. Have you seen a more exciting start to a game in the subcontinent for England? 30 runs inside the first 5 overs. It's like a T20 game, isn't it, so far? The positive approach from England again, as that one is just pushed on the offside by Zach Crawley, who moves on to 16. Crawley and Duckett, the opening pair for England. Remember, in this game, Keaton Jennings, there was some conjecture that he might get a return to the team after his excellent form in the subcontinent, the Lancashire opener. He's in the squad but didn't get the nod to play in the team. But at the moment, it's Duckett who's got the nod for England. Ollie Pope, in theory, in at 3 today, although, of course, he's also keeping wicket if you've just tuned in because of no Ben Foakes. Crawley facing again as that one is... Oh, is he caught behind? No, he isn't. He gets an inside edge and it's going to run down to the boundary. Yes, it is for 4. Some fortune there for the England opener this time. Nazim Shah looks very frustrated. It looked like an inside edge, actually, that there for Crawley. Some fortune for England. 34 without loss, 4.5 overs. Looking at the replay, yes, it was an inside edge, just went over the top of the middle stump. Yes, it's a real fortune, some frustration for Pakistan. You know that in these sort of conditions, flat pitches, you know difficulties are there. But I'm delighted to say, with the score at 34 without loss, we can return to the ground.
Thanks very much, Adam. Apologies for the loss of the line. Let's hope it doesn't happen again today. Simon Mann and Vic Marks with you from the Pindi Cricket Stadium. It's great to be back in Pakistan. Test cricket back here with England. Lots of other teams have been here. And of course England were here for a T20 series in September and October, but the first test tour for 17 years for England. And they're 34 for no wicket after 5 overs. Crawley 20, Duckett on 12. I mean, England have been positive, but the balls have been there to hit as well.
Yeah, they've overpitched a bit, and also it is looking like an extremely testing pitch for bowlers. The ball, there's a lot of pace from Nazim Shah. He's a quick bowler, but he's just overpitched. It just clips onto the bat beautifully, and they've been some beautiful straight drives from Crawley, some clips off his legs from Duckett. They've both been positive, but not outlandishly.
No, it's not been a really aggressive cricket, has it?
No, just timed the ball beautifully.
Here's Muhammad Ali, right arm round the wicket, strapping pace bowler, bowls full to Duckett. He doesn't time that on the drive. It goes scuttling back towards the bowler, who picks up in his follow through, and there is no run. England taking 14 off the first over, but I mean Crawley hit 2 down the ground, but they were there for that shot. It sort of eased down the ground really, and there was no mid off. Pakistan have gone a little.
Well, there we go. We almost got there, didn't we? Apologies for that, Simon and Vic Marks and Rawalpindi coverage of this first Test match, Pakistan against England. 34 without loss, 5.1 overs have gone. And we can return now to Simon Mann and Vic Marks.
Thanks, Adam. Sorry about that. Just wanted to technical glitches at the start of this Test match. It's been that sort of build-up, wasn't it, Victor? I'm not even sure we were going to get some play today. But England managing to field an 11. And here is Nasim Shah bowling to Duckett outside the off stump. Guided away beautifully for 4 through backward point. Allowed the ball to come to him, opened the face, ran it away. Just using the pace of the delivery out toward the boundary. And it's 38 for no wicket. We're only in the 6th over of the match. And Duckett is on 16. How many 4s have we had now, Zoltz?
That was the 7th. 3 in the first over and 4 in the 4.5 overs since.
And it was a lovely shot. Yeah. I mean, he's trusting the pitch, and I think he's got every right to do so. He just opened the face as he pushed forward, and it raced away off the middle of the bat. And it's a classy shot, but it's a good wicket shot.
The outfield looks quick enough as well. And here is Ali going in to bowl to Duckett, and that's full, that's clipped away, and more runs from him. He's not timed that perfectly. Chase out towards deep forward square leg. They've gone through for 2 as the ball is picked up something like 7 or 8 metres inside the rope at deep forward square leg. So 2 more to Duckett. He goes to 18, and England already, after 25 minutes play, are 40 for no wicket. But just to underline, this has not been sort of ultra aggressive or some sort of T20 approach.
It's not been gung-ho. No. They've just played the ball on merit, and anything just slightly overpitched, they've timed the ball really well, and it races away on this outfield. The ball probably is going to be easier to hit now when it's hard than later on in the day.
Ali tries again, runs away from us, round the wicket to bowl to the left-handed Duckett, and Duckett guides that away straight to backward point this time. He hit that well, but picked out the fielder when the sun hat at backward point. A lot of the Pakistan players at the moment, because it's quite a chilly morning, I've got my jumper on, so too have you, Victor, wearing their sweaters out there. Rizwan, the wicketkeeper, tends to be in the action far more, and Babar Azam not wearing his sweater, nor the bowler, Muhammad Ali, but everyone else is. We saw umpire Joel Wilson at the airport, didn't we?
Dubai,
Dubai, wasn't it? Yeah, and you're saying, it gets a bit cold, doesn't it? He's just come from the Caribbean. I'm not sure he was necessarily looking forward to the cooler conditions. Forward goes Duckett to that delivery from Muhammad Ali, goes up to mid-on, and there is no run. It's the end of the over. England are 40 for no wicket, Crawley 20 and Duckett has 18. I'm going to give you a little Duckett stat. I guess get in there ahead of Zoltz. He's played 7 test innings, Ben Duckett, and he's been dismissed on each occasion by a spinner. Yet to get out to a pace bowler.
Right. Well, everyone's on fire here, and Andy's been on fire most of the morning, or even that, or his laptop has. And that's a good stat. Well, perhaps. I mean, in this age of matchups, what's Babar doing?
Yes, get a spinner on.
I don't think he's going to turn a great deal from day one, but I think he's minded when the spinner does come on to take the attack to him.
Yes, well,
whoever he may be.
Well, that will be fascinating, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Won't it? To see how England approach it when the spinners do come on. Here's Naseem Shah beginning a new over. Crawley gets a ball outside the off stump that looked there to be hit, but he didn't time it perfectly and bobbling out towards extra cover, and there is no run. Yeah, Duckett played those 2 test matches against Bangladesh, and then 2 test matches against India, and Ashwin got him out 3 times in that series, and that was enough. He didn't bat in one of the innings of that test series against India.
He did get a half century, didn't he, in an opening stand with Alistair Cook.
That's right. In Dhaka, here's Naseem Shah bowling. Forward goes Crawley, plays that up towards mid-on, and there's no run. Yeah, they put on 100, and then, in typical England fashion, they lost 10 wickets in a session. That was the England team we've sort of become used to.
Well, actually, in recent times, it's been the other way round. The openers have put on 10, and so Johnny Bairstow's put on hundreds. But this is quite an exciting and interesting England side to watch, because, well, 2 debutants, both exciting players, both exciting batsmen who are expected to do a bit of bowling.
Yeah. Livingston and Jacks. Shah bowls. Shot pulled away by Crawley. Top edge down towards fine leg. Muhammad Ali comes round. He doesn't get there. He probably should have stopped that for a moment. He was just seemingly had a chance to come round and take the catch, but it was away from him and in front of him. And he tried to knock it back, and it went through his hands and he's gone away for 4. But that was
not quite in control.
No,
was
he wasn't. He wasn't in control of that. Crawley.
First time they've tried to bowl short. It didn't get up that high. Crawley went for the pull stroke hook shot. Bit of a top edge, went quickly and quite flat, and it wasn't a chance, but nearly got to the long leg fieldsman there, Muhammad Ali.
44 for no wicket. We're only in the 7th over of the morning. Crawley's 24 not out. Babar Azam has handed the ball to the umpire, who's handed it back to him. Like a ball change already, are we? I don't know. Might have been a chunk taken out of it as it clattered down into the boundary area, away to our left-hand side at fine leg. Naseem tries again, bowls full to Crawley, drives down the ground towards mid-on. Not crisply struck, but very well stopped. And there is no run. So the short ball, and then the very full delivery to Crawley. And Crawley met that perfectly. It was a nice-looking shot. There have been a few out there this morning, played by these England openers. Crawley 24, Duckett 18. Are you surprised that Duckett is in ahead of Keaton Jennings?
Well, I think Duckett fills the identikit of what the team management want.
Naseem bowls. Crawley gets a ball outside the off stump, which he tries to force into the offside. Can't manoeuvre it, can't get any power into it. Goes rolling out towards mid-off, and there's no run.
If in doubt, take the aggressive option. And he's played beautifully so far. You have to say that too. He's got a lot of talent. It's an inviting pitch to play on. And Pakistan might be one of the few places in the world where opening the batting is a nice option rather than a real burden.
Yes, it feels like that. Naseem running towards us and towards Crawley. Bowls a straight delivery and Crawley meets it with a nice correct defensive shot, head over it, pushing it towards mid-off, and there is no run. It's the end of Naseem Shah's 4th over. No wicket for 24 from him. Crawley has 24, Duckett has 18. It's 44 for no wicket. You're listening to Test Match Special. We're live at the Pindi Cricket Stadium in Rawalpindi, which is just to the south of Islamabad, where the team and we are staying. Quite a very leafy green city, Islamabad, new city. Made the capital of Pakistan in 1964. Zoltz, you're poised to say something.
Just on the batting conditions here, since Test cricket returned to Pakistan in 2019, this has been the most prosperous host country for Test batsmen. Overall, teams have scored 37.5 runs per wicket in the 8 previous tests in Pakistan and the start of this one. That's comfortably the highest such figure, and it's been particularly difficult for spin bowlers. Spinners collectively in that time have averaged 49.
Yeah, you think spinners might profit here, but not necessarily the case. Here's Haris Rauf into the attack for his first ball in Test cricket, and it's very full and quite wide, and Duckett digs it out, and he nearly squeezed that away for 4. It was picked up at forward point. Again, he hit it crisply, but it was intercepted right out of the middle of the bat. So Haris Rauf, one of 4 Test debutants for Pakistan today, he's played not a white ball cricket for them, and a few of this team, a few of the England team as well, involved in that T20 World Cup final not so long ago in Melbourne. A memorable day for England. Here's Rauf, right arm over the wicket, bowls to Duckett, who's forward, playing that again firmly into the offside towards forward point. And again there is no run, but both these batsmen, well, they haven't been ultra aggressive, they have been positive in their intent. I think that's the key. Alex Hartley is back here in the commentary box.
Good morning.
Good morning. Getting a bit chilly.
Yes. I think I'm following the cold weather this winter. It was cold in Australia.
Just been in Australia.
It was freezing.
Yeah, I noticed actually there were times when it's warmer in England, bizarrely, than it was in Australia that time of year. Rauf bowls, forward goes Duckett, plays it short of Muhammad Ali at mid-on. He has to go to his left as well, the tall, fast bowler. He lobs the ball into Rizwan, and Duckett is through for a single. He's on to 19. 45 for no wicket. It didn't seem as there have been many singles this morning.
So that is not only the first single, but the first odd-numbered scoring shot. Right. So far we've had 8 4s, 5 2s and 2 byes.
I thought I hadn't recalled many singles. So I bet that is something of a record, that the score being 44 before there's a single scored. Anyway, don't bother with that. It's all right, that's too much. That's beyond the call of duty.
We know it's a record,
it must
surely.
Be. It's got to be, isn't it? 45 for no wicket. Crawley 24 on strike. Haris Rauf bowls him full, turned away into the onside, and there we go, London buses. We've had one, and we've had another single towards wide mid-on.
There hadn't been a single in an England-Pakistan Test match in Pakistan for 17 years.
Amazing, isn't it? Amazing.
Not 2 at once.
46 for no wicket. Crawley moves to 25 with his first single of the match. Duckett is there on 19. If you are just switching on the England team news, no Ben Foakes, he's ill. So Will Jacks is making his debut, down to come in at number 8. Ollie Pope will keep wicket. So Pope would have been very relieved when Ben Stokes won the toss and batted first. Here's Rauf bowling to Duckett. Duckett's forward, playing back to the bowler. He makes a bit of a meal of picking that up. Recovers and prevents a single that time. Yeah, Pope down to bat at number 3. Keep wicket for 9 hours and then go out and bat number 3 for England. Not an easy thing to do, especially if you're not a regular wicketkeeper. All that up and down, it's not easy. Hamstrings feel a bit sore the next day. Anyway, he's spared that for now, and he'll be hoping that it won't happen. He won't have to bat after keeping for a long time. And hoping that Foakes is back for the next game. Here's Haris Rauf bowling to Duckett, who manoeuvres that away very skillfully towards backward point. There's a bit of hesitation in the running, but they go through for single in any case, because it wasn't picked up cleanly at backward point. It was half stopped, really. Again, the ball racing off Duckett's bat. So 1 more to the total. So 3 singles in that over. And England are 47 for no wicket on what looks to be a good batting surface. I mean, to the eye, it looks like a good batting surface. There's no grass, it looks even. And from the action we've seen so far, it looks a good batting surface. Yeah, 47 for no wicket.
It's very flat, isn't it? Really flat. And I think with the way the ball's just, there's no nibble in the surface. The bounce so far has been pretty consistent. When it's short, it's easier for the batters to throw their hands through the ball. I mean, even when it's full, Duckett's played some lovely shots into the onside, which have raced away for 4. They've even shaved the grass of the square, so it's the grass on the square is slightly shorter than the outfield, so that they can try and bounce the ball into the square to get that reverse swing.
Yes, that might well be a factor later. There are 5 cut pitches, they're all very brown looking, in a green outfield, as Nasim Shah bowls to Duckett, who clips that through mid-wicket, probably for 2. The chase is on towards the deep mid-wicket boundary. Duckett's in the end looking for 3. Of course he is. You want every single run out there, but didn't think there was a 3 in that. It had been a very risky one as the throw came in from the boundary edge. And Duckett moves to 22, and this brisk start from England continues. 49 for no wicket in 36 minutes play so far. Play starting at 10 o'clock local time. Interesting to see how much play we get towards the back end of the day. It's dark at 5 o'clock.
It was 5:15, it was pitch black.
Naseem bowls, forward goes Duckett, playing it back to the bowler, who stops with his left hand, and there's no run. The thing that struck me is whether they could start at 9:30.
I thought that as well. This morning it was quite hazy. I don't know whether that has anything to do with it, but the vision was still pretty clear. When we went on air, you could still see enough. But
yeah. Well, you'd think the light was going to be better at 9:30 than it is going to be at 4:30.
100%. 100%.
So the only issue is the dew factor. Jimmy Anderson was talking about that in his press conference the other day. Naseem bowls to Duckett. Duckett slices that through the slip cordon for 4. Well, that was the first full shot from Duckett. We saw one from Crawley off the inside edge that went to the fine leg boundary before. Duckett was looking to flash that through the offside. Pakistan only had 2 slips and a gully in, so it went between second slip and gully. It wasn't a chance, and it's quite a long way from either second slip or gully, but it was a risky one. Carved away for 4. 50 partnership is up, and it's come in only 8.3 overs, and Duckett's gone ahead of Crawley. He's on 26.
Just for a moment there, Duckett might have thought, ooh, hang on a second, but went straight between slips and gully.
Naseem bowls to Duckett, and Duckett this time calmly forward. Plays that towards cover, and there's no run. It's the first real sort of fling the bat of the ball shot from an England player. Crawley did have that one that nicked off the inside edge over the top of his middle stump. That was slightly different, that one. They really went after it, Duckett.
We often think with the way England play their Test cricket now of being aggressive and putting the bowlers under the pump that we'll see more shots like that from players, the ones, the expansive shots. But these two, they've played really nicely.
Naseem bowls to Duckett, full, and he hits the stumps at the non-striker's end. Perfect straight drive. Well, perfect in one sense. It did look nice, but of course not effective. He didn't get any runs for it. He might well have done, actually. He got that between the mid-on and mid-off fielder. And we saw the bails light up at the non-striker's end. Eased back by Duckett. Crawley as well had to get back just in case Naseem Shah had his fingertips to the ball on its way back. But he didn't. I think Crawley was back in any case. Last ball of the 9th over coming up, and then Atif Nawaz will come in and pick up the commentary. Here is Naseem bowling to Duckett, and Duckett plays defensively up towards mid-off. It is the end of the over. Crawley has 25, Duckett has 26. You're listening to Test Match Special. Good morning to you. It's lovely to have you with us. His first Test match in Rawalpindi. And more from Alex Hartley, and then it will be Atif.
Well, it's not very often after 9 overs you can say the score is 53 for none. England ticking along really nicely. Zach Crawley, Ben Duckett. It's the first time we've seen Ben Duckett in an England shirt for 6 years. Back at the top of the order. Looks like he's never been away, really. Looks really comfortable. And Zach Crawley, for all the stick he's got over the years, over the last summer of getting starts and not being able to kick on, he looks very comfortable out there at this very moment.
He does indeed. Good morning, everybody. Here's Haris Rauf, full driven. Back to the bowler by Zach Crawley, and there is no run. How are you, Alex?
I'm very well, thank you. How are you?
Yeah, very, very well. Having a wonderful time in Pakistan the last couple of days, and as is Andy Zaltzman.
It's great to be here. My first trip to Pakistan. Alex, you say it's not often you see a team 53 for 0 at the end of the 9th over. It's the first time it's happened in a test in Pakistan. So England's 50 was the quickest for a team batting this is in the first innings of a test.
More milestones. As here comes Haris Rauf again. Back of a length this time and just pushed to mid-on for no run.
Yeah, so the quickest the team has ever reached 50 batting first in a test in Pakistan, and the ones below it on the list have all lost at least 1 wicket. So, indeed, you don't see it very often. Once in this country.
It's quite remarkable. And there's a lot of remarkable things that this England team have achieved this year under the new leadership of Brendan McCullum and Ben Stokes. A sense of urgency, a desire to entertain. Here's Haris Rauf. into Crawley again, who drives handsomely through the covers. And that's going to race away to the boundary for 4. A shot of great authority. I mean, it was a proper cricket shot, just beautifully played. Pierced the gap, but also with a bit of disdain there, Alex.
Yeah, he's a tall bloke, is Zak Crawley. And it was full outside the off stump. He doesn't even move his feet, and he just drives the ball. He backs his hands, backs his arms, gets into a really strong position through the covers. Doesn't even walk down the other end, just watches it race away for 4.
It's a nice quick outfield here in Rawalpindi. Slightly misty here around the ground. There's Rauf with 2 slips in once again, full this time, flicked away off his pads by Crawley to the mid-wicket boundary. Again, the ball racing along this almost lush surface. And 4 more to the score. England onto 61 for no loss of 9.4 overs. Zak Crawley onto 33 of 29. He likes playing against Pakistan, does Zak?
Well, again, it's just a lovely cricket shot. It was slightly too full there from Haris Rauf. It's very much a white ball cricket shot, that from Zak Crawley, just flicking the ball through the onside, off the stumps. Only 2 fielders on that leg side as well, so as soon as it's past those 2, it's 4.
An unusual stance as well, with his feet sort of pointing to extra cover. Here's Rauf once again. Once more flicked by Crawley. Just wide of the fielder, a backward square leg, who's going to have to put in a diving effort, which he does. It's terrific work from Naseem Shah there at deep backward square leg, preventing the boundary, but another couple for Zak Crawley. It's appreciated by this Rawalpindi crowd, who haven't quite grown to the numbers that we expect to see as the day goes on, but they've been very noisy.
Was that terrific work, or did he slide tackle that with his feet? Yeah, he stopped that with his left foot. That's a yellow card. That is a yellow card.
Well, he got the ball.
Got the ball.
He got the ball.
He's laughing down there at fine leg.
63 for no loss. 1 ball to come in the 10th over. As Rauf begins his run up, and he comes. This is short and aggressive, and Crawley evades the bounce as it goes through to the keeper. That ball was approved of by the crowd here in Rawalpindi. Nice aggressive one to finish. 63 for no loss after 10 overs. This is going to be a challenge for Haris Rauf. We talked about him earlier being ubiquitous in this Pakistan side. Played a lot in the T20 and the ODIs for Pakistan, to the point where it was quite remarkable to watch him get his test cap. It feels like he's been around for ages, Alex.
It does. It feels like he's played so much for Pakistan, doesn't it? And to finally get his test cap, it'll be something he'll be very proud of. And I guess playing white ball cricket, he'll get the sense, especially playing against these two now that they're settled and they're ticking along at 6 runs and over, of when to bowl those short balls, when to put that pressure on. We saw that with that last ball of the over there, hostile delivery, bouncer. I mean, the partnership between these two is 63 off 60 balls.
It's quite remarkable, this start from England, has to be said. And they haven't really... We talk about this aggressive intent, this desire to entertain for England, but they haven't really taken any chances. They've really just played proper cricket shots, and some of the sort of the off drives and the cover drives from Zak Crawley early in his innings sort of set the tone of what they've been looking to do. And now, just 10 overs into this game, we're going to see spin introduced.
And I think that's the pressure these two have put on the Pakistan seamers. They've not been able to... The seamers haven't been able to create pressure because the batters have just played with so much confidence.
It's Zahid Mahmood who's going to come into the attack on his debut, 34 years of age. He's got 1 slip in place and a short leg. And he comes, a bit of flight on that, swept quite nicely by Duckett. Down to fine leg, and they'll take another couple of runs. Saw a lot of that sweep shot from Ben Duckett in the 7-match T20 series these two teams played a couple of months ago, just before the T20 World Cup. He really impressed in that series, did Ben Duckett.
He's such a good player against spin, is Ben Duckett. He plays these reverse sweeps, sweep shots, paddles. So I think we'll see a lot of that from Duckett.
Here's Mahmood in again. Back of a link this time, driven nicely in the gap in the covers. Chase on here. There was an early call for 2. It's Abdullah Shafiq who does the fielding. And they do go back for 267 for no loss of 10.2 overs. Crawley 35 of 31. Duckett 30 of 31. They're not really hanging around, are they, Alex?
No, they're not. And it was actually really interesting. I've got so used to watching this England team play Test cricket in the manner that they do and the way that they do.
Here's Zaid Mahmood again. Bit of flight on this one as it's played on the bounce to short leg. He just held the ball for effect there for a second, the short leg fielder.
I checked the Australia scorecard and I thought, oh, what a boring Test match that is. But it's not. It's just the way that England are playing their Test cricket.
It raised your expectations. Here's Zaid Mahmood again. Big sweep shot attempted and half a shout for LBW. Uncharacteristic of Duckett to miss as that ball strikes him on his pad just outside the line of off stump. And trickles away into the offside. So there was a bit of surprise about Zaid Mahmood getting the nod ahead of Abrar, who's had a terrific run in the Quaid-e-Azam Trophy, taking 40 wickets at this stadium just this season. Reverse sweep from Duckett this time and executed to perfection. Races away to the boundary. The fielders in the covers didn't even move. It's almost as if they hadn't clocked that he's moved, changed his stance all the way around. Rather optimistically behind the stumps, you hear Mohammad Rizwan saying wicket to Miligi, saying, don't worry, you'll get the wicket. I don't know where from at the moment. 71 for no loss off 10.5 overs. This is remarkable, Alex.
And that was an unbelievable shot. He switches his feet around and he's so quick. He stands there almost like a right-hander before he plays the reverse sweep.
Here's Zaid Mahmood in again. Duckett this time lapping the ball over Babar Azam at slip, who's going to chase, but that's going to run away to the boundary as well. At fine leg. Another boundary. The runs are pouring here in Rawalpindi for the England batters. 75 for no loss off 11 overs. And I'll remind you, this is day one of a Test match, in case you're wondering about formats. I don't remember the last time I saw Pakistan get 75 in a T20 in their first 11 overs. Andy Zaltzman.
Well, it's the second most runs in the first 11 overs of a Test match ever recorded. The only time a team has scored more was West Indies. They were 81-4, but there was 8 ball overs against Australia in Brisbane in the 1975-76 series. So in terms of 6 ball overs, it's the joint most, along with Australia, also against West Indies and Hobart in 2015.
Remarkable. You have to go into 8 ball over territory to try and match this England side.
If you're comparing 8 ball over stats to 6 ball, it doesn't count, does it? We'll take it.
Yep. Do you count your wickets in the 100 alongside yours in T20 cricket?
No. I don't really get any in the 100 if I'm being honest. I think I got 4 last year.
Here's Haris Rauf in again, back of a length this time, and just rushing Crawley a tiny bit, who pushes this to extra cover for no run.
Touche, I take it back. Fair enough.
You're going to count all your wickets. You had a good season, didn't you, Alex?
Yeah, I did actually.
Charlotte Edwards?
Actually, yeah.
Best ever figures?
Yeah. Yeah.
In the history of the competition?
To say I didn't train all winter as well, there'll be some coaches that are fuming with that as well.
Right, now then, Haris Rauf again at the top of the run. One of the challenges for him is to prove his longevity. Can he bowl long spells for Pakistan? And he comes with 2 slips down the leg side. It's been flicked away fine, and that's going to run away to the boundary as well. 4 more for England. Polite applause from, well, I'm going to say the England contingent of fans, really, but 79 for no loss off 11.2. Nobody really able to contain these batters.
It's also not a good delivery, that. It's angled down the leg side. And Zach Crawley just able to flick it off his pads. Fine leg was slightly too square. They've now come a bit finer after that shot. Just too easy.
And he had his hand over his head. Haris, after that delivery, he knows he needs to do better than that. Here he comes again, still with the 2 slips. Full this time, driven. Only as far as the fielder at mid-on. That's Muhammad Ali fielding there, and there is no run. 79 off 11.3. I mean, you'd get long odds if you're trying to predict that. I mean, I don't know, would you with this England side anymore?
Probably not.
Ah.
Probably not. But what's impressed me is the manner that they've played as well. Yes, if you think of, 79 for none after 11 overs, you'd probably think there's been some really expansive shots and they've played reckless cricket, but they really haven't. They've been in full control.
They really have. This been very impressive as Haris Rauf abandoned his run-up as something distracts Zach Crawley behind the side screen. Hopefully it's not me. I feel I'm dead behind him, actually.
Gotta say still.
I am.
That window that's open in front of us will be asked to be shut at some stage today by someone.
I'm almost certain of it. We've got a fantastic line of sight to the action, as this is short from Haris Rauf and pulled away dismissively by Zach Crawley to the mid-wicket boundary for 4. Zach Crawley is on an absolute tear, and this is rather ominous from a Pakistani perspective. 83 for no loss England after 11.4 overs. I tell you what, Alex, I remember being in Southampton with Andy Zaltzman and back in 2020 when there was nobody in the ground. It was the lockdown COVID era, and there were no spectators allowed, and we watched Zach Crawley score 267 in front of an empty stadium, having the time of his life. Rauf, and again, this is short. Crawley ducks out of the way of it as it goes through to Rizwan behind the stumps for no run. I mean, that was a very different kind of double hundred. It took him a couple of days to compile it. He looks like he wants to go for one in a day today.
A quicker one today. I mean, England could very well be 450 by the end of play.
So, Vic Marks and I were doing a bit of maths when we were off air, and we worked out that if they could go at 6 and over, and they managed to play 80 overs today, which we expect is roughly what we'll get, that's 480 runs.
There we go.
Here's Rauf, and again, this is short, pulled away again by Zach Crawley, and that's going to run away to the mid-wicket boundary. Didn't quite time it as well as the previous pull shot, but just as effective. And that ball was 150 plus kilometers from Haris Rauf, and Crawley dealt with it like he was in the nets. 87 for no loss after 12 overs. I'm slightly shell-shocked, as I imagine the Pakistan bowling attack are.
Yeah, it's a good shot from Crawley. He's played it twice in that over, almost identical, up on his toes, almost dismissive, saying, if you're not going to bowl me a bouncer, and he's just going to be back of a length, I'm going to be in full control and pull that into the onside. It's neither here nor there, that ball from Haris Rauf. It's not a bouncer, and it's not full. He's not allowing the ball to... I mean, the ball isn't swinging. It's not nipping off the surface, but it's a very in-betweeny ball there from Haris Rauf.
Yeah, it feels like the surface was prepared, with Pakistan almost sort of gambling on winning the toss and batting first. It was a huge toss for England to win, not least considering the physical condition of some of the players. We talked about Liam Livingstone, being unwell yesterday and getting a little bit of extra time to recover. Theoretically, he's sort of carded to come in at number 7 for England. That could change. You can hear the voice of Mohammad Rizwan there in the background, just behind the stumps, noisily moving his fielders around. Always so impressive, his multilingual skills. In Pashto to some players, in Urdu to others, and in Punjabi to others as well. Here's Zaid Mahmood to continue. Bit of flight this time as Duckett just pushes that defensively to backward point, and there is no run.
It always impresses me when people speak more than one language. Every time you speak out here, I think, wow.
It's been fun. It is nice to... It's a muscle you don't really get to flex too much in northwest London. Here's Mahmood again. Big sweep shot attempted, and really the first false shot we've seen from England today. That ball spins just over the stumps to the keeper. First ball to really beat the bat, Alex.
Yeah, it is, and I suppose as a batter, your strength can sometimes become your weakness because you're so focused on playing to your strength, and so Duckett will be thinking about reverse sweeps, sweep shots, paddle shots, whereas actually you can just defend the good deliveries as well.
Zaid Mahmood looking to find a bit of rhythm. There's Duckett looking to disrupt that rhythm, comes down the track and works that ball away towards the mid-wicket boundary. 3 fielders in pursuit. A diving effort in the deep is successful. And the batters get back for 3 runs. A fielding effort has been applauded by the Pindi boys, they call them, the fans here in Rawalpindi. Well, they've not really had much else to cheer for their home side as England move on to 90 for no loss off 12.3 overs. Quite remarkable start.
I mean, Ben Duckett then has said, whoa, I've played and missed a shot. Let me come down the track and just flick it into the onside. I mean, to have the confidence to be able to do that, yes, he's 40-odd not out now, 41 not out. But he's not played Test cricket for 6 years.
It's quite remarkable how quickly he's back into it as the next ball swept fine by Zach Crawley. This is running away towards the fine leg boundary. If it gets there, that'll be 50 for Zach Crawley. It does, and he will. Zach Crawley has reached his Test 50, 51 of 38 deliveries inside the first hour of play here in Rawalpindi in the first Test match. That's his 7th Test 50 for England. He's applauded by the England fans, the Pakistan fans here in attendance. England are on to 94 for no loss. What a knock from Zach Crawley there, Alex. 11 boundaries in it, a strike rate of 134.
Yeah, it's been a brilliant knock from Zach Crawley, hasn't it? He quite often in the past has been quite slow to get going, and when he does get in this rhythm and in this mood, he's almost unstoppable. You know, he's not really given away any chances, bar that maybe that inside edge early on in his innings.
Here's Mahmood once again, lots of flight, a bit of drift on this as well, as Crawley gets forward and defends quite pleasingly, back to the bowler, and there is no run.
And there's so much pressure on the debutant here, bowling his leg spin. And we often I'm going to talk about white ball cricket, to try and really put a debutant under pressure.
Here's Mahmood once again, the sweep shot, connected nicely, it's trickling again, away fine again. There is still no fine leg in place. In fact, the fielder from deep backward square leg had to run across, and he's done really well to get round there. It's Haris Rauf who's done the fielding. He gets a pat on the back from his captain, Babar Azam, for that effort. There's a lot of commitment being shown in the field, but as you say, their leg spinner very much under pressure with a score 97 for no loss off 13 overs. Andy Zaltzman.
Zach Crawley's 50s, you said 38 balls with 11 fours, his 9th 50-plus score in tests, 2 centuries amongst them. Against Pakistan, it's his 3rd innings, scores of 53, 267, and now 54 not out. So he's currently averaging 186 against Pakistan and 20 against all other teams combined.
He's a play against Pakistan specialist. Excellent. I'm hearing these lovely terms, actually. Just in one of the side rooms, I was talking to one of the other journalists, and I said, tell me about Muhammad Ali. And he said, well, he's a specialist ball shine taker offer. Which is quite the phrase, isn't it?
Well,
specialist ball shine taker offer.
He did just amble in. He's coming back into the attack here as well. Just amble in and seem to just bowl medium pace.
He did. Well, he's not quite renowned for his pace, is Muhammad Ali, but he's been very successful in the Quaid-e-Azam Trophy, Pakistan's domestic first-class tournament. Took 56 wickets across the last 2 competitions and ended up in the top 4 wicket takers in each season. So he's earned his spot here as Muhammad Ali. There's a few people who were surprised to see him get the nod ahead of Fahim Ashraf in this squad for Pakistan. There we go, 32 wickets in 21-22 and 24 wickets and this year. Here he comes once again, back of a length and just worked off a thick inside edge this time by Crawley into the leg side. Out to deep backward square leg, in fact, and they just casually walk through for a single. 98 for no loss. Yeah, it does feel like he's been brought in, Alex, just to sort of almost as a stopgap, if that's not too disrespectful, but between Naseem and Haris, who are sort of high-octane, high-pace bowlers, to give them a break.
Yeah, don't forget as well, they would normally have Shaheen Shah Afridi as well, who, he's had a couple of injuries as of late and had to have that operation, have his appendix removed. So he's going to be out for a while. So he would normally be, one of their frontline seamers, bowling 90 miles an hour, swinging the ball both ways, getting the ball to reverse. A deadly, deadly bowler.
Yeah, it's a tough old time for Shaheen Afridi. Here's Muhammad Ali, though. Still got a slip in place and 2 gullies as the next ball's back of a length and pushed to mid-on by Ben Duckett. There is no run. Interesting field there. 2 gullies and a slip. Looking for that leading edge floating off the outside edge.
Maybe wanting Duckett to go hard at the ball. Bring that thick outside edge. Maybe to gully.
Yeah, they have gone hard today, to be fair.
Yeah, it's not really a shot. He's played one shot that's gone through the slips and the gully in between the 2, but it's not like he's played a few and they think, oh yeah, come on, that's a catching option.
Here's Muhammad Ali once again. He runs in wide of the crease and bowls. Good length again, just pushed by Duckett to backward point for no run. As he just practices a shot where he would, almost like a snooker player, Ben Duckett, just angling his cue, working the right angle. That's an Andy Zaltzman reference. There's big snooker fan. Big snooker fan. 98 for no loss. Slightly chilly still here in Rawalpindi. It's still a bit misty. It's quite misty early in the morning in Pakistan when you wake up and the sun rises, but it sort of dissipates as the day goes on. It's just sort of clinging on today, that mist. Here at the Rawalpindi Cricket Stadium. Muhammad Ali in once again. Back of a length and lovely sound off the bat of Duckett, who's played that wide of extra cover. Who's made a diving stop. and they'll run through for a single. Oh, 99 for no loss. We're moments away from the 100 coming up. We're just gone an hour's play so far today. This is remarkable batting from England.
I mean, Ben Duckett there has just hit one into the covers and got up to the non-striker's end and thrown his head back in frustration and he didn't get it through.
Well, this is what Brendan McCullum talks about, his philosophy. Some people sort of make it sound quite reductive, really, and it's just play really aggressively, but it's not as simple as that. As in comes Muhammad Ali, as that ball's been flicked nicely by Zach Crawley. Again, it's quick outfield, allowing the ball to go close to the boundary. There will be a diving effort, and it will be successful. Terrific bit of fielding at mid-wicket. And the batters will get back for 3. In fact, they have got back for 3. Well, some fans in the stadium are applauding the fielding effort, but a lot of them are also applauding the fact that England have crossed 100, 102 for no loss after 13.5 overs. And, that was a no ball. Yeah, it's been called a no ball by the umpire. Wow, and that's the last thing you want to do when you're under the cosh, is overstep. The debutant really feeling the nerves here. He told me when he was interviewed in the Prelude post-selection, and they asked him about some of his interests. He talked about being a big fan of literature, enjoying The Old Man and the Sea. He kind of looks all at sea at the moment, doesn't he? 102 for no loss. 2 deliveries to come in the 14th over. Here's Muhammad Ali again from wide of the crease, back of a length, and pushed to extra cover by Duckett for no run. And so to go back to Brendan McCullum's philosophy, I mean, he talks about it's not just about hitting the ball, but it's about identifying the passages of play where you can really cash in. Mm-hmm. And that's exactly what this pair have done. They've put these these Pakistani bowlers, and let's be honest, these inexperienced Pakistani bowlers under pressure. And right now, they're going hard right now. They don't want to miss out on any of these opportunities. Here we go. Final ball of Muhammad Ali's 4th over. It's been driven nicely. Can't beat the fielder at extra cover. So after 14 overs, England are 103 for no loss. I mean, that's quite remarkable, Alex Hartley. I mean, what are we watching? Give us some insight into this unbelievable batting display by the tourists. And then you're going to be joined by Jonathan Agnew.
It has been. It's been fantastic between the two of them. And we've spoken a lot about this partnership and how well they've played. I mean, Mark Wood's just running a drink onto the field with Keaton Jennings, and all 4 of them out there laughing, smiling, having a joke, fist pumps all round. And rightly so, because England are very much in control of this game so far.
Well, what a remarkable hour. 103 for no wicket. Drinks coming on the field. 14 overs have been bowled. And already Babar Azam, Pakistan's captain, looking for options out there. He's been through most of his pack of cards already, as it were. He's given them all a go. In some cases, he's given them a couple of goes. But apart from 1 or 2 deliveries cutting back, there was an LBW appeal against Crawley, for instance. Really, the ball has not gone past the bat at all. It's a misty morning, and that light blue sky just faded a little now as the players enjoy a drink. And just to bring people up to date with what's happened, well, England could get 11 on the field. It wasn't the 11 that they originally chose. Ben Foakes has still not recovered from his illness, so Ollie Pope is keeping wicket, and Will Jacks comes in to make his debut, making up there that space by Foakes. Otherwise, they have got people on the field. How they feel, we don't really know, but the good news is, from England's perspective, they won the toss, and so even those who had spent all day in bed yesterday were able to get back into the dressing room and just rest up a little bit rather than have to try and bowl in those circumstances. So a lively morning, 103 for no wicket, and our old friend Waka Yunus is sitting alongside us. Lovely to see you, Waka.
Hello, Jonathan.
Looking very smart, dressed for television. I'm afraid we're all rather dressed for radio in here, but look at you in your blazer, white shirt.
Thank you very much.
Great to see you.
Good to have you back here in Pakistan after a long time.
It means a lot, doesn't it? And we've really felt that coming here. You know, I mean, it does mean a lot, and so it should. You know, it's been a long time. It's been too long.
Yeah, 11 years we've been. We played a cricket in Abu Dhabi, Dubai, Sharjah, in UAE, and all that. And and cricket has suffered in Pakistan, and it's great to see teams coming back. And I'm sure all these youngsters watching this series and watch the Australian series and then New Zealand coming after this, they'll probably get a lot of encouragement and watch their heroes playing in front of them and get encouraged, and we'll find more talent. We always had great talent in this country, yes. And as you can see, qualified for the final of the T20 cricket. Although the system is not as great as we should have because of what has gone, what we've been through in the last 12 years, and. Yes. And I'm sure things will improve, and they will come to see Babar, they'll come to see Rizwan and Haris and all these boys. They're very talented kids. It's just a matter of getting first wicket at the moment.
Well, so I was wondering where you are going to get it from, because at the moment, it does look a very flat pitch, though, doesn't it? Crikey. Yeah. It really does. The ball's hardly beaten the bat at all. And very difficult indeed. But we've got Zaid Mahmood, who's making his debut, one of the 4 in the Pakistan side to be doing so, who comes in through the mist and bowls. That's flicked away out to mid-wicket by Crawley, almost disdainfully, really, just short of a length, flicked away hard. And there's no doubt that England are targeting this spinner. He's 34, he's been around a while, but it's his first match, and they're really looking to get after him, not let him settle at all. It's his 3rd over, he's gone for 22 already, comes in, bowls another leg spinner, which is flicked away, not quite so powerfully this time by Crawley to mid-wicket. They've got a slip and a leg slip, so a little bit of support there for the bowler, but there doesn't seem to be anything in the way of spin yet on a colourless brown pitch. Again, bowled, it's a bit too short, flicked away by Crawley. Finds the man coming off the deep square leg boundary. Muhammad Ali, I think, out there. And so one more. 104 for no wicket. England choosing to bat first. The crowd, which is disappointed with the number of people here. What do you think would be more?
I think we will get more people coming in after probably lunch or maybe just before tea, because we as a nation, we just wake up a little late. We'll probably have
you start your cricket quite early.
Yeah. This will fill up, I'm sure. Yeah. They've been waiting for this series, so hopefully people will come and enjoy this. It's a very misty morning, isn't it? It's not really clear what we normally get here in Pindi. Normally the days are very clear.
The next one is turned away out to mid-wicket by Duckett.
I think this is a good field position with the leg slip in, and he hasn't really got anybody around the bat, but there's got first slip and a leg slip, so it's making them stop playing those reverse sweeps and sweeps.
There's a top edge sweep this time, but doesn't carry down to the fielder running in. Another run to Duckett, but when you reverse sweep and orthodox sweep, it really messes around with your field, doesn't it?
Especially when you haven't played Test match cricket before, so you're at your debut, and a player like Duckett, who's just played a one-day cricket here, he was probably the best batsman we saw during that time.
So it again, bowls tossing out one up. Crawley drives him hard, and mid-off goes downfield well. Actually, the Pakistan ground fielding's been good today. They've managed to cut some off on that again, just testing the hamstrings there of the fielder at mid-off, who does well. Crawley goes to 60 from 46 balls. Duckett 43 from 45. It's been like describing a one-day game this morning. 106 for no wicket.
T20 game.
Well, it's the end of power play, and limited overs, 15 overs gone, 106 for no wicket.
Normally you're happy in T20 cricket when you're sitting 106 and 15, and you can just go berserk in the last 5.
Wow.
Excellent batting by both the openers, Crawley and Duckett. They did not spare any of the bowlers. They knew that out of 4 there are 3 who have not played Test match cricket, and the guy who's played Test match cricket, Naseem Shah, who's relatively young at this level, especially when you talk about Test match cricket. So it is tough on the bowlers. There's still sort of nerves around, still not really finding the right length. I know it's difficult. You bowl straight, they can clip you through the mid-wicket or leg side, and if you go a little bit wide outside the off stumps, the margin of error is so small.
Muhammad Ali is starting off again and bowls, and that's played firmly to mid-on by Crawley. How do you get it in your mind as a bowler then? You're bowling on something that looks horribly flat. The ball's going all over the place. How do you get in your mind to have positive thoughts in your mind about bowling fast on a pitch like this?
It is tough. I mean, not easy, especially when you're playing for the first time. I mean, if you're experienced bowlers, it's a different ballgame. Then you'll see Anderson bowling differently on this pitch when he comes onto board. He'll probably see this pitch and he'll understand what he needs to do. Maybe bowl cutters and bowl that back of the length. Anything full is being punished. So
here's Ali again over the wicket, bowls short of a length this time. Crawley on the back foot, tries to punch it through the offside, but finds Imam at point. No run, 106 for no wicket.
Yeah, so the length is going to be very, very crucial, because every time you bowl little fuller, especially to Crawley, he's tall, he's big lad, and he likes to drive and he likes to play those big straight drives, and it is tough then for a bowler to find a right length. And then what I've seen so far is he's looking to pull the delivery. That's why he's got two fielders on mid-wicket and a little bit wideish mid-wicket.
Ali again runs in, bowls, and his pulls this time just beats that man, and beats both actually. Down at deep backward square leg, he's hit that hard. Has a ruthless shot really, as Ali dropped a little bit too short, and he simply can't. It's unforgiving, this pitch. There's nothing there at all, and it's just sat up. Crawley's gone bang and hit it round about waist high, very hard.
He didn't really need to go on the back foot. He just stayed on the front foot, and because there's no pace in the pitch, and it is kind of on the hip and easy picking, although there are 5 fielders on the onside, field is well spread. It's a bit like T20 cricket at the moment.
So his confidence so much good. He's on 64. Ali again bowls forward this time. His soft hands just pushes the ball away for Imam to field at point. Crowd's energetic, it's noisy, it is building up. I think it's probably difficult for locals to get in with the security too, which is very, very tight. And I can imagine that every bag, every pocket, everything is searched rigorously. I mean, we have 3 bag searches to come in, and it's at that level of security. So I suspect it's pretty tricky to come in, and a bit time-consuming and everything else. So maybe that explains partly why there's not a big crowd here. Ali bowls and Crawley drives him. Not really timed that. The ball sits up nicely for Imam, who hits the stumps direct. And the ball ricochets for a run. It's unlucky that, because it's a lovely piece of fielding from Inzi's nephew there, who loses his sun hat at point, but he picked it up, hit the stumps direct. But the batsman was already in his ground, and then of course they could take that extra single because it cannoned away. One more, 111 for no wicket.
Talking of the security, Jonathan, we've been through a lot in the past couple of decades, so I think it's important and crucial that we make sure that everyone's safe, and we have a good cricket. We do want the crowd to just come in and enjoy the game, but also security and well-being is very, very important.
Here's Ali again, bowls. Duckett turns that away to wide mid-on. And it was a bit of a fumble there. I talked about the fielding being good. Well, he was stretched. It was a challenging one to pick up cleanly. In fact, he's given away a single there. So another run, 115 for no wicket. Having said that, I've been to India, and we've had security there accompanying us up in the lifts. Someone sleeping outside your bedroom door. I mean, it's not as bad as that here.
Yeah, I'm glad there's no one in the bedroom.
No, but I mean, it has been more extreme than this, but being honest, we're not really feeling it at all. The only inconvenience from our perspective is the team convoy, which then stops all the traffic.
Yep.
You've got to try and make sure that you avoid that. Otherwise, it's been thoroughly welcoming and very pleasant.
And we also have given you the pitch to bat on.
Yes, you have at the moment. Yes, your hospitality knows no bounds, Waqar. Thank you. 113 for no wicket, and got a new over from Zaid Mahmood, the wrist spinner, and what a shot that is from Crawley. Not a bad ball by any means, really. And Zaid there playing his first match, he got his hands on his hips, saying, "What happened there?" They wouldn't do that to me in first-class cricket around here. It's just short of a length, round about the leg stump. Turned a little, but Crawley's flicked that with a with a vertical bat.
Yeah,
Wicket for 4.
He's very good on the front foot and on the back foot. And
so here again, bowls to him is forward this time.
This time he's just went lunging forward, and with his height, it is very difficult or tough for the debutant Zahid Mahmood to find the right length, because he just goes back very quickly, deep in this crease, and then punches through mid-wicket.
Here he comes again, tossing it up. Now, there's a appeal for leg before wicket. That got through. Crawley trying to work him away through the leg side. It's been given not out by the umpire, and there's no real support there from behind, but it did creep through. A bit of a moral victory there for the wrist spinner. A little bit of slow turn, but we're on the first morning of this match here in Rawalpindi. You wouldn't expect to see too extravagant, and England have made a flying start. 117 for no wicket as Eccles floated up. Crawley drives, doesn't really time that. Ball trickles away out to mid-off. So Crawley's 69, Duckett's 45. And after all the chaos of yesterday, wondering whether England could put a team out or not. Well, they have today. Not absolutely as they would have wanted. They're without their wicket-keeper. Here's the next one. Crawley forward, defence. So Pope will keep wicket rather than Folkes, who hasn't recovered. But to what extent the others have recovered, we don't really know. But they have at least reported for duty. They got on the bus.
Yeah, it's a good toss to win also, don't forget. On a very, very flat pitch, good to bat on, and they can post a big total here.
So it again, bowls, and Crawley can stand up. Oh, he's done him again.
Yeah.
Well, I think that actually was even better than the previous strokes, on a bit straighter between mid-wicket and mid-on. And again, Crawley right on top of the bounce. Just flick that away off his pads. The ball runs away to that leg side boundary for 4 more. 121 for no wicket. I can see a satisfied looking Ben Stokes sitting outside. They're in the mist. There's a little dugout, almost T20 style, that England can sit in to watch out. But such is the mist. We're at the other end of the ground. You really can't make out who is who, and the flags are limp.
Just on the opening stand, it's the second fastest 100 opening stand in the history of Test cricket. It came up in 13.4 overs. Only Atapattu and Jayasuriya for Sri Lanka in 13.2 overs against Bangladesh back in 2001 has been faster. And it's the third time in 5 tests that England have set a new record for their fastest 100 opening stand.
That's remarkable. So Jayasuriya and Atapattu, I'm going Jayasuriya 75, Atapattu 25. Well, that sort of thing. It goes... Muhammad Ali bowls, and that's played by Duckett, or played down to mid-off. Is that being unkind? It feels that it's likely to be that sort of balance.
Jayasuriya made 89 off 56.
Yes.
So I'll see if I can find out what they were when the 100 came up.
He's a fine player, Atapattu, but he certainly wasn't the shot player that Jayasuriya was. 121 for no wicket in the 18th over. That's all. Muhammad Ali wheels round, is going round the wicket, his shadow stretching to his right. Sets off now past the umpire. Umpire Wilson bowls, and Duckett tries to carve that through the offside. And there's no run.
Talking of the Jayasuriya,
you'd have played against him a few times.
I played a lot of cricket against him, and I still remember playing in Singapore. There was a Singer series, or don't remember the exact what was the name of the series. It was between Pakistan, South Africa and Sri Lanka, and in one of the games he came out to bat, and there was 71 without loss in 5 overs. And we picked up the first wicket in I think it was in the 7th over or the 8th over, and it was Kaluwuthana who was gone for duck.
Oh really? His runs for Duckett. 4 through point.
Yeah.
Steering that hard through the offside. Ali dropping too short. Another boundary for England. 126 for no wicket. Kaluwuthana, he played shots as well, though.
Yeah, he didn't get a strike. Hardly get a strike. It was. I went for 20 odd in the first over. I think Akib played that game. He went for a few in the first over. I think Akib from the other end, he bowled either he bowled a maiden over or he bowled a very cheap over. But then Ataur Rahman went for 28 or something like that. Ridiculous. I mean, it was small ground, but the ball was flying over the trees onto the road. Yeah, he was that kind of a batsman.
Certainly was. There's Ali bowls, played into the offside for a single. It's a deep point now for Duckett. He can take one there into the gap, and he goes to 50 from 50 balls. Welcome back. He had a very testing start to his Test career, dropped after 4 games, but he's played with real authority here today. Offside particularly strong for the quicker bowlers, and then taking the attack to the wrist spinner. 7 boundaries he's hit. 50 from exactly 50 balls.
It was a very smart move by Ben Stokes and the management of bringing him back here. And because what we saw in the ODIs, he was in such a control in T20 cricket. He's playing like a T20 cricket.
Crawley, and that's flicked away into the leg side as Ali drops a little bit short, playing hard off the back foot out too.
And especially to the spinners, he doesn't allow them to settle at all. Doesn't matter if you're a mystery spinner. He's got normal conventional sweep, and then he hits that reverse sweep, the paddle shot. He's got all sorts of those sweeps, especially against any kind of bowlers, especially spinners. Tough batsman to bowl at if you're a spinner.
Quite short as well.
Yeah, and that on this sort of pitch.
Yeah. Leading on his bat, he'll be very happy. As Ali runs in, bowls, and Crawley tries to flick into the leg side. It thumps off the pad. The crowd excited as the ball bounces away into the offside. Crawley 73 from 59. He's played like a tall batsman today, if that makes sense. He's stood up, he's gone top of the bounce, hit the ball hard through the leg side, through standing tall. It's been a very impressive innings. 127 for no wicket with a ball to go in the 18th over. The time here about 20 past 11 local time. Lunch will be at 12 noon. We're not expecting to get a full day because of the light. The shadows, they're long all the time at this time of year. And Ali's on his way. Bowls, and Crawley forward, plays the last ball of the over to mid-on, and there is no run. So, very good start for England. 127 for no wicket, Crawley 73, Duckett has 50. Some thoughts from Waqar Younis, and then Simon Mann is coming in here.
Well, we might not get the entire 90 overs in, especially with the light fading later on. But I'm sure the kind of start England got, they don't really need those 90 overs. If they bat maybe 80 odd overs, they'll be happy with that. They'll be sitting somewhere around 350, 400, So what do you think, Simon? How is it going? You're happy? You must be very, very happy.
Well, it's remarkable. I mean, normally you think 100 by lunch on the first day is quite a significant achievement. Well, they were 100 by drinks on the first day. I mean, that's
true.
127 for no wicket. They just slow down a little bit. Here is Zahid to bowl. Leg breaks in the far end to us, tosses that one up. Duckett's forward, playing that wide of the short mid-wicket fielder out towards deepish mid-on. They go through for another run. 128 for no wicket. Duckett 51, Crawley 73. It was one thing England have done, is they have sort of taken the time out of the game with the way they played. I mean, that Test match they played against South Africa at the Oval, where it was reduced to 3 days because of rain and then the death of the Queen.
Yeah.
And they needed 2 and a bit to win the game, and it's been fast-forward cricket, so we'll see how this game develops. Here's Crawley pushing that away towards deepish cover. Muhammad Ali's quite deep there. He's not on the fence, and he's not inside the notional circle. He's outside it, so another single to Crawley. 129 for no wicket. Crawley to 74. I don't know whether I should say it just yet. It's 25 past 11. Lunch is 35 minutes away. Crawley's on 74. It's not very often a batter scores 100 before lunch in a Test match. So on the first day, here's Duckett turning quietly towards mid-wicket off Zahid, and there's no run.
There have been 6 centuries before lunch on day one of a Test. None for England, though 3 of them against England.
So he could become the first England player to score a century before lunch in a Test match. Here's a reverse sweep from Duckett. Just about enough contact on that, and he gets it out square on the offside. I suppose it becomes the leg side with Duckett turning around. There is a fielder out there for that shot, and it's only a single. He did absolutely cream one through there earlier, but that one wasn't quite as well timed, so it's only a single. Duckett to 52, and England to 130 for no wicket. So much happening, we can't fit it all in at the moment. Here is Zahid tossing that right up to Crawley, digs it out towards mid-on, and there's no run.
He'd be the first, if he makes it, to score 100 before lunch for England on day one of a test. Have had other players who scored 100 in the first session on other days, including Ben Stokes in Cape Town.
Oh, that incredible partnership with Johnny Bairstow. Here's he's bowling. Crawley drives for 4 down the ground, through mid-on. Mid-on is quite wide, and he hit it straight. Another lovely shot. It was given some flight from Zahid, who's gone for 40 on his debut from 5 overs, and England 134 for no wicket, and Crawley is 78 not out, and there are still 34 minutes to go until lunch on this first day. Waka.
The run rate is very worrying for Pakistan. The way it's not the wickets. Yes, they have not picked up any wicket yet. Normally, it's been a long time England has come to Pakistan. So normally you expect England when they come to Pakistan, they'll look at the conditions, they'll take their time. It's not been the case here. They've just been very aggressive. They've been very positive. They have changed the brand of the game. They want to just score quickly in Test match cricket also, and they're doing it beautifully. I mean, it's getting tougher and tougher for Pakistan, and Pakistan only hope from here on, I would say, it's a reverse swing. Haris is back in the attack, and the ball is 19 overs old, and it's been smashed all over the place, and the square is pretty brown. So hopefully, if there is a little bit of reverse, that might just help Pakistan to fetch a couple of wickets before lunch. It's been really, really hard for the 3 debutant bowlers. I mean, you have to pick up 20 wickets, and if you have 3 debutant bowlers, it is going to be very, very difficult. And the 4th one is Naseem Shah, who has played handful games before this. So very young bowling attack. They're very good at T20 cricket, but when it comes to 5-day game, it is not easy. It's a different ball game.
Right, here is Haris Rauf, then back into the attack, round the wicket to bowl to Duckett, and Duckett swings this away for 4 through mid-wicket, just dismissing it. Fraction short from Haris Rauf, and he hit that well in front of square.
That is a wonderful stroke. It was just not very short. He's just coming around the wicket and trying to tuck him up and just trying to create that angle, and Duckett just stayed on his front foot and smashed it. That was hit really hard, isn't it?
Very hard, and you emphasising there, it was a sort of front foot pull. 138 for no wicket. Duckett to 56. Haris Rauf bowls outside the off stump, guided away by Duckett between backward point and cover. Pakistan have a sweeper out there, so it's only a single. Duckett to 56, and England to 139 for no wicket. What about Pakistan's selection? They picked a squad of 18 for this Test series. Were you surprised at the 11 they came up with for this game?
Not really, because the choices Pakistan have are very limited, especially when you talk about the bowling. Shaheen not playing, has been injured. He was our main fast bowling attack, the left armour, and then of course Hassan Ali, who's not really bowling that well.
Haris Rauf bowls, forward goes Crawley, plays it back past the stump.
This is a public service announcement.
Weekdays from 2.
It's time for Scott Mills on Radio 2.
Would you mind doing me a quick review?
You're doing brilliant. I'm enjoying you on Radio 2.
You're a very nice man.
Thank you very much. Every time this comes on Radio 2, I turn it right up.
The heads go in, the shoulders go in. I'm like bouncing around on the seat. Probably one of the world's most embarrassing mums because of your show.
Scott Mills on Radio 2.
Tell all your friends on that school run to turn Radio 2 on as well.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Scott Mills all the way.
Weekdays from 2.
Listen live on BBC Sound.
And a very good morning to you, 6:30. You're listening to 5 Sports Extra, BBC Sounds Test Match Special, and the first Test match between Pakistan and England. We've just briefly lost our broadcast line to Rawalpindi, but if you've just tuned in, my word, what a morning this has been. England, 140 without loss after 19 overs. This is a Test match, by the way. This isn't the T20 World Cup. This is a Test match. Zach Crawley, 79, as we heard the commentator saying, could he become England's first century maker before lunch in a test match. And Ben Duckett, back in the England side, is on 57. A remarkable start for England. Of course, the build-up to this test match was pretty strange as well. We'll talk about that as well. But hopefully back to our commentary line any second. But it's Haris Rauf, a debutant, one of 4 for Pakistan, bowling at the moment with a score to 141 now without loss. Yes, if you've just tuned in, remember there was a lot of doubt about this test match actually happening today because of the situation with the illness that swept through the England side. But the test match did go ahead, but one change to the team that was announced yesterday, and that was Will Jacks coming in because Ben Foakes, the England wicketkeeper, is still unwell. So Will Jacks, the Surrey all-rounder, comes into the side and he makes a debut alongside Liam Livingstone. 141 without loss. Crawley 79, Duckett on 58, and Haris Rauf is bowling. We're back to our commentary team very shortly, I'm sure. Simon Mann and Waqar Younis, the Pakistan great, ready and waiting for us very shortly. Crawley 79, Duckett 58. So as I mentioned, that one change to what England's team was due to be. Will Jacks coming in to the team. So Ollie Pope will keep wicket for England, the Surrey player, who's done it once before, actually in New Zealand when England had an injury and didn't have a reserve keeper in the squad. So in came Ollie Pope, who has kept, of course, for Surrey. So he has done it before. He's not an absolute rookie, but not easy for him to keep on these wickets in Pakistan. But a lot of talk about attritional conditions, difficult to play in Pakistan, but for England's batting so far today, if you've just tuned in, my word, it's been remarkable. England 141 without loss after 20 overs. Not a bad score in a T20 international, that. 20 overs of this test match, 141 without loss. Commentary on 5 Sports Extra and BBC Sound. You can also follow the text commentary on the BBC Sport website and app. Fionn Wynne is on duty today and you can contact her. BBC, of course, the website tms@bbc.co.uk is the email, or through our social media. Salman's going to bowl now for Pakistan. 141 without loss. And England, well, no chances really. A little bit of fortune for Crawley at one point, inside edging past the stumps off Nazim Shah, but otherwise a couple of false shots, perhaps from Duckett, who missed a sweep shot, but generally it's been no alarms at all. It's been all England, all this opening pair. Duckett into the team. Alex Lees, the Durham player, of course, coming out of the team, not in the squad for this, so in comes the Nottinghamshire player. 141 without loss as Salman bowls, and that's just pushed up to mid-off, and there is no run. We saw 100 runs struck before drinks on the first day. Remarkable for England. Could we see a double 100 before lunch? That one is cut away by Duckett, but he can't get past the field, and there is no run. 141 without loss is the score. This is the first of 3 test matches, of course, bringing you here on Test Match Special, as that one is just pushed forward by Duckett and Salman, the bowler, fields, and there is no run. Yes, we've got test matches here, and then we've got the second game in Multan next week before the series concludes in Karachi. 141 without loss. In comes Salman. He bowls, and that's driven, but can't get past the diving fielder for Pakistan, and the score remains 141 without loss. Our commentary team out in Rawalpindi, Jonathan Agnew, the correspondent, leading the team, of course, as Salman comes in and bowls, and that's swept away by Duckett. It goes very fine, and it's going to go for 4 runs. And 145 without loss is the total, as Duckett takes his personal tally up to 62 not out. As I mentioned, we'll be rejoining Jonathan Agnew, Simon Mann, Atif Nawaz. We've got Vic Marks, who had an excellent record playing in Pakistan, 3 half-centuries he made playing over there. Alex Hartley, the World Cup winner, and Waqar Younis, the Pakistan legend, part of our commentary team. And as soon as we possibly can, we'll be there. In fact, we can indeed go back to our commentary team with a score 145 without loss.
Crawley 79, Duckett 62.
How often in Test cricket, Andy, have we gone 95 minutes without a maiden being bowled?
Well, never when you were playing, Vic.
Here's Haris. That was a response he needed there. It was a ridiculous question. Forward goes Crawley, plays it back down the pitch, and there's no run. Zolt is capable of many things, but I think getting him to research, he needs to be on that.
We like to stretch him now and again.
Well, that's true. Although, what is it, 21 runs in 25 minutes. It's funny, isn't it, those little things in cricket, it doesn't really make that much difference whether a player scores a century before lunch, but it's seen as a huge landmark, isn't it?
Well, it's very rare. I mean, it's never happened on the first session by an Englishman.
No. Got a short mid-on in, next to Duckett, the non-striker. Haris Rauf bowls to Crawley, way down the leg side. Crawley tries to flick it away, struck on the pad on. It's not taken cleanly by Mohammad Rizwan. He probably should have stopped that. I don't think there was any bat in it, so it's not going to be Crawley into the 80s. No, it's a leg by, signalled by umpire Joel Wilson. 145 for no wicket with that single. So, yes, 24 minutes to go until lunch.
It would be a fairly illustrious list if Crawley can make these 21 more runs before lunch. The first to do it, Victor Trumper, the legendary Australian, in 1902 at Old Trafford.
In the match we were talking about last night, Ted Tate's match, it should have been Trumper's match, but they called it Tate's match.
Which, I mean, we won't go into that now, why it was called Tate's match, but yeah, it should have been called Trumper's game. Here's Haris Rauf now round the wicket to bowl to Duckett. Rauf bowls very full, clipped away by Duckett, straight to forward square leg. And there is no run. Did David Warner do it? I seem to remember Warner doing it not so long ago.
He did against Pakistan in Sydney in the 2016-17 Australian season. Shikhar Dhawan for India against Afghanistan in Bengaluru in 2018. Majid Khan, we mentioned earlier on, for Pakistan against New Zealand in Karachi in 76-77, and then two Australian greats from the early 20th century. Don Bradman at Leeds in 1930, and Charles McCartney also at Leeds 4 years prior to that.
Just to apologise for the dropping out of the line a few minutes ago. Apologies for this. We're doing our very best. I hope it's not spoiling the entertainment, and it has been entertainment from an England perspective. There's a problem with the ball at the moment. Joel Wilson's got one of those implements out. It's like, one of those small pairs of scissors that you often use for cutting your fingernails, and he's just cutting away a bit of the ball that might have been damaged.
I mean, this ball has not swung a jot. It's not moved off the wicket. I heard Wakar, who should know these things better than anyone. The only hope really for a pace bowler is if you can get some reverse swing later on.
Crowd behind Haris Rauf as he goes in to bowl to Duckett. Duckett comes forward and plays carefully towards short mid-wicket, and there's no run. The crowd has built up since the start of play. It's an open bowl, this stadium. There are stands at either end, and for probably 3/4 of the stadium it's open, and lots of white seats, and some blue ones at the far end, but mainly white seats. And there are a lot more people here than there were at the start at 10 o'clock this morning. Mind you, it's quite chilly at 10 o'clock. It's probably very wise just wait for it to warm up a little bit. Quite nice cricket watching weather now. Not too warm, but the sun is out. Haris Rauf bowls. Duckett slices this away for 4 down. No, not quite 4. It's stopped. Field on his knees down there, running round to deep backward point, picks it up, and Duckett is limited to 2. That characteristic Duckett shot where he opens the face and chops it away in that backward point region. He's done it a few times today. Hit one beautiful boundary earlier down there. Takes him to 64 and England to 148 for no wicket.
It seems odd to say, but he's facing Rauf, who can bowl about 90 miles an hour, but he seems to be waiting for it, doesn't he, to glide it down there.
Haris Rauf tries again. Bowls to Duckett, who drives. Nice looking shot. He's hit a few of those of late, Duckett, and he's hit a few that gone past the fielders as well, but that one went straight to cover and there's no run. You often think of sort of dot balls in Pakistan have just been defended, but England are playing very positively and hitting the fielders quite a lot as well. And you had 148, but it could have been even more than that the way they've played.
Yes, it's an extraordinary start, really.
It is. 148 for no wicket. Still 20 minutes to go until lunch. Crawley has 79. Duckett has 64. Atif Nawaz will take you to the lunch break.
Traditionally, in Test cricket, first session of a series, you just size the opposition up carefully. The boxing analogy, you just sort of bide your time, don't try and throw too many big punches. We've managed to avoid too many Muhammad Ali boxing references. I'm still working on them.
Well, Andy Zaltzman told what I think is the joke of the day a little bit earlier when we were off air.
Not again. What was it?
I couldn't possibly tell another comedian's joke.
Oh, yeah, I could. If I'm not part of the union.
Well, I'll tell you what, we'll keep everybody in suspense. We'll bring it up soon. As Salman Agha back in for his second over. His first ball's been turned to mid-wicket. From a Pakistani perspective, it tells you everything. They've gone to their part-time bowling option. Just outside 20 overs into this test match. Still very noisy, the crowd and the players trying to keep their spirits up, cheering their heroes on. And right now, Crawley and Duckett are doing some serious damage. There's a big sweep shot attempted. He misses. So does the keeper, who was busy appealing. Maybe he should have been gathering the ballers. That's going to trickle away for byes. Maybe as many as 4 of them. Well, it is.
I think he must have hit that, you know.
Well, we're waiting for a signal from the umpire. Yeah, it's been signalled as runs.
And I say that simply because that ball looked very straight to me. And if he hadn't hit it, they would have been appealing.
Well, that boundary brings up the 150 for England. 152 from 22.2 overs. Andy Zaltzman.
Well, it's the joint third fastest 150. That's in the first 150 runs of any test innings.
It's been extraordinary to watch. Here's Salman Agha once more. That ball's turned away out to deep backward square leg for a single by Crawley. Andy?
And comfortably the fastest a team has reached 150 in the opening innings of a test. Previously the quickest was India in that game against Afghanistan when Dhawan reached a century before lunch. They were 153 for naught off 25.5 overs, so England have broken that record by 3.5 overs. That's opening innings of a game, fastest 150.
More accolades for Stoke and McCullum's England as that ball's been slapped through the covers. And that runs away for 4 as well. Duckett on the front foot. Salman Agha just looks down. You can sort of understand how he feels. There seems to be no way through these England batters at the moment. 157 for no loss after 22.4 overs. What a shot.
A slap. It was a slap drive, but an intentional one. It wasn't a classical drive. A slap drive.
Another fuller ball's driven back to the bowler. Slap drives.
I.e. the bat is not coming down dead straight on the vertical. It's kind of at a sort of 45 degrees, but he's seeing the ball so well, he middles it.
Salman Agha again, full, driven down to long off for a single by Duckett. He moves on to 69 of exactly 69 deliveries. And slap drives, huh? It reminds me of something my mother would do to me when she was dropping me off to school.
Yeah, well, I mean the slap. It's okay.
That's being naughty. It was a different era. It was a while ago.
Yeah. I don't think we'll take it to court. The slap drive was frowned upon in my day, but it is quite legitimate nowadays. It's when you're not quite to the pitch, so you have to not go in the classical fashion, and you still, on a true pitch, you can still whack it. Butler plays it, and Duckett does.
He plays it exquisitely. England going remarkably well at the moment. Now then, Zach Crawley on 84 off 71. He's got about 15 minutes to try and achieve another accolade here. It's Haris Rauf back in again, full and fast and dug out by Duckett to mid-on Muhammad Ali Fields, and there is no run.
I mean, there's no rest for our scorer. You'd think you'd be able to ease gently into a test series in Pakistan.
And not so.
But no. Oh, no.
Not for Andy Zaltzman. Welcome to Pakistan, Andy. Get to work.
He loves it.
Well, I'll tell you what, Crawley and Duckett must be loving life at the moment. Still a slip in place as well for Haris Rauf. As he bustles in, bowls a full ball, has been driven nicely, can't beat the fielder. And mid-off, and there's no run.
It is a test match.
Yeah.
But there's only one slip, and understandably. I mean, if you're Babar, I expect you're a bit stunned by the pace of the scoring. By the same token, he will know that, hang on a minute, this pitch is not doing anything. So it's not so surprising that there are no wickets taken, because there's been very little deviation for anyone. Nonetheless, he'll be taken aback by the pace of the scoring.
Most certainly will. He stands at mid-off as in comes Haris again, straying onto the pads of Duckett, who flicks this down to fine leg. Naseem Shah Fields, they take a single. I mean, there's been plenty of runs scored on this pitch in Test cricket. I mean, if we go back to March earlier this year, when Pakistan played Australia, the last 2 batters to bat on this surface were Abdullah Shafiq and Imam ul Haq.
And that was on the 5th day.
That was on the 5th day. They both scored 136 not out apiece.
Yeah.
And where they've been waiting for a wicket ever since here at Rawalpindi in Test cricket.
It's probably this pitch, I imagine. Right in the middle of the square. Every chance, I should think.
Well, you've got a fielder who's moved into a short mid-on position. As in comes Haris, back of a length, driven by Crawley to mid-off, and there's no run. That fielder is it's Babar Azam himself, and he's sort of standing almost right beside the non-striker, perhaps looking for that drive back towards the bowler, slightly mistimed, trying to make something happen before lunch.
Well, you get the feeling now that if a catch comes, it's more likely to come off the face of the bat than the edge of the bat.
There's a lot of signs in the crowd welcoming the England team here to Pakistan. 17 years in the making, this series. Here's Rauf, back of a length, and worked away off his hips by Crawley out to fine leg. Naseem Shah into the action again. Another single to the score. There's a concept in Pakistan called Mehman Nawazi, which basically means hospitality. And I think they've given a pretty good dose of that so far this morning, although they may well be wearing out their welcome a little bit, England here. You might see those welcome to Pakistan signs disappear if this partnership continues in this vein. Andy Zaltzman?
Well, since the last wicket fell on this ground in Test cricket, it's now been, I think, 402 for naught in 101 overs.
Yeah. It's fun for the bowlers. 160 for no loss, England. Still with a little over 10 minutes to go before lunch. Here's Haris Rauf once more. Full, driven back to the bowler, and there is no run. That completes Haris Rauf's 6th over. He's going for a runner ball as well at the moment. 36 off his 6. England 160 for no loss off 24 overs. And just a reminder, at lunch we're going to be hearing from the great Wasim Akram, Pakistan's top wicket taker in Test cricket and ODI cricket, in fact. And he was talking to Ellie Aldroyd, something exciting to listen to at lunch. We expect them to come back from lunch at 7:40 English time, so should be a good break. Andy?
And the second of the 2 tests England has won in Pakistan, the famous Karachi game late in 2000, England in their first innings reached 160 at the end of the 79th over, and now they're 160 for naught of 20
I
points.
remember that too.
Atherton and Hussain heroically dogging it out.
Yes, I know, we were there.
Well, there you go, heroes come in many shapes and sizes,
Exactly,
don't they?
yeah. I wonder, they're both here, just down the corridor, and I wonder if they're thinking, what were we playing?
Well, there was some speculation that they would both feature in this England 11 based on the health of the team.
Yeah,
Nasser had a great...
McCullum wouldn't have him.
Here's Naseem Shah back into the attack. It's a full, but onto the pads of Crawley, who flicks this down to fine leg. Another single as Haris Rauf fields. Well, Nasser Hussain responded on Twitter to somebody suggesting that he might play today, and he said, Siri, what is the opposite of Bazball? It's rather apt.
Nasball.
Yeah. That's pretty good. I think that could catch on.
And suddenly it's got really hazy, hasn't it? There's a sort of is that almost a smoggy cloud has started to envelop the ground a bit.
It is,
sense, but nothing to worry about, I don't think. But
I can't see any thunderstorms in the in the near future. And then Naseem Shah at the top of his run. The young seam bowler. In he comes to Duckett, who drives nicely, can't beat the fielder at mid-off, and there is no run. It's a huge amount of expectation on young Naseem Shah. Watched him take a hat-trick here in 2019 against Sri Lanka. Very, very impressive performance there. On a surface that, has to be said, wasn't quite as dead as this. This is a, dare I say the word, road?
Yeah, you can say that. I mean, I wonder whether there will be reverse swing later on. As Waka was saying, that's about the only thing that to give hope to the pace bowlers at the moment.
Shah in again. Ball's driven nicely by Duckett, who holds the pose as Babar collects at mid-off, and there is no run. 61 for no loss. Yeah, it's just very little encouragement, really. Even Mohammad Rizwan, who's sort of always got a lot to say, very encouraging, very high energy, even he's sort of been silenced by this performance from England so far. I mean, we did expect it to be batting friendly, but I don't think anybody in their wildest dreams expected this.
Not the pace of scoring, no.
Here's Naseem Shine again from wide of the crease, straying onto the pads once more and flicked away nicely by Duckett towards the mid-wicket boundary, and the ball will win the race. 4 more as Barber exhales in frustration. 165 for no loss. There's trumpets going off from the Barmy Army over there. All the England fans who've made the trip here to Rawalpindi, well, they're having a lovely time.
It's a great shot there. I mean, it wasn't really a race, was it? Because he hit that so sweetly. They've left the fielder out there now.
More a token effort to retrieve the ball, really. 65 for no loss after 24.4 overs. Here's Naseem Shine to Duckett. It's outside off this time, and Duckett just riding the bounce and guiding the ball to deep backward point. The batters take another single.
Just to upset Andy, it seems to me that by happen chance, Duckett is dominating the strike now, which just slightly reduces the chances, well, significantly reduces the chances of Crawley getting there.
Yeah, this will be the 9th ball Crawley's faced in the last 5 overs.
Yeah. But he doesn't want, I mean, I trust he's not worrying about that. But it's only people like Zaltzman who are worrying about it. Or revelling in it, perhaps I should say.
Here's Naseem Shah again. That's driven beautifully, but again, can't beat the diving fielder at mid-off. It's Imam Haq there under the big wide-brimmed sun hat. And there is no run. They continue to go at 6s at the moment. To the bowlers for Pakistan. Naseem Shah going at exactly a runner ball from his 6. Haris Rauf going for exactly a runner ball from his 6. England pressing on, 166 for no loss after 25 overs with just under 10 minutes to go before lunch.
I like the sight screen here because in the modern world, the sight screen is a great advertising spot.
Yeah.
And you have these electric sight screens, don't you, that go from white to some sort of advert. And they nearly always go wrong.
Yeah.
But here, I think I'm right in saying at this end, there's a lovely white sort of tarpaulin that they take down and put up again.
Yeah.
So there's less likely to be, when there's the outage, it doesn't matter.
Indeed. It's Haris Rauf to continue. Quick and full from him as Duckett drives to mid-off. Barber picks up and there is no run. Yeah, it's a beautiful ground here in Rawalpindi. Lots of seats and...
It's good for Test cricket, isn't it? Because it's a fairly big stadium, but it's not massive. It looks quite comfortable too. All those seats square of the wicket, they're quite well spread out, and it looks like, you know, you could easily pass the day comfortably sitting there for a Test match where it's not absolutely jam-packed, but there's an atmosphere now. There's a good crowd in.
PCB have done well. They've made the ticket prices very affordable, trying to get in a best possible crowd. As in comes Haris Rauf again, straying down the leg side, and Duckett got a bit of bat to it. Rizwan got a bit of glove to it to prevent anything more being scored. 166 for no loss, the score remains. Yeah, the chairs, Vic, they're sort of padded, and they've got like a covering on each of them as well. They're
like
sort
the
of
ones
chairs.
we're on.
A bit like the ones we're on. They're kind of chairs you find in banqueting halls and wedding halls and things like that. And they've brought in specifically for Test matches, because I think for domestic games they don't have chairs. They have the sort of concrete blocks for people to sit on.
Yeah.
They've made a strong effort to put their best foot forward.
Well, it looks great, actually.
Here's Haris again. Length ball outside off, and Duckett once more just comfortably riding the bounce out to deep extra cover for a single. 167 for no loss. It's England pressing on. And as you say, Victor, I mean, it's not the biggest of grounds. It's 15 to 18,000 capacity, depending on how they configure it. It retains a lot of atmosphere. It's had some quite unique moments as well, historically. Rahul Dravid, the highest run scorer at this ground, way back in 2004. He scored 270 against Pakistan, and that was India's highest total at this ground as well, 600. They were all out for. Another back of a length ball's worked to mid-wicket for no run.
And Mark Taylor got his triple century here, is that right?
He wasn't at this ground. Mark Taylor got his triple century.
Oh, it's the other ground. Okay, this city. Right. Right. So yes, it's probably not on the top 10 favourites list for bowlers at the moment, as far as we can make out. No.
pretty much since the South Africa series in 2019, they've opted to prepare it in this way.
Mm-hmm.
And well, Haris Rauf is back in again. This is short. Even for Crawley's height, that was considered quite short. It's been signalled a wide by the umpire. Just had the confirmation from Andy Zaltzman that score, that 100 you were talking about, that 334, was in Peshawar.
Was it?
Yeah, just a couple of hours up the road.
Oh, right.
It was a glorious innings, though. And that was some pace as well, I think. Ended up with a strike rate of close to 60, if I remember it.
60? That's very...
I mean, by the standards of this modern England side, but yeah, absolutely. I'm thinking about the great old days of Test cricket. This administration. This is short and slapped by... Oh! Crawley was up in the air for a moment. It looked like there might be a chance for the fielder at mid-wicket.
I'm not sure, but he dived to his right. We'll have to have another look, but didn't quite get hold of that one, did he? But it's gone for 4.
Yeah, all he had to do was beat the fielder, Muhammad Ali, at mid-wicket, who's now being told off by his captain for being slightly out of position. That's the closest thing to a chance. He didn't quite time it. It did ping off the bat, but he nearly picked out the fielder at mid-wicket, who dove, and it was aerial. And if it was 2 yards to his right-hand side, Pakistan might have had a chance. As it happens, they weren't, so Crawley moves on.
It's the nearest to a wicket we've had, apart from the odd LBW shot.
Yeah. Well, Crawley on to 90 now from 77 deliveries. Still a few minutes to go before lunch, as he got a few more shots in him. Here's Haris Rauf. This is short outside off, and Crawley makes a late decision to let that ball go. And it's a dot ball, 172 for no loss after 26 overs, England. And I suspect we'll get 1, maybe 2 overs in before lunch. Andy Zaltzman.
The data is not entirely complete for all of Test cricket, but this is the most recorded runs in the opening session of a Test match in the CricViz database. So England currently 172 for naught. Previously, India against Afghanistan, back in that game when Dhawan made a century before lunch, were 158 for naught at lunch. India 151 for naught at lunch against Sri Lanka in 2008. And Bangladesh against England in Mirpur were 139 for 3. So it's way out in front of those where we have the information.
Here's Naseem Shah now, angling the ball in from wide of the crease to Duckett, who guides the ball to short mid-wicket, and there is no run. And sort of had a Marnus Lambishin-esque no run there from Ben Duckett. They're kind of running out of ideas at the moment, Pakistan, how to stop this England train. Try to...
They've got their quickest bowlers on. I mean, Naseem Shah, suddenly, I suppose, is, in one sense, the senior bowler here, isn't he?
Not even 20 years of age yet. And comfortably, of this bowling attack, he's taken 90% of the wickets in Test cricket as the next ball's pushed to mid-off for no run. Just a couple of quiet overs here for Pakistan might do the trick, but I mean, they're going to look a forlorn bunch going into lunch, even if they were able to get a maiden in here.
It'll be interesting, won't it, when it comes round to watch Anderson on here. I mean, he won't get prodigious movement from what we've seen, but whether he will impose a bit of pressure in using all his vast experience and accuracy, we'll see.
Here's Naseem Shah again. Good length outside off, but nicely guided by Duckett. And down to Muhammad Ali, who can't get away from the action at the moment. They're a deep backward square. Single to the score, and Crawley's back on strike. This is what we wanted.
In the meantime, Stuart Broad very wisely is bouncing his newborn child on his knee, thinking, paternity has something to recommend it.
That's stat first. The highest team scores before lunch. The data only goes back to 2006. But
okay,
I'd be surprised.
I was going to ask you about Victor Trumper in 1902, actually.
Here's Naseem Shah into Crawley, who drives quite nicely but can't beat the diving fielder. Extra cover. They're running through for a quick single, and they're going to make it quite comfortably in the end. Well,
but I doubt it exceeds this. I don't suppose Trumper's partner was going that quickly.
Yeah. I think some fans will be disappointed with that single. They might have wanted Crawley to hold on to the strike and try and play some shots to get to that ton. We expect this to be the last over. They don't think they'll be able to start another one before lunch. And a reminder, we're going to hear from Wasim Akram, who was in conversation with Eddie Oldroyd over the lunch break. expect the players to come back at 7:40 for the second session. These England openers have earned quite the lunch. Here's Naseem Shah from wide of the crease, and Duckett watchfully in defence. All the way behind that, pushes to mid-off, and there's no run.
I mean, if England don't score another run, 174 for no wicket, first day of a test match. That's the sort of score you think, well, they've done well, and you think it must be tea time.
Absolutely.
But it will be lunchtime, the 40-minute break.
The Old Trafford test of 1902, Australia were 173 for 1.
At lunch?
At lunch on
So
day
it's been
one.
beaten.
Well,
there we go.
How did you find that out?
Andy Zaltzman. Right, this could be the last ball before lunch. Here's Naseem Shah into Ben Duckett, who works that ball just wide of the fielder at mid-wicket. They don't take the single. Big call of no, and that will be that. Will the umpire knock over the bills? We'll find out momentarily. And yeah, very slowly, umpire Ehsan Raza opts to knock the bills off, and the players will go off for lunch. And what a remarkable session of batting we've seen from England. Okay, it's been a very, very flat surface, not much in it for the bowlers at all, but England have batted absolutely brilliantly, almost chanceless from Crawley and Duckett, who finish on 91 and 77 not out respectively. England 174 for no loss from the 27 overs in that opening session. No wickets for Pakistan, and an extraordinary run rate of 6.44 from England. And this is just, what a session we've seen, Vic.
I mean, it is remarkable. It is, as you say, extremely flat. It's not encouraging for any sort of bowler. However, I mean, 14 off the first over just to set the pattern. And they played in exactly the way that the regime want them to play. It wasn't a whole range of exotic, eccentric, gung-ho strokes. They did take some risk against the spinners, but the only risk for old people like me. I mean, for them it was just standard, i.e. with a few reverse sweeps and laps off the spinner from seemingly straight balls. No, that's how they play. But otherwise, they've just watched the ball. They've found a surface where the ball comes on beautifully, especially the new ball was even speeding away slightly more. I think it'll get slightly more difficult, the ball gets softer. But they've timed the ball beautifully. They've not barely missed a ball all morning. And if it's been up there, they've driven beautifully. Duckett back in the team has timed the ball right from the word go. I suppose Crawley's only false shot, or two false shots. One was to get off the mark, an outside edge that didn't look anywhere near like carrying to the slip cord, but sped away from third man before. And then just before lunch, a pull shot. He's played some terrific pull shots. This one he didn't quite get hold of, and it was in the air for a while, but just out of reach of Muhammad Ali. Other than that, barely a blemish. And Duckett likewise. I mean, Duckett has been pedestrian by comparison. He's got 77 off 85. It is a remarkable session. It's going to be, I still think, even though we've only had one session, it's going to be hard work for someone to win this game.
Yeah.
But if England can pile up a massive score quickly, which will be their goal, they've got plenty of attacking batsmen still to come in this slightly bizarre lineup. Then there may be a bit of pressure applied. We haven't seen the batsman under pressure, but we have not seen a maiden in the session, which is quite unusual, even in the 2020s in Test cricket.
Yeah, it's been quite remarkable. Vic Marks there, former England international, sharing his thoughts on what we've seen. A remarkable first session. Just before we started the day's play, they were testing some of the equipment here, and they sort of put up a mock scorecard of the game, and they had Pakistan at 734 for 2. Maybe they just got the teams wrong. Andy Zaltzman, please run us through some of the records this partnership of Crawley and Duckett have achieved this morning.
Well, we should say also that that Pakistan score of what is 700 odd, that was in reply to England's 1003 for 6 on the mocked up scorecard, so they might have known something. Having slight internet issues at the moment, but from Crawley's half century, 38 balls, the third fastest by an England opener. He set the joint fastest in his previous test innings against South Africa at the Oval. That was a sort of low fourth innings chase, but it's England's fastest in the first innings of a test. Ben Stokes had a 36 ball 50 opening against West Indies when England were pushing for a quick declaration. That was in the second innings of one of those games in 2020, and I think it's in the top 10 fastest half centuries by an opener in the opening innings of a test match. England's 100 in 13.4 overs, the second fastest 100 opening stand in the history of Test cricket, and again the fastest in the opening innings of a Test. Their score after 27 overs, if my internet will let me say 174 for naught. The second fastest score after 27 overs, beaten only by West Indies in Australia in 1975-76 when they had 8 ball overs. So if you count the number of balls at this stage of an innings, that's in the open innings of a Test. No one has ever started a Test match this fast, and the bowling figures are frankly horrific for Pakistan.
They really are. And, well, maybe they can do with a bit of inspiration with England at 174 for no loss at the end of the first session.
You're listening to Test Match Special. A very good morning to you. It's coverage of the first Test match of Pakistan against England from Rawalpindi. This is Adam Mountford in the Test Match Special studio. Unfortunately, we have a slight technical problem getting us to the line, but it's lunch, and what a remarkable session we've seen in Rawalpindi. If you've just tuned in, England 174 without loss. Yes, you're not dreaming. England 174 without loss. That's after they won the toss and decided to bat. Zach Crawley 91 not out, 79 balls, 17 fours, and Ben Duckett 77 not out on his return to the England side. Remember, a lot of talk about cricket can be attritional in Pakistan. Sometimes scoring runs can be a bit tricky on the first morning of Test matches. Well, not for England. A remarkable effort. In fact, after 20 overs, they'd score more runs than Pakistan had done so in their 20 overs in the T20 World Cup final of a couple of weeks ago. That gives you an idea of this remarkable run of scoring from England. We haven't got full records for how many runs are scored before lunch in Test match history, but some talk this could be one of the highest, if not the highest, number of runs ever scored in the first session of a Test match. Remarkable. We've heard about the positive New England Bazball. Of course, the phrase has been used well. It's been a remarkable start today. Crawley 91, Duckett 77, England 174 without loss. Just give you some of the bowling figures for Pakistan. Not good reading if you're a Pakistan fan, I can tell you. Very disappointing from that particular lineup. Nazim Shah, 7 overs for 38. Muhammad Ali, 6 overs for 31. Haris Rav, 7 overs for 42. Zaid Mahmood, 5 overs for 40, and Aga Salman, the part-timer, 2 overs for 14 runs. If you have just tuned in, just to give you some news, you might be thinking, well, was this Test match going to go ahead? There was all that talk, of course, about illness in the camp. Well, it has done. The one change for England from the team that was announced yesterday, Ben Folkestone unwell, so Ollie Pope will keep wicket. And we can return, I'm pleased to say, to the ground, the Pindi Stadium, for the second session of play. England resuming on 174 without loss.
Thank you very much, Adam. Play has just got underway. We've had the first ball after the lunch break, and it's been driven by Zach Crawley for 2 runs to take him to 93, and England to 176 for no wicket. And obviously we're focusing on Zach Crawley and the possibility of 100 here, but also the possibility of the fastest 100 in Test cricket by an England opener. The current record is held by Graham Gooch as Zaid Mahmood bowls. He's changed ends, and Crawley guides him away to the left of cover, out towards the boundary for a single. Pakistan have a sweeper out there. The ball is returned to wicketkeeper Mohammad Rizwan. Pakistan had their huddle after lunch. Goodness knows what they said in it. What a morning for them. I mean, astonishing morning for England, but you also got to look at the other side of the coin as well, what it must be like for those Pakistan fielders and bowlers. It's a very inexperienced Pakistan bowling lineup, only 15 Test caps between them. Zaid Mahmood is on debut, and he's bowling his leg breaks now to Duckett, who swept him before lunch, but this time Duckett is forward to a ball that's full in length. It's played back to the bowler, and there's no run. So England 177 for no wicket. Crawley's 94 off 81 balls, so he's got an excellent chance of beating Graham's record. And here is Mahmood going into bowl to Duckett, who turns that away forward a square on the onside for another single, and England move to 178 for no wicket. And Duckett, who's got his highest Test score, is on to 78. The weather is hazy, a little bit of cloud above, just occasionally obscuring the sun. The crowd is reasonable. It's not a full house, not by any means, but it has built up a lot since the start of play. And here is Mahmood going into bowl to Crawley, who drives through extra cover. He'll only be for a single. Again, the sweeper on the deep cover boundary runs round and in a bit and picks up and sends in the return to the bowler. And they're through for another single. So Crawley was getting them in fours before lunch. Perhaps now he's going to get them in singles. He's 95 not out. Duckett on strike. Slip in for Mahmood, who goes in now and bowls to Duckett, who turns that one forward a square into the onside. And just picking the runs off here in this first over after lunch, nudging the ball around and scoring freely again. Mahmood on his test debut has gone 6 overs for 46, and England are 180 for no wicket, and we've only had 28 overs of this test match. We are just switching on for the first time. People who've been with us for a while now will probably got over the shock of England's free scoring this morning. I mean, even by Brendan McCullum era standards, it has been remarkable. And Vic Marks is alongside a man who's well acquainted with scoring runs in Pakistan, but not as quickly. Not at this pace, no.
Well, at 174 for no wicket at the interval, and if the interval had been tea, you would think England are going along quite nicely, quite quickly, but it was lunchtime. And Zahid Mahmood, he hasn't bowled that badly, but he's gone for practically 8 and over.
It's going to be Naseem Shah, the most economical of Pakistan's bowlers. He can bowl round the wicket to Duckett, his first over after lunch. It's turned away towards mid-wicket and there's no run. I mean, it's not to say that Naseem has been economical, but he's been the most economical. He's the only bowler to get under 6. 7.1 overs, no wicket for 38. I see Australia. It's been a tough day for bowlers actually today. I see Australia have declared on 598 for 4 against West Indies in Perth. Double 100 for Steve Smith and a double 100 for Marnus Labuschagne. Not many wickets around today. Shah bowls, turned away by Duckett, backward a square. Element of thick inside edge on that shot. I think he was looking to play that in front of square, got it behind square. Pakistan had 2 fielders on the boundary behind square on the onside, and the squarer of them was able to pick it up and send in the return, and Duckett gets a single. He goes to 80 and England to 181 for no wicket.
I mean, I'm guessing the ball's bouncing a little bit more in Perth than it is here. It is very docile. It's a very nice batting track we're witnessing, but nonetheless, the pace with which England have gone, they haven't been ridiculously reckless. They've played their shots beautifully. There's been a few exotic reverse sweeps from Duckett, let's say, but nothing really unorthodox. They just timed the ball beautifully, both of them.
Shah bowls to Crawley. That one just stays down a bit, but Crawley gets it away. Backward square on the offside. It's going down towards the boundary, and that's gone away for 4. And it takes Crawley to 99, and he's got there in 83 balls. So there's every chance that he is going to beat Graham Gooch's record. The fastest 100 by an England opener. It came in that test match against India at Lords, when he made a triple 100 in the first innings, then he made 100 in the second innings.
I saw that one actually. I saw that one as well.
Incredible run feet from Graham Gooch.
I mean, it is a sublime batting conditions. That last boundary, I mean, he didn't middle it. It came off the bottom of the bat.
Yeah, it stayed low.
Quick.
Right, Crawley on 99. Naseem Shah goes in to bowl to him. And Crawley struck on the pads. A big shout for LBW, and he's given out. He's been given out on 99. Pakistan think they've got their breakthrough. He's going to review it, I think. He's had a chat with Duckett. It did look a bit leg sideish, but it's quite full. It looked straight. And the umpire raised the finger very slowly, Hassan Raza. And have Pakistan got their first wicket?
That's right. It looked like a sort of gifty delivery, full in length.
Players review for
round about middle and leg.
I've checked the front foot. It's a fair delivery.
This is Murray Erasmus.
Original decision is out. Can we start with spin vision front on, please?
We don't bet on these things, but it's got an umpire's call out to me.
Yes, it feels
very full in length. It hit him. It was nowhere near going over the top. It hit him hard on that front pad. The ball did go on to the leg side a fraction, which gives the possibility that it was going down leg side.
He played it as if it was going down leg side.
But he does cover his stumps.
They're just waiting quite a long time to get the
machinery. They haven't had to do it. This is the first review of the match. Is it? Yes, I think it is.
Right, here we go. We're just seeing the front on now. This will give us obviously a very good indication. It won't tell us everything.
Okay, close to the bat. Can I have ultra edge, please?
I don't think he's hit it, but they're going to check it out.
It's leg side-ish, but is it going to be outside the leg stump or inside it?
I think it's going to be an orange.
Flat line when the ball goes past the bat. Ball tracking when ready, please.
This is the big moment for Zak Crawley. It's missing. It's missing.
Some impact is in line and it's missing the stumps. I will advise you to change your decision to not out. You are on screen now.
Well, another extraordinary moment in an extraordinary day.
Well, it's the nearest Pakistan have come to taking a wicket. It was close, but it came up not touching that leg stump. It only had to touch it, according to the tracker, but it didn't, and Crawley is still there, 99. I can't really describe it as the nervous 90s until this last minute or so, because up until then, he's just been cruising towards three figures. Here we go.
Naseem Shah to Zak Crawley. Crawley on 99. Naseem bowls to him. Straight delivery. Played up towards that short mid-on fielder who did not pick it up. Completely missed it. And for a moment, Crawley thought there's a single in this, but the mid-on fielder came round and covered behind him.
I think for the first time, he's starting to look a little bit nervous. He wanted to scamper a single there. There wasn't one there.
Now, you can understand why he was looking for it, though. He didn't come too far down the pitch or anything like that. He just thought, oh, hold on, there might be one there, because it wasn't picked up cleanly. Well, it wasn't picked up at all at mid-on, short mid-on. He was standing almost in front of Duckett. Naseem bowls to Crawley, and Crawley drives. There it is, through the offside for 4. Out towards the deep backward point boundary, and what a triumph for Zak Crawley. It's been a thin year for him in terms of major scores. He's had his struggles, but he's come out in this test match and played sublimely. A wonderful innings. 100 just after lunch, the fastest 100 by an England opener in test match cricket. Well, there have been some downs for Zak Crawley there this year, but this has been a major up. Absolutely astonishing, really. 86 ball 100, and England are 189 for no wicket.
Well, there's been some wonderful stroke play. I think about 18, 19 boundaries. 19, that's quite a lot. He's timed the ball beautifully right from the word go. He had barely a false stroke. Nasty moment on 99, but in between, his timing's been impeccable. It hasn't been reckless, but it's been free-flowing. And where are we now? What over are we in? The 30th over.
Here's Mahmood going into bowl to Duckett, and Duckett turns that away forward a square for another single. He's been dealing in singles since lunch, takes him to 81, so he's the sort of next one to keep an eye on, because he's got a chance for his first test 100 here.
I don't think he can beat Graham Gooch unless he hits his next 4 balls for 6. He could equal him.
Yeah, he's got 81 from 91 balls. So Mahmood, the leg spinner, with a slip and a leg slip, goes in, bowls to Crawley, who's back into his stumps, guiding it away towards deep cover.
There's so many gaps, you see, it's hard to bowl on here.
One more run to the total, 191 for no wicket.
He's had to put the field back, and there's gaps on the offside, on the leg side, and they're just picking him off. It's quite a chastening start for a debutant, albeit a very old debutant.
Yeah. He's 34, and they didn't pick Abrar, who's had a very good domestic season and taken lots of wickets on this surface, or on this ground anyway. A reverse sweep from Duckett, and he's hit that really cleanly in front of square. The fielder's at deep backward point, runs round, doesn't stop it, probably should have done. It's a laboured piece of fielding.
It was a cross between a sweep and a hit. That it was in front of square. He hit that.
That's Muhammad Ali, the big fast bowler, who had to run round to try to stop that.
He was out for the count there briefly, but he got up again.
I knew someone was going to do that eventually.
I'm sorry.
But again, really well struck by Duckett. He set himself for the reverse sweep, hit it well in front of square. We saw him sweep and reverse sweep superbly in that T20 series. He's on 85. He's 195 for no wicket. Mahmood goes in. Duckett goes back and nudges it with an open face back of square on the offside. The big man has to run round again, Muhammad Ali, and fire in the return, but not before Duckett comes back for 2. So he's had to go to his left, charging to his left, and then he's had to come in a bit and run round to his right in successive balls. Duckett moves to 87, and England in the 30th over. So if you think of 30 overs, is a session, isn't it? That's what you're supposed to bowl in a session. England 197 for no wicket. Mahmood bowls to Duckett, tossed up. Duckett drives towards mid-off, sliding save after a fashion by Naseem Shah. Keeps it to 1. Duckett was looking to hit that for 4. He hit it pretty cleanly too. But it was stopped to his right-hand side by Naseem. 198 for no wicket. And Duckett, just fancying the leg spinner here, moves to 88. Crawley on strike for now. Mahmood bowls. Crawley stands up and punches it down the ground. And it's almost as if they're having a net against the spinner. 199 for no wicket. Single off the last ball of the over. Crawley goes to 105. Duckett is on 88. And Mahmood has bowled 7 overs for 56. Well, this is what England were doing when they played the Lions, or that Lions match in Dubai. Everyone was disappearing.
The stats on Crawley's century: 86 balls with his 19th for his 3rd Test 100, 2nd against Pakistan. He's currently averaging, albeit from only 3 innings, over 200 against Pakistan, more than 10 times what he averages against all other Test teams combined. It's the fastest 100 by an England opener, as you said, and the joint 4th fastest by any England player. Johnny Bairstow had the 2nd fastest against New Zealand, 77 balls. Ben Stokes, 85 balls against New Zealand at Lords in 2015. Gilbert Jessop, 1902 at the Oval, 76 balls. And Crawley has tied Ian Botham's famous century at Old Trafford in 1981, which is 86 balls, 1 ball fewer than his Headingley century in the same series.
No one's beating Gilbert Jessop.
Of Gloucestershire.
Of Gloucestershire. It's remarkable. It was set way back when, wasn't it?
1902 again, was it? It all happened in 1902.
I think someone might beat it in this innings lower down the
well, that's fine.
Well, yeah.
There's the challenge, isn't it, in this era. You could see it going, that record. Here's Naseem Shah, bowls to Crawley, who drives through the offside. Pakistan have a man back now, where Crawley hit that boundary to reach his century. So it's only a single. And there is the 200 up for England. I can barely believe I'm saying it. 200 for no wicket. We've had 30.1 overs. And we've been playing for 15 minutes in the afternoon session on the first day of the first test of this series.
I mean, if this was a 50-over game, you were thinking, well, they might get 400 in. But it's not. It's a test match.
I presume their sights here on 600.
Oh, minimum, I think, the way they're going.
Naseem Shah bowls to Duckett. Duckett turns into the onside towards mid-wicket and there's no run. So how good is this pitch? People are saying, well, it's just a flat pitch. In fact, I've seen people saying that already. Oh, it's just a flat pitch. You know, anyone can score runs on this.
Well, it is a very conducive pitch for run scoring, no question. But I can promise you, players of old playing on here, they might be at this stage 99 for no wicket, but not 200 for no wicket.
Duckett on 88. There's a slip and a gully in for Naseem Shah, bowling round the wicket to the left-hander, and Duckett's right in behind a straight delivery, arrowing in on his middle stump. Back to the bowler, who picks up, and there's no run.
I mean, you can just imagine some of the people we've worked with or seen been alongside in commentary boxes, booking in for bed and breakfast, as they always used to say when they see a pitch like this. And they've been making damn sure they don't take too many risks, because you don't need to here, because it's so true. They wouldn't be scoring at this rate.
Naseem to Duckett. Duckett dabs into the offside. He was looking for a single there, but far too close to Imam coming in from cover, and there's no run.
The 200 partnership was the fastest 200 opening stand recorded in Test history.
Goodness me.
England brought up the 200, and it's the 3rd fewest balls taken, 181 legitimate balls, 30.1 overs, and the fastest in the opening innings of a test.
Fastest test double 100 opening partnership. Naseem to Duckett. Duckett finds half a gap on the offside, just to the right of mid-off as the fielder looks at it. Muhammad Ali. And they're through for another single.
I think we need a physio's couch for Mr. Zoltzman here. I mean, he's going to need a rest. He's going to be absolutely exhausted come tea time.
The harder he works, the fitter he gets, statistically.
Statistically, not physically.
201 for no wicket. And one aspect of the cricket we're going to see here, we think, in Pakistan, is we're not going to get full days because they like going early, so you do have to get on with it. Naseem bowls full to Crawley digs out that delivery, plays it to mid-on, and there's no run. Which is the end of Nassim's over. He's gone 9 overs for 49. It's 201 for no wicket, with Crawley on 106 and Duckett on 89.
I mean, the other observation I would make, which might be grouchy, is if they'd known that run scoring was going to seem to be so straightforward, they would have picked a slightly different. But England essentially have got 8 proper batsmen in their team, but they, like Babar, will be short of bowlers, and you need a lot of bowlers on a surface like this, and a lot of different sorts of bowlers to try and conjure a wicket from somewhere. So England have got a pretty threadbare bowling attack, although they've got
7 options.
Quite a few
8
options. 8? How do you get to 8?
No, sorry. I tell you why, because I was thinking Jennings was going to play earlier because of all the sickness, but because he's not playing, is he? Right, here's Mahmood to go in and bowl to Duckett. Reverse sweep. Duckett hits that pretty well, straight to Muhammad Ali at deep backward point. He'll be relieved about that. He doesn't have to chase after it this time. Duckett picked him out. Signal to Duckett. He goes to 90. Into the 90s for the first time in Test cricket. 90 from 99 balls.
England might have 7 options, but at least 3 of them are part-timers or semi-professionals.
Move to Crawley. Crawley flicks that away off the back foot. That shot we saw him play this morning to good effect, hitting 2 boundaries through mid-wicket, straight mid-wicket. This time he picked out the fielder, so there's no run.
I mean, the margin for error for Zahid Mahmood is not great.
He's also dropped the ball now. He's had to run back to the boundary to pick it up.
Yeah.
It's always a bit embarrassing. And he's running back to his mark. Umpire Wilson looks behind him to see where the bowler is. Why isn't he bowling? He's dropped the ball and it's gone behind him. Now he's back with it. Spins himself a catch and moves in to bowl to Crawley. Tossed up. Crawley whips him away into the onside, but straight to mid-wicket. And there is no run. No let-up from England. Taking on the bowling here. Singles all. Big shots. Not reckless strokes though. Mahmood pushes that one through. Crawley flicks it away into a gap on the onside. They're going to come back for 2 here. Muhammad Ali. He's got a lot of work to do on this.
Far in line.
He is, yeah. Runs in again. Sends in the return to Mohammad Rizwan. And another 2 to the total. Crawley moves to 108. And England to 204. For no wicket. The last time there was a Test match on this ground, there was a double 100 opening stand. In the last innings, Mahmood bowls. Now that's an interesting one. That's a leg break that's gone past the outside edge of Crawley's groping bat. That one's spun.
Yeah. Very good delivery. Just a conventional forward defensive. Turned quite sharply.
And it bounced a bit too.
Yeah.
A little bit anyway.
First time that's happened.
Well, that's what you want to see when you're 204 for no wicket. There's Mahmood tossing that one up. Crawley's forward, squeezing that out in defence into the onside. It's the end of the over. It's 204 for no wicket. Crawley has 108. Duckett has 90. And it's time for a change here, 20 minutes after lunch. I should just say, by the way, I'm referring to that Australia match. There is commentary on 5 Live Sports Extra in the lead-up to play here. So notably on the second day of this game tomorrow.
Well, there's a lot of runs around in Test cricket just at the minute. Who knows how many England are going to end up with today? It could all change. Perhaps we've just seen the first time we've seen any deviation of any significance with Zahid Mahmood finding some spin.
Atif is going to pick up the commentary.
Thank you, Simon. England firmly in control of this game. Only a couple of moments ready for Pakistan so far. In between this assault from England. Andy Zaltzman, you've got something for us.
It's England's highest opening stand against Pakistan, their first double 100 opening stand against this opposition. Their previous highest was Bob Barber and Jeff Puller in 1962, the Test match played in Dhaka.
Goodness, another record for this England team. Their first ever double 100 stand against Pakistan. Well, at least they're having a lovely time in Rawalpindi. That much we can say. Now then, Haris Rauf is going to come back into the attack with England 204 for no loss. Ben Duckett on 90 on strike. Here's Haris, has been pulled away quite nicely and bisecting the fielders in the deep. I mean, that is a remarkable placement. There's a fielder at fine leg, there's a fielder at deep backward square leg, and somehow Duckett's managed to bisect them both perfectly. Another boundary for him. He moves on to 94. England 208 for no loss.
Well, perfect timing as well. I mean, placement and timing. It sped to the boundary. No one moved, really.
This is remarkable.
I mean, it's a hard start for these Pakistani debutants. I mean, Mahmood's going at about 8 and over. Rauf about 7 and over.
Here he is again. This is Falls, been driven nicely right back to the bowler, who picks the ball up and sort of half throws it in anger, frustration. I mean, you feel that based on what you're saying, Vic. I mean, you make your debut. When you visualise your debut for your country, it's not really what you have in mind, is it?
Well, no. I mean, and they haven't bowled dreadfully. It's not as if they've had a complete nightmare, but anything offline, too full, they've hit for 4.
Been relentless of England. It's Haris Rauf in once again, back of a length ball, which Duckett just rides the bounce off and works out to deep extra cover for a single. He's on to 95. England 209 for no loss.
I mean, we are witnessing inflation here. I mean, and there's a lot of inflation about at the moment, I'm told.
Yes.
But this is, so you have, as this match progresses, you have to understand that 600 here is the old 400 or something like that. We're in that sort of territory.
Yeah, fair enough, yeah. So yeah,
well, even in the England dressing room, they were absolutely delighted, of course, but they will be thinking, how are we going to get those 20 wickets? It is going to be very hard work out here.
Do you think there's, I mean, with only a few overs into the second session, but do you think there's already discussions happening about, aggressive declarations?
No, not really, because you've got to get a lot of runs on in this match, because there'll be runs of plenty full stop. So you might as well get them when the going's good in the first innings.
Here's Haris Rauf again. That ball's clipped nicely, but only as far as mid-wicket, and fielder Imam Ul-Haq picks up. There is no run.
So, yeah, a lot of runs will be required to win this game, because it would be, you've got to assume that Pakistan will get quite a few runs on here as well. It is, apart from that one leg break that turned, it's doing absolutely nothing, no sign of reverse swing yet. So you need a lot of runs. You might as well get them when the going's good in the first innings.
Rauf in again. This ball's been driven back to mid-off, and there is no run. He's had a change of ends after lunch as Rauf, trying to find more rhythm from the pavilion end of the Rawalpindi Cricket Stadium. Still a little bit misty in the air, where the sun's poked its head out. Not as cold as it was this morning. Conditions are quite nice. Nice big crowd as well. Very sporting crowd, I have to say. It was a lovely reception that Crawley was given for his century. It was a remarkable innings. It's the kind of innings that sort of could break the most partisan of crowds, isn't it? Here's Rauf again. This time the ball's been driven beautifully.
They need
through
one there.
The covers.
He keeps hitting 4s there.
There's no sweeper out there. There's another boundary to Crawley. 213 for no loss. 33 overs gone. And, I mean, at this stage, you feel like a cover sweeper is not the worst idea.
Well, he hit Nazim Shah for 2 4s there to get to his 100. Then they actually gave him a man at just backward point. And that was actually quite a straight delivery, but he's seeing the ball so well.
Yeah.
He almost gave himself a little bit of room and opened the face. He's allowed to do that on here because it's so true. You can take the odd liberty, and he's seeing the ball so well. So he kind of leant back and got inside that, hit it square on the offside, and it raced away without apparent risk at all. It seemed a very straightforward shot. Just outside off stump, that delivery, but he just angled the bat and off he goes. There's 4 more. How many boundaries is that? 20 now. Is it 20? He's on 20 boundaries.
Yeah, it's been remarkable. And he had quite the expression on his face, and I'll tell you more about it in a second. As in comes Zaid Mahmood. Bit of flight. That ball holds maybe for a fraction in the surface as it worked out to deep extra cover by Duckett for a single. He's on to 96 now. England 214 for no loss. I mean,
it's not just me, but sorry,
please.
Not just me saying there won't be any sort of early declaration. It will also be the viewpoint of England's bowling attack.
Is Mahmood again. Nice bit of drift there from him. A bit fuller as well, but Crawley still able to comfortably drive. Doesn't beat the fielder at backward point, and there's no run. Crowd are just finding things to cheer about at the moment. They're just often it's just a bit of fielding, just a wave from a deep fielder. As that ball takes a thick outside edge, wasn't timed by Crawley, but it's trickling away towards the deep third boundary. Doesn't have much pace on it, but enough to cross the boundary sponge. As Zahid Mahmood has his hands on his hips. He's had a couple of near falls. I mean, I wouldn't say he was close to a wicket there, but an outside edge, sort of a false shot, sort of a positive sign as England march on. They're on 218 for no loss.
I mean, it was in the air. I mean, it went quite quickly, and it would be where a kind of gully fieldsman would have been. Nothing more than it was a bit of a moral victory, but it's still 4 more runs. He's looking a bit bemused by all this.
Here's Zahid again. This is full, just pushed to short extra cover for no run. He doesn't have a gully, but he's got a slip and a leg slip, making a very pleasing sort of shape around the batter.
He's sort of got that leg slip partly because Crawley just paddle swept him. He's almost there to stop him playing that shot.
Here's Mahmood again. A bit fuller and defended on the front foot. Back to the bowler for no run. And, well, Mohammad Rizwan like that. He just said, ye jaga, which means, this spot. Put it in that spot more often. So, progress, I suppose you could say. He's gone for 64 from 8.5. Here's Mahmood again. That ball just drifting in, Crawley waiting on it and slapping it out to a deep extra cover fielder. And they'll take another single as that throw comes in. Barber collects it ahead of the keeper and has a good look at the ball, just wipes it a little bit. A bit of the dust off it maybe. England 219 for no loss after 34 overs.
Well, you look at that, 9 overs, 0 for 65, and I bet he hasn't bowled dreadfully, so that's why he's looking bemused. I have one little bit of advice for him.
Yes.
Go and have a chat to Jack Leach. He's been through this, he's been through this in India, Rick Pant, and people really going after him. And to be fair to Jack Leach, essentially he's come out the other side, but it is perplexing. If you feel you bowled okay and you're going at about 8 and over.
It's unfair, isn't it, sometimes, this game? It's just unfair.
Oh, yeah. It's one of its joys and beauties.
Haris Rauf runs in hard, and that ball's been played nicely off the back foot by Zach Crawley out to deep extra cover. In fact, deep backward square cover, and they managed to get back for 2. There was a decent throw as well collected by the keeper, but a bit of urgency in the running, just as if they weren't executing well enough. They're actually running brilliantly as well. 221 for no loss. Andy Zaltzman.
Not only England's first double 100 opening stand against Pakistan, but it's now the second highest opening stand against Pakistan in Pakistan. They do have a way to go to match the highest, which was Dravid and Sehwag in Lahore 2006. They put on 410.
Well, yeah, it doesn't seem
well, they'll take at least till tea time.
It doesn't seem inconceivable, I must say. The score at 221 for no loss. Zach Crawley on 119 off 104 balls. Duckett 96 off 103 at the non-striker's end. Bit of frustration in the Pakistan camp. They're trying to make things happen, but slowly but surely those attacking fielders keep coming out. There's no slips in place now for Haris Rauf.
It's very rare to see that, isn't it? After 30 overs of a test match, no matter where you're playing.
Well, there's a fielder originally been sent out as a cover sweeper. He's been brought back into
I think they're going for the short ball theory. That's right. They're 3 men back and that's it. That's a wide, I think.
Well, it was a short ball from Haris. It was ducked underneath and Zach Crawley's a tall man, but that went over his head a long way. The umpires decided not to give it. No, it's just signalled 1 short ball for the over.
Yeah. Well, we've seen England do this. Ben Stokes in particular. Basically, with this field, they're going to bowl short just about every ball. I mean, given what's happened before, they might as well try something else. No slips, but there's a 3rd man fine for the uppercut and 3 men back on the leg side. And a deepish mid-wicket as well.
Here's Haris Rauf in another short ball. This has been dispatched high up in the air and on the bounce to the fielder at mid-wicket, who makes a great sliding stop. There's good contact there from Zach Crawley, but it's a big part of the ground out towards the Yasser Arafat enclosure here at the Rawalpindi Cricket Stadium. So a single to Zach Crawley, 222 for no loss. And Haris Rauf persevering with this short ball theory. He's got the pace to back it up as well, of course. One of Pakistan's battery of fast bowlers. Now, speaking of Pakistan's battery of fast bowlers, I've got one of the all-time greats, not just of Pakistani cricket, of all cricket, I'm going to say. The great Waqar Younis is going to be joining us shortly on commentary alongside me. Welcome.
Thank you. How are you, Atef?
I'm very well, Vicky Bhai. How are you?
Yeah, good. Good to see you here in Pakistan.
Always a pleasure. As Haris Rauf just pulls out of his run-up, heading into the bowling action.
You didn't bring much of a luck for Pakistan, eh?
No, it's sad. I can't bring luck for anybody, Waqar. I've got to be impartial. But it's been quite the display from England. I mean, you will have seen a bit of England this summer and how they performed. Have you been impressed by the way they batted today?
I mean, they have just changed the mode of the game. They just want to play aggressively, and of course they're gonna struggle at times. But if they get going like what they're doing right now, they'll put teams under serious pressure very early in the game. And like Pakistan now into the 35th over and 2-2 without loss. And Pakistan is out of this game, to be very honest. They probably be thinking when they're going to declare. I mean, only 35th over. So it is tough going. You know, depends on what score they want. They've got a long batting lineup. They've still got plenty good batsmen to come to bat.
Here's Haris again. This is short, just rushing Duckett slightly as he pulls the ball towards mid-wicket. There is no run.
And they're all going to play in the same fashion because the platform they were looking for has been more than set now. So they can just bat as long as they want, and they'll still have plenty of time to pick up those 20 wickets they're looking for. This is a very, very slow pitch, and it's going to get slower and lower. And all you need to do is just bowl nice and straight. And once Pakistan, they spend day and a bit in the field, they'll get really tired, not only just by being in the field, but seeing what happened to them.
This is short again. It's been pulled. It's running away towards the fine leg boundary. There's a sliding effort in the deep from Naseem Shah. It's not successful. 4 more runs to England, and that is Ben Duckett's century. He looks up to the skies. What a dream comeback for him into the England cricket test team. His 5th match, his first test century after 6 years out of the test side. He soaks in the applause of this crowd here in the Rawalpindi Cricket Stadium. And what a special performance on a comeback. I mean, it's a dream comeback, isn't it?
Yeah, unbelievable. I mean, the guy's been sitting out for this moment that's a long time, for 6 years, and he's proved that he can play on these sort of surfaces, a slow surface. When he came last time in September, playing T20 cricket, he played beautifully. I thought he should have been in the team.
Another short ball's been pulled out by Duckett. Out towards a deep backward square leg. There is a fielder, just a single to the score.
I was really surprised that he was not part of the World Cup squad, the way he was batting on these pitches. But they did announce the team beforehand, so they were not going to make any change. But yeah, he's been given the opportunity at this level in Test match cricket, and he's grabbing it with both hands. He's playing really, really well. He's not allowing any bowler to settle. Yes, Pakistani bowling lineup is very, very inexperienced, but you still got to put a good ball and a bad ball away, and both these batsmen have done it beautifully.
They've settled brilliantly into this partnership. And right now, there's only really been a couple of moments where Pakistan have threatened, but both opening batters on centuries. Tell us about that Ben Duckett century, Andy Zaltzman.
He's had 105 balls. That was his 14th 4. First Test century in his 5th match. Mentioned earlier on Zach Crawley's 100, which came from 86 balls, was the fastest by an England opener in Test. Duckett's is the 3rd fastest.
Outstanding performance. Here's Zaid Mahmood now. Switch hit from Duckett. It's gone up in the air. There's no fielder out in the deep. There's 2 fielders chasing after it. And a rare false shot again from England. Results in a couple of runs. 229.
I don't think it was a false shot. He aimed to hit more cover, because he knows there is a fielder there, the backward point fielder. He gets in a position very early, and then he can pick and choose where he wants to hit.
Here's Zaid Mahmood again. Bit of flight on this. This has been swept in the conventional manner this time. Picks out the empty space in the deep square leg region. 4 more runs for Duckett. This onslaught from England continues. 233 now for no loss. Now, Waqar, tell me this. You've certainly you've been a phenomenal bowler in your career, of course, but you must have come up on a pitch where you felt like you weren't getting much support, and up against batters who are in absurd form, as these two England batters are. And I'll complete my question after this delivery, as in comes Zahid Mahmood, swing and a miss from Duckett. All trickles to first slip, there is no run. I mean, what do you do? I mean, how do you break this kind of pattern of play as a bowler?
Look, I thought, early on, Pakistani bowlers should have learned quickly, which I don't think they did. They bowled too many easy deliveries to put away.
As here's Zahid Mahmood again. Another reverse sweep, but he misses. It's a big appeal for LBW. The umpire is unmoved. Now then, will Pakistan want to have a look at it? Waqar Younis is giving it out in our commentary box. They're going to have a chat. Mohammad Rizwan's on Zahid Mahmood's side. Babar needs to be convinced. He makes the T sign. They're going to be reviewing this. Waqar, what are you thinking?
Look, from the first look, I thought because he's a short guy, he's not very tall, he just sort of sat down and tried to sweep it. And that was pretty straight. The only thing that can save him is just maybe the ball going over the top.
Not out.
So we're hearing the voice of
the front on spin vision, please.
Murray Erasmus, the TV umpire. Let's take a little look at this. It's pitching in line, isn't it? And it does turn. And it strikes him and is just under his
ultra edge to confirm
armpit.
bat or no bat.
I'll wait for the ultra edge. He's not a very tall man, is Duckett. So even though he strikes him in his body.
Flat line, can roll it through until it hits the body.
We're just going to make sure there's no glove on it. No, no glove. No bat, no glove.
Keep going. Thank you. And ball tracking when ready, please.
If it does go on to be out, it won't be LBW, it'll be armpit before wicket. Let's have a look at it. Pitch is in line.
Pitching in line, impact is in line, Joel.
And that's hitting.
Hitting the stumps.
It's a wicket.
I advise you to change your decision to out.
I got a good eye, isn't it? A decent eye.
On screen now, signal please.
Waqar Younis, you were bang on the money. You gave it out straight away, and that is the breakthrough that Pakistan have been waiting for. The crowd is as noisy as it's been all day. The DJ's finally playing some music here as well at Rawalpindi. England's first partnership of this Test series finishes at 233. Ben Duckett's knock comes to an end on 107 off 110 deliveries. A quite remarkable innings, a fantastic comeback into the England side for him after 6 years. And he walks off knowing that he's done a fantastic job for his country, Waqar.
Look, such a productive shot when he plays that, when he gets it right. And yes, Pakistan picked up a wicket which they were badly looking for, but I think he deserves a big round of applause. And all these Englishmen, all English dressing room, they're up on their feet, they're just clapping for Duckett. He's played a superb knock. What a partnership between these two. The platform is being set, and I hope Pakistan can come and maybe just use this, get a wicket, get 2 or 3 wickets, and put some sort of show out there.
Vicky Bhai, I'm going to leave you in the very capable hands of Jonathan Agnew, but just before I go, please share some thoughts on how you think England will progress here. Will they try and continue this momentum? Will they take a moment and be introspective with their batting? What are your thoughts on how things go? And then Jonathan Agnew is going to join you.
I think they're going to just carry on the play they have been playing since the entire morning. They're going to be positive. They're going to keep putting Pakistan under pressure. If Pakistan can just sneak in another wicket or 2 maybe, and then things can change for Pakistan. They need Zach Crowley's wicket, I guess, because he's always been very dangerous when it comes to playing against Pakistan. He's got double 100 against Pakistan. He's on 120 of 106 deliveries. So things are really looking good for England, Jonathan.
They are, Waqar. Here's Pope's first ball. He's going to be a busy man in this Test match. He's keeping wicket as well in Folkes' absence. He plays the first ball to mid-wicket, and there's no run. I'm not going to say much about Joel Wilson, apart from that was hitting middle stump. And we know Joel from 2019 Ashes. Essentially, if he gives it not out, it's probably out, and vice versa. So anyway, that was hitting middle. There's another that creeps through low. Umpire Wilson says no. I seem to be scooting on towards the leg side from here. Pope's on the back foot. The Pakistanis are thinking about this. Do they review it? They've already taken 1 wicket in this over. The crowd are urging them on. You can hear them. And the conference continues. I think that seemed to be slipping down the leg side to me. But no, there we go. There's the signal. It's been given not out. at 233 for
Copy
one.
that, Joel.
So Murray Erasmus
Team
again.
umpire to director. We have a players review for LBW. Original decision not out. I've checked the front foot and it's a fair delivery. Can we have spin vision front on, please?
He's got a bit of a clattery microphone, Mr. Erasmus, but anyway, we're all watching here.
Did it spin? It did spin.
It did turn. It's round about that
Need
leg side.
umpires to check, please.
The wicketkeeper's confident.
I don't think it turned enough to sort of come back and hit the stumps. It might just clip the leg stump, but
ball tracking when ready.
Let's have a look at it. Stop the speculation. It pitched on.
Line. Impact is umpire's call.
So it's
the
wickets umpire's call. So skimming down the leg side as we thought from here.
Decision. I'll tell you when you're on screen. And you can signal now.
Not out. 233 for one. It did skid on though, didn't it? It just rushed him a bit.
It was a flipper.
Yeah.
And he bowls a really good flipper. And not only that ball sort of skids through quickly, but it also kept very, very low. And that's a worrying sign. It's only a first day. We saw earlier from Zahid that the ball spun also and bounced a little bit, the odd delivery. But this one was a quicker delivery. He wanted the ball to spin a little bit more. It was just clipping leg stump. I think it was a good decision by the umpire.
So Pope has yet to score. He's at the non-strikers end. Crawley, who's just played a magnificent innings here today. So fluent, commanding innings on 120. And he's waiting now as this is the off stump and flicked away out towards mid-wicket. As Ralph continues from the far end and there's no run. 233 for one has been an extraordinarily high scoring rate on a very flat pitch. You almost need sunglasses on to look at it from here. It's a white block, lifeless pitch.
It's not only the pitch we're playing on, it's the entire block. There's not much grass on it.
It's a glare,
it's
isn't
about,
it?
what, 5 pitches have got zero grass on it. And a lovely pitch to bat on. You just stand on the front foot and just keep batting.
Ralph again bowls and Crawley forward, plays that into the leg side. Ralph's got his hands on his head there because that came off a thick inside edge. A pick up 2 though, down to the fielder coming in off that deep backward square leg boundary. He's now got a healthy number of supporters behind him. It's taken people a lot of effort and a lot of time to get in here today because of the security, but there's a good number in here now waving Pakistani flags, chanting. Those away to our right in the Javed Akhtar enclosure. Famous name from the umpiring past. Got his own enclosure here. Don't look at me like that, Waka. 235
I'm not
for
saying
one.
anything.
In comes Ralph bowls, pushed away with a very straight bat and firmly out to wide mid-off, no run taken. And this throw comes skidding in. But it's a lovely atmosphere actually. This sort of early wintry day. It's a cool day. It's a light blue sky, misty. It's a sort of day where you spend much of it wearing a jumper, but if you're in the sun, okay, we'll take it off. It's 18, 19 degrees, or it feels that sort of thing anyway, but certainly chilly in the evenings. The foothills, the Himalayas behind us. Ralph again scuttles in, bowls, Crawley on the front foot, plays calmly along the ground to mid-on. And there's no run. And if you are just tuning in and wondering, well, this game's on. Yep, it is on. England managed to get 11 out. Not the entire team that they selected originally.
All they needed was just 2.
It would have been enough. Well, there was some panic yesterday. I don't think they knew what they were going to do. I mean, they talk about Marcus Trescothick and I don't know. I think some of it was in jest. But even so, they couldn't have got a team out yesterday.
No, I know.
Ralph again over the wicket. Oh, he's bowled him! And Crawley's fine innings comes to an end, and he looks behind him to see the off stump leaning back. And Ralph has broken through. It's his first Test wicket, and he's brought to an end. There's a really brilliant innings from Zach Crawley. He's had his issues over the last year or two, but none today. He's played absolutely magnificently there. He's just played slightly around a straight ball. Might just have flicked his pad a little. But it's a terrific innings.
Yeah, this will change the mode of Pakistani 11 players out there. They were looking for these 2 wickets. Both the openers are back in the heart. Zach Crawley played outstandingly well, 122 of 111 deliveries. What a brilliant knock he's played. But Harif Rauf suddenly getting his rhythm going. We're seeing Zahid Mahmood from the other end. He's just getting the feel of the ball now, although they're a little bit expensive, Arif Rauf, but he will take that. That's a massive wicket. So they need to just keep going and keep plugging those wickets if they want to just come back in this match. Both these batsmen at the crease now, they're new. Pope has only paced 2 deliveries. Root has just come in. So they'll probably feel good, Pakistan, now.
Yep, they've got 2 wickets in a couple of overs.
The figures for those 2 openers' innings. Duckett first 107 from 110 balls with 15 fours, his maiden Test 100. Zach Crawley's 3rd Test 100, 112 from 111 balls with 21 fours. Crawley's was the fastest by an England opener. Duckett's the 3rd fastest. And the opening stand of 233, England's highest against Pakistan and 8th highest opening stand of all time.
Now the close fielders are reappearing. They vanished fairly early this morning. There were 3 slips and a short leg first thing, and then they disappeared into run-saving positions. But now with Joe Root about to face his first ball, there's 2 slips and a gully, and Haris Rauf, urged on by the crowd, comes in and bowls a quick full ball, almost a Yorker, and Root jams his bat down just in time. The ball runs away to backward point, and that's an over that Haris Rauf will remember. His first Test wicket. They've come at a price, 1 for 61 from 10 overs, but that's been the nature of the day so far, which might very well now enter a completely different phase with 2 new batsmen and a chance for Pakistan to, well, not necessarily take control, but at least to get to just try and rein a bit back and put a bit back. It just sees a bit of initiative again.
Yeah, last time Pakistan played against Australia on this very ground, there was a bit more grass on it. Pitch was very slow then also. A touch more bounce in this pitch, and the new ball was easy to score against it, but once the ball get older in that game, it was not easy to score against it. And I think both these Pakistani bowlers, they got their tail up now.
So the leg spinner continues. A reverse sweep from Pope is off the mark. Right. We've seen that shot a lot today, and there's no one down there at 3rd man, and it makes it so difficult to set a field. It jumbles you up, it scrambles your mind as a bowler. Which side am I going to bowl? That was a perfectly executed reverse sweep. Not many Test cricketers back in the day got off the mark with a reverse sweep in a Test.
Not many, not at all. I can't remember anyone back in the 90s even, let alone 2000. And I don't think Zahid should mind that. He's a new batsman. He's definitely nervous. He's going to play, try to put him off guard and try to confuse him a bit.
Playing away, the ball dribbles away to mid-on. They've got a short leg now for Pope as well. Short leg and a slip.
Yeah, that was an excellent delivery to Zach Crawley. He was just pitched a beautiful length. I think it's the length which did him. And because he was reversing a touch and ball came in and hitting the off stump.
Now that again hits the pad. Go down the leg side. Calm down, Weka. Getting excitable now.
Come on. The entire morning was England's. I'm allowed to just get a little excited.
Well, that skimmed away. That would have missed the leg stump. But again, there's a little bit of turn now. There's a little spin for the wrist spinner. Who's suddenly thinking this is a bit of a different game in this session than it was before lunch. And he goes again and bowls. There's a reverse sweep again, and it's going to be 4 more. And now they will have to do something about this. They'll have to put a fielder out of position to stop Pope from playing that shot. He's just nudging it, deflecting it into absolutely the right place down there at 3rd man. And what are they going to do? Probably one of the short leg or something had to come out, or
maybe their mid-wicket fielder. I mean, ask him to play against the spin rather than playing with the spin, because this reverse sweep is kind of playing with the spin, and it's easier to hit that. He's moved that fielder more finer, and he's still got that mid-wicket fielder. I would move that mid-wicket fielder, ask him to play against it.
Now, the next one is short and played off the back foot quite firmly. A tumbling save there at cover. Denies a run, but there's been 2 boundaries in this over so far. It's just been a breathless cricket today. I mean, it really has. It's gone at such a rate. The scoring has been phenomenal. 14 came from the first over of the day.
Yep.
And it never looked back from that. The tempo was set. Tossed up now. Pope's down the pitch, driving that harder misfield. Horrible misfield at mid-on. Oh dear. That's the last thing that Pakistan want at this stage. Had just taken a couple of wickets, clawing their way back. And that was hit straight at the fielder.
It's not the first time we're seeing this. Muhammad Ali was playing his first test match. This is what, the third boundary gone through him, or he could have stopped. A little bit struggle for him. He's still nervous, I feel. Test match cricket is not easy. Yes, he's got a few wickets at the first class level, but playing on this sort of surface,
that was hit straight at
it
him.
is not. Yeah, that was.
It's hard. You're being kind, Bagas. That's hard. It's hard to find an excuse for that.
No.
So 3 boundaries from that over takes Pope for 12, 247 for 2. And so the run rate still 6.5 and over. I mean, it's sort of 50 overs cricket run rate. This is extraordinary.
It's better than that.
Now Ralph's going to continue, and he's going to bolt a root. 2 slips and a gully. In he comes from the far end. The fast bowler roots forward, plays a lovely looking defensive stroker, finds cover.
I think that's
there is no run.
That's right length. Just back of the length. Ask him to come forward and look for a drive, which he did to Crawley. Don't try to bowl Yorker, because the ball is not really spinning that much.
Poor old Muhammad Ali. They're showing the replay on the telly there. Doesn't get any better, does it?
No.
Straight through his legs. 247 for 2. And Ralph pauses for a moment. Root bat raised, waits now. Ralph on his way, comes in, bowls to him. He gets nicely into line. Plays the ball from short of the length out to extra cover. And there's no run. I'm not sure how many English families are here to watch their sons play or whatever it may be, but I know Joe Root's dad has made the trip. We're sitting somewhere off, looking on now, much more relaxed than when his son was captain, I suspect. But he's made it, so well done him. 247 for 2 in the 39th over. A low rumble of an aeroplane overhead. Root's backed away there. I think it's whether it was the noise or somebody moving. Oh, it's somebody moving up there with a big bucket of something. He's sitting down, not sure what that is. But he's taken up his position again. 247 for 2. Ralph runs in busily again. Root drives him, elegant stroke, but finds mid-off this time. And there's no run. 247 for 2.
Jonathan, what do you think of these screens nowadays? I mean, the massive screens.
Huge,
gone those days when we used to play at Lords or even at the Oval.
I always found Waqar facing you at the Vauxhall end from the Oval. If there only had been a side screen, it would have been. I'd have found it much more straightforward.
Yeah, Oval, I still remember.
Tearing in from there was no side screen at all.
Old dressing room, that small piece of white cloth, just moving right, left.
To see you in the distance, tearing in. Horrible sight. 247 for 2. In comes Ralph again, over the wicket. Bowls short of a length and Root a little crookedly this time. Plays a defensive stroke and Ralph stares at him as he looks back. Is this a reverse swing situation, do you think? I mean, the outfield looks green, but do you think it?
I think it is reversing a little bit, as we can see on the telly, that the shiny side was sort of away from the right-hander. So the ball just did a little bit, not much. It's not really doing that booming in-swingers or out-swingers, but it's just controlling it nicely. And Pakistan, I don't think they've bowled a maiden over yet. So this might be the one.
It's Ralph again, bowls, and Root drives straight, and Ralph seizes the ball. It's driven back. Have they bowled a maiden yet?
No, I don't think so.
No, the closer they came, Salman Agha's first over 5 dots than a 4. So
there's so many boundaries being hit.
It's been an extraordinary day so far. We're not even halfway through yet. Although we're approaching halfway.
39 boundaries.
Root happy to get off the mark here. 247 for 2. Again, somebody moving his friend again up there, I think, is taking his seat up now. The trouble is they see a big space. They think, well, that's a good view. And sit right behind the bowler's arm here. Ralph again bowls to Root, and that is the first maiden over of the day then, as Root plays the final ball to mid off. And it's 247 for 2, with 39 overs having been completed. Root smiling. He's faced 7 balls for his duck. And he's got power to add, of course. Pope, 8 balls for his 12. Wacker's away. Lovely to see him. So he's looking very smart, dressed for telly. Oh, what a bowler! I could have had 100 sight screens lined up at the Vauxhall end at the Oval, and it wouldn't have made any difference.
You could have had one in the middle of the pitch.
Actually, I'd liked a sight screen between him and me. But anyway, what a wonderful bowler. He'd always found a way, Wacker, of making the ball do something. So Zahid will continue. He's bowling to Pope, and well, that man has gone still back a bit for the reverse sweep there as he goes away. Bowles tossing this up, but Pope is forward, stroking the ball out to cover, and there's no run. Muhammad Ali strikes as being someone in the field that you need to sort of hide, frankly. He's in quite a key position here at mid-on. I'm not quite sure where you'd put him. Maybe out deep square leg, something like that. It's turned away in that direction, actually. Fielder rushes in. Throws the ball back in. And now we'll see if Joe Root can get off the mark. By today's standards, to have played back 7 balls without scoring is unprecedented. Mohammed's loosening up. He might be coming on to bowl in a minute. As Root looks around, he checks his guard. The man comes up, tempting Root to play a reverse sweep. It's been widely played so far. Side moves him, tossing that right up, and Root is forward, stroking the ball beautifully into the covers, but more or less straight to the fielder. And again, there's no run. He described that virus that was going around as having been in the gym for 5 hours. It absolutely wore him out. But he looks all right today, though. Zahid bowls, and again just leans forward, ball rolls away back up the pitch. Zahid grabs it, wipes his brow, rubs some sweat into the ball. He's still not allowed to apply any saliva to a ball. And he bounces in again, bowls to Root, shorter this time. But Root still can't find the gap. That's played carefully to short extra cover again, who gets to work on the ball, rubbing it, polishing it, keeping one side very dry to try and encourage some reverse swing. 248 for 2. So he bowls, and there's one for Root to get away. Bit of a gift there, nudges it off his pads. He's off the mark, turning the ball away down to deep backward square leg. And so he's away, having faced 10 balls, 11 balls in fact. 249 for 2. They're going to take a drink, and Alex Hartley can give her thoughts on things, and then Simon will have plenty of opportunity to recap the day so far. Alex.
Well, England's still very much in control of this test match, but just with Pakistan getting those 2 quick wickets, it sort of just gives Pakistan just a little bit of time to regroup. They now can just slow things down a little bit, and we've seen that with Pope and Root at the crease. Yes, Pope's 13 off 10, Root's 1 off 11, so they can just try and slow things down, try and get a little bit more control. But as a bowling unit, once you get those 2 quick wickets and you've got 2 batters there on 0, it does give you a little bit of a boost. They'll have been flat at lunch, will Pakistan. They'll have all been probably sat in silence thinking, how did we end up in this situation?
I think you're right, yeah. Goodness me, it's 174 for no wicket. How did that happen? Anyway, they've got those 2 wickets, 249 for 2, and you just have to think they could get 1 or 2 more. The leg spinner starting to cause a bit of threat. Anyway, put a bit of doubt there. And Haris Rauf rushing in at the other end. So at the moment, Pakistan, they're not have a measure of control over the game. England are in control of the match, but you just feel another wicket or 2 might be around the corner. So something for England to overcome here as the players take drinks after 40 overs on a bright afternoon. There's a bit of a breeze. The flags, the 2 countries fluttering on top of the stand at the far end. Decent sized crowd in. Not full, but not bad, I think. Fair to say. I think they're buoyed by Pakistan's 2 quick wickets, and those wickets were Ben Duckett, LBW to Mahmood for 107. You could argue that wicket was sort of tossed away because he was LBW on the reverse sweep, but then of course that is a shot that gives him so many runs.
It's almost like his cover drive for 1, isn't it?
Yeah.
That reverse sweep, and he played it 3 or 4 or 5 times, and they had a deep point and was happy just to keep playing it and getting the one. And as we were talking about earlier, sometimes your strength can then become your weakness.
Yep, definitely. But so Duckett flourished from that shot, and then he ultimately perished from that shot as well. And Zach Crawley bowled by Haris Rauf for 122. So the stand of the first wicket was worth 233 inside 36 overs. And then Zach Crawley was out 2 runs later. So 2 quick wickets for Pakistan. England had 2 players in on naught, and Root has 1. And Pope has already hit 3 fours, 2 of them from reverse sweeps, and 1 of them drilled through Muhammad Ali at mid-on. Really should have been stopped. So it's been an intriguing day's cricket, full of interest, full of attacking cricket, and it's about to resume after the afternoon drinks break, which comes at 1:45 local time. Umpire Hassan Raz is not happy about something. I'm not quite sure what it is. We look ready to go. It might be that they're not back from the adverts on TV, but he's holding play up at the moment, just standing there waiting. Root's ready. I've got no idea why we're not playing at the moment. Can you think of something?
Well, what is being played on the TV is highlights. So I think they're just going through the 2 wickets that England have lost. And then I reckon they'll be ready.
Well, one of those sort of inexplicable delays in a cricket match. No, he stands away now. Nothing's changed in terms of the vision that Root has from that far end. And off we go. And it's going to be Ali who's into the attack now, the tall pace bowler, and Root immediately is back and working him backward a square on the offside for 4. He's not had a great day, Ali, so far on his debut. He's gone 0 for 41 from 6.1 overs, and that was a typical back foot Root cuff through backward point. 253 for 2.
It was. Sorry.
So to say Muhammad Ali so far has fielded like a butterfly and bowled like a bee.
I've ruined that one.
I
for
think
you
we've
as well.
sort of put a lid on those, haven't we? Vic tried something earlier. I know you're the comedian, Zalt. So okay, we'll let that one go for now. Right, here is Ali then bowling to Root, and Root is back, finding a gap to the right of backward point this time. So he's worked 1 to the left and now 1 to the right. This time only a single. There wasn't as much venom in that shot. Didn't quite pack a punch. 254 for 2, and Root moves on to 6. Pope is on 13.
It's funny because Aggers was talking about how he should probably field on the boundary somewhere at fine leg, but he prefers to be in the ring rather than out the ring.
Here is Muhammad Ali going into bowl to Pope. Pope turns that forward a square for runs here. 2, definitely, possibly 3. It might go for 4. 2 fielders after it. Now it's going to be picked up just inside the rope, and they jog back for 3 runs. So 3 to Pope, who's been busy so far. 16 not out from 11 balls. He'll be keeping wicket later. Joe Root there on 6, and it's 257 for 2. So to come for England next is Brooke, and then Stokes, and then 2 men playing their first test matches. Livingston and Jacks, and then Leach, Robinson and Anderson. England's 9, 10 and 11. 257 for 2. Not even reached the halfway point of the day in terms of overs bowled. Although we might have done in terms of overs bowled today with the light going later. But here's Muhammad Ali bowling to Root. Root opens the face, runs it away into the offside. It's picked up by Imam at backward point, and there's no run. It's quite sort of, when he runs in, Muhammad Ali, he's quite stiff-legged. He doesn't look sort of the most sort of supple of quick bowlers. He looks like, just from a distance, he looks like he's done a lot of work in the gym, for example.
Yeah, quite stiff upper body, and doesn't really have that free-flowing action. I was thinking before about how he opened the bowling and wants to take the shine off the ball, but was no threat at all for Pakistan. Could Haris Rauf has potentially opened the bowling for them?
Here is Ali going into bowl to Root. Root again plays into the offside, straight to backward point, and there's no run.
Because with your opening bowlers, you want them to be threatening, you want them to be challenging the outside edge, swinging the ball. Yes, there wasn't, the pitch hasn't offered that much, there was no swing, but you just feel feel with somebody just running in and bowling, 80 miles an hour, 78 miles an hour, just ambling in, what is his role in the team?
Well, he's had a good time of it in first-class cricket here this season. He's got his chance today. Goes in now and bowls to Root. Root flicks that away. It's a nice-looking shot. Beats the dive at backwards square leg. It's going out towards the boundary. Chase round is successful from Naseem Shah. She knocks it back inside the rope quite a long way with his left hand. And Root comes back for another 3. It doesn't, famous last words, but it doesn't look a great threat, does it, with Muhammad Ali bowling at the moment? Not on this pitch. 7 overs. 0 for 48. It's 260 for 2. Just to say that you can catch up on each day's play on the TMS podcast on BBC Sounds. You can also listen back to each day in full, or you can rewind the live action on BBC Sounds. So, for example, if you didn't want to get up at 5 o'clock to listen to it, you could actually listen as live, if you like, from 7 o'clock in the morning or whatever time you get up. You can just scroll it back to the start of the day's play. That's one option anyway. You did a No Balls podcast last night, didn't you?
Yes, it's live now. It is. We actually talked cricket for 25 minutes because I'm out here in Pakistan and there was a lot of news yesterday, and Kate Cross is out in the West Indies.
Right. Here is Mahmood bowling. Reverse sweep from Root this time is pretty well played. It's going down towards the boundary. It's very well played. He timed that to perfection, as it turned out. And that's the third time in this partnership that Mahmood has been reverse swept. He must be really frustrating for him. I mean, generally spinners hate being swept successfully. Don't mind if they miss them, of course. You got a wicket from a reverse sweep earlier, but that's 3 reverse sweeps, 2 by Pope, 1 by Root. They're all gone for 4, 264 for 2. Mahmood bowls. Root is right back playing that carefully. A leg break into the offside, and there's no run. So England's women are out in the West Indies, aren't they?
Yeah, their ODI series starts on Sunday.
And other cricket around the world. Australia against West Indies, that match in Perth. You can hear commentary on that from 2 o'clock tomorrow morning before we take over at 4:45. Mahmood bowls. Root drives towards mid-off. That's intercepted before it gets there. It wouldn't have been a run in any case. Naseem Shah was closing in. And of course, the Football World Cup continues. Every game of the World Cup in Qatar on BBC Radio 5 Live. So cricket in the morning and then football in the afternoon and evening. Here's Root sweeping, trying to dab it away. Gets it down fine. Doesn't go very far. Rizwan has to chase after it. And they get a single. Has he got some glove or bat on that? Yes, he has. According to umpire Joel Wilson. And Root moves to 14. It's 265 for 2. West Indies, what are they? 39 for no wicket. So they've made a decent enough start. Brathwaite and the young Chanderpaul playing his first Test match.
Yep.
Against the Australian attack as Pope goes back and dabs into the offside. There was a big appeal being prepared there by the bowler as Pope seemed to take that off his off stump. Anyway, he's got a bat in his hand and he used it. And he prevented it hitting his off stump, played it into the offside for a single. Pope to 17, Root 14. England 266 for 2. Mahmood bowls. Root goes down on one knee there and guides it down fine. This might go to the rope. He's not timed it perfectly. Fielder though chasing around. Yeah, we'll pick it up just inside in front of the dressing rooms at the far end. Sends in the return and Root comes back for 2. And Mahmood, well, he's on his Test debut. He's close to going for a gallon. 13 overs, 1 for 93.
You can almost, as a bowler in Test cricket, if you do go for 100, you want to have bowled a lot of overs. But he's only bowled the 13, and England have played him very well. I was saying earlier, in white ball cricket, you want to put a new player under pressure, and you want to, really make them think, and you want them, as an international player, you want them going home at night thinking, oh gosh, where did that all go wrong? And I guess England, the way they're playing their Test cricket at the minute is, why should that change in Test cricket? We want to put bowlers under the pump, especially players making their debut. Put them under pressure, make them question themselves and their game, because I suppose he's got 5 days of lying in bed at night, 5 evenings going, could I have bowled better?
Yeah. Well, he's got a bit of work to do. And so has Muhammad Ali as well, who begins a new over and bowls to Pope, who's in behind that, playing that carefully into the onside towards mid-wicket, and there's no run. The score is 268 for 2. England winning the toss and batting first. And there was some speculation. I mean, I think it's the first time Stokes has won the toss and batted since he's been the official England captain. I think he did in that Test match at Southampton, where he stood in when Joe Root was on paternity leave. But first time this year that he's won the toss and batted. But it looked, as they say, a no-brainer to bat first on this surface, which is brown and even looking. Muhammad Ali bowls, and there's a strange shot from Pope, who plays a low pull there but hits it for 4 through backward square leg, and the bowler stands in the middle of the pitch and says, how do you do that?
Try and summarise that one.
It didn't get up very much, did it? And Pope plays an extraordinary shot, really. It was almost a straight batted pull, wasn't it?
A shovel into the leg side. It was a great shot, really manipulating the fielder. Now that square leg fielder that was inside where a ring would be has now gone out onto the boundary. I mean, I think that's just following the ball, to be completely honest, there from Muhammad Ali. It wasn't a bad delivery, it was just a good shot.
You almost want him to be playing that shot in a way, because you think, well, if he misses it, I'm in LBW territory. Muhammad Ali bowls, and Pope comes down the pitch there using his feet and drives it up towards mid-off, and there's no run. It's 272 for 2. Pope has gone to 21 from 14 balls. Root's lagging behind a bit. He's 16 from 21. What sort of strike rate is that?
We'll just wait and see until he gets that reverse paddle out and he hits 1 for 6 and catches up.
Yeah, you wonder whether there's is there the pace in the pitch to play that shot?
No, I don't think there is, to be completely honest, unless you're playing it from a shorter, quicker delivery.
Yeah. Ali bowls to Pope, the slip and a gully in. Now Pope opens the face and runs it away towards backward point, and there is no run. I did see a tweet from, here, I got it up on my phone here, from Abdullah Ansari, who's involved in grassroots cricket in Pakistan, but he contrasted some of the pitches that were being played on in the Qaid-e-Azam Trophy, the first class tournament here, with the test pitch, and basically, and the scores were 210, 188, 269.
All out,
yeah, 384, 278, 185. Muhammad Ali bowls short ball, swatted away by Pope, straight to that man. They put back on the deep backward square leg boundary. Pope gets a single, takes him to 21. Contrasting those pitches with the one we've got today, and it's fair to say it's the one we've got today is a bit like some of the parks near me during the summer from the heat wave, and the one they played the first class matches on, a bit like the parks as they are now, i.e. very green. So they can do it, but so clearly there was a
tactical thing.
Yeah, to have a pitch like this. But 273 for 2. Muhammad Ali bowls. Not much bounce there as the Pope tries for a low cut. Root rather tries a low cut and misses it, and it not taken cleanly by Rizwan. The ball comes out of his gloves and nearly hits the helmet. But ultimately, it was a dot ball. 273 for 2 after 43 overs. Root has 16, Pope 22. These two looking to rebuild, so they've put on now 38 from 37 balls.
They had similar pitches, in February when Australia came over and played against Pakistan. They had pitches very similar to this, and they didn't offer anything. And having spoken to the Australia lads that came out, said actually the wickets were so good for runs, but there was nothing in it for the bowlers. We almost needed 10 days to get a result. Yeah. And you almost think this wicket's pretty similar to that. You know, it's flat, there's nothing in it. It's started to turn ever so slightly, but you can't see it deteriorating all that much.
Yeah, that's going to be the issue, isn't it? Whether there is going to be something for the spinners 4th and 5th day. But, you know, we've seen pitches not do that so much of late. So, anyway, let's see how the game progresses first. I mean, it's very easy to sort of call a draw early on. I was in that incredible game in Abu Dhabi on an England tour in inverted commas of Pakistan, where both teams made 500. It looked the biggest nailed-on draw ever. And then Pakistan fell in a heap, and then England were chasing 99 to win. As Mahmood bowls, and forward goes Pope, playing it back down the offside of the pitch, and there's no run. And they ended up something like 83 for 5. It was a draw, but so in a way, it did pan out as we thought it would. But England got so close to winning, and they were only thwarted by the light, actually. Here's Pope coming down the pitch, having a huge hack there at the leg spinner. He gets a thick inside edge on that, and it goes out towards deep backwards square leg, picked up by Ali, and they get another single. Pope was looking to hit that over mid-on, but he did not quite get to the pitch of the ball. That was lucky. Ollie Pope. A lot of intent, but certainly not out of the middle of the bat. Score goes to 274 for 2. And Pope is on to 23. Root on strike. Root goes back and guides that away into the offside, and Rizwan comes behind the stumps to pick up, and there's no run. But the point being that sometimes the back end of the game can move quite quickly. You can get much closer to a result than you think you're going to. But we were looking at Pakistan test matches yesterday, actually, and the preponderance of draws. As Mahmood bowls to Root. Root comes down the pitch, nudges into the onside for a single to the right of a mid-wicket, 275 for 2. And Pakistan does have the highest percentage number of draws in Test cricket. 48% of games here have ended in draws, and then the next highest is India with 40%.
Yeah, that percentage has come down in recent decades, but still over recent years it has been higher, over 30% than other countries.
Mahmood bowls. Pope goes back and just about again keeps that out of his stumps, playing that way into the offside towards backward point. And there's no run. It feels like high-risk cricket.
Just when Crawley and Duckett were at the crease, they were scoring at 6-7 runs and over, and it was all quite calm. The last few minutes,
frenetic.
It's been, a bit frantic.
Mahmood to Pope. Pope's right forward there, nudging that in defence towards a short leg fielder. And there's no run. It's the end of the over. We've had 44 today, and England are remarkably 275 for 2, with Root 17 and Pope on 23. It's time for a change. Comments from Alex Hartley, and then it will be Atif.
Yeah, there is that fine line, isn't there, where you want to carry on with the run rate that you've got. You're going at 6 runs and over, 7 runs and over. Even England at one stage, they were pushing just above that. They've come back down a little bit now, and you want to carry on putting pressure on Pakistan, but equally you have to give yourself time to get in and get used to the pace of the pitch. Root and Pope in particular has been using his feet to the spinners and not quite getting there. So he either needs faster feet or needs to play deep in his crease.
Here's Muhammad Ali now, running in from the pavilion end, and he has to slow right back down as Joe Root just waves something behind the side screen, upsetting him. There are some sort of hospitality boxes just above the side screen on the pavilion end side of the ground, and it possibly some reflection there. The sun is quite bright here, and it's quite warm now here in Rawalpindi. Those of Pakistan Zindabad chants from the crowd, trying to spur on their team. Here's Muhammad Ali now. It's a little under edge on the bounce to the fielder at first slip. Bit of extra pace. It was a bit of an effort ball there from Ali. It was a bit of a grunt from him as well.
I've learned what that chant means today.
Yeah, what did you learn? Tell us.
Pakistan will win the match.
No, that's not what it means. Pakistan Zindabad means... Who told you that?
Oh, maybe I'm got the wrong chant.
So Pakistan Zindabad is long live Pakistan.
Ah, okay.
And Jeetega bhai jeetega, Pakistan jeetega means Pakistan will win the match. It sounds nicer in Urdu, to be fair.
Someone's done me dirty, I reckon.
Joe Root on strike. In comes Muhammad Ali. Good length ball that time. Again, a little bit quicker off the surface, and Joe Root was just a fraction late on that in defence. There is no run. Just trying to rein in the batters a little bit, these Pakistani bowlers, after that onslaught, that first wicket partnership between Crawley and Duckett, which kind of took the wind out the sails of the Pakistan bowling attack. They're just trying to exert a bit of calm on this game, Alex.
Yeah, the ball just starting to reverse swing as well and tail in towards Joe Root, who is yet again trying to get somebody to move away from the sight screen. I mean, they are in the top tier of the stand. I find it really hard to believe that they're in the way, but he is. And now Joe Root is just patiently scratching his mark, waiting for him to get out of the way.
There's a gentleman, isn't there, who's on the top tier, and it's been left empty specifically, so it's out of the batter's line of sight, and He just walked very casually across that empty space. In any case, he's out of the way now. Joe Root pounding the surface with his bat. As in comes Ali, and there's a scoop shot attempted by Joe Root. Gets an under edge as the ball trickles to the fielder at first slip. Well, he said yesterday in the press conference, Alex, that this is the most fun he's had. The most he's enjoyed playing cricket for England. And that's quite something coming from a man of his career, of his gravitas in the game. And that's certainly a shot that implies fun.
Well, we were talking about that. I'm not sure there's quite the pace on the ball from Muhammad Ali to be playing that reverse scoop shot. But actually what he's done there is he's tried to add a bit of pace on by whipping his wrist at the last minute. But the ball stayed low and it ended up hitting him on the knee roll.
Here's Muhammad Ali again. This is Fuller, has been flicked away nicely by Joe Root. It's running away towards the mid-wicket boundary. There's a fielder in pursuit. It's Imam ul Haq out there, I believe, who gets the throw back in. And it'll just be the 2 to the score. Root on to 19 off 28. England 277 for 2. I was just having a chat with some journalists upstairs here at the Rawalpindi Cricket Stadium who were very unhappy about the surface and the way it's been prepared. And they brought to my attention the fact that it's not looked like this recently for the domestic competition. I'll tell you more after Muhammad Ali comes in. He bowls, this is full, driven beautifully. That is an exquisite cover drive from Joe Root. Just leaned into the ball and caressed it through the gap between mid-off and extra cover. That is absolutely stunning. What a shot, 281 for 2.
It's a lovely shot from Joe Root. After he tried to reverse scoop one of the previous deliveries there, the classical cricket shot. Leans on the ball through the covers. That's the Joe Root we all know and love, isn't it?
Yeah. Just the touch of class that he has. One of the things that's made him one of the greatest batters in this format. Here's Muhammad Ali again. Just a push to mid-on this time by Root for no run. Yeah, I mean, Muhammad Ali was given some wonderful surfaces to bowl on in the Quaid-e-Azam Trophy. A lot of grass. Apparently the average total was 250 in the Rawalpindi.
So you feel with a bowler like Muhammad Ali, you need something in the surface. You know, you need to be able to nip the ball. You need to be able to, the ball pitches, you bowl the wobble balls, you don't know which way it's going to nip. Especially when you just bowling, 80 miles an hour, 78, 77 miles an hour. You need the assistance from the pitch. But this pitch here today is so flat, there's nothing in it for the seam bowlers who are just toiling away. They're just running in and trying anything they can.
There's some chips going on outside. Alex, I don't know if you spotted them. Some chips, lots of ketchup, bit of chili sauce.
They look good.
They do, don't they? Bit of flight that time from Zaid Mahmood. There's a ball pushed back to him for no run. He's had a tough day today, Zaid Mahmood. Hasn't bowled that poorly, but taken a lot of tap. 95 from his 4.1 overs so far. Still getting a lot of encouragement from his wicket-keeper, Mohammad Rizwan. Here he is again. Down the track. Dances down Ollie Pope and drives that ball beautifully to the extra cover boundary. Exquisite shot from Pope. Really just picking up where Duckett and Crawley left off. 285 for 2.
And that's the pressure the leg spinner's been under. England have played the reverse sweep very, very well. Brings up the 50 partnership as well between Root and Pope. 50 off 51 deliveries.
Keeping up the pace, aren't they?
They are keeping up the pace. It's those reverse sweeps, and then you have to try and adjust yourself as a bowler, so you fractionally go too full, and then you're being able to be driven through the covers.
That ball pins Pope on his pads, but it was going down the leg side. A stifled appeal there from the keeper. Yeah, there's this genuine eagerness to keep scoring runs as quickly as possible, to cash in while the going's good. Another almost runnable 50 partnership between this pair.
The leg spinner won't want to look at the scorecard in a minute.
That's a fly on that one as pushed to extra cover. He's one shy of a ton of his own, an unwanted ton. It's not the 100 that you want, really, on your test debut.
No, it's got to be one of the quickest times a bowler's gone for 100.
We've already seen one quick 100 today by an England batter. Now we're about to see one from a bowler. He's got a few close fielders in for Ollie Pope. Short extra cover slip. trying to crowd him on 99 as he comes down the track, works the ball to mid-on. They're going to run through for a quick single. They're going to make it with ease. And that is going to bring up 100 for Zahid Mahmood. He's gone for 100 from 14.5 overs. He does have the one wicket, though, so every cloud, as it were. Andy Saltzman.
89 balls for a century with 14 fours. You don't usually do that stuff, do you?
Oh, it seems mean.
You mentioned the pitches here. 3 of the last 4 games in the domestic competition ended in a positive result.
Here's a Mahmood. There's a big swing. That time there's a big appeal and the finger goes up. Joe Root's gone. I don't think he'll review that unless he got bat on it. It looked pretty straight. He's having a chat with Ollie Pope right now. They're still talking and Root does indeed review that. It looked pretty straight to me, Alex. What was your impression?
Yeah, I think the only question is if he's hit it. He didn't review the ball.
TV umpire 2 directed. We have a players review for LBW. Original decision is out. I've checked the front foot and it's a fair delivery. Can we start with the front on spin vision, please?
It's the voice of TV umpire Maria Erasmus.
Oh, that's hit in the middle of middle.
If there isn't bat on it, I think he's going to be on his way back.
I will need Ultra Edge to confirm bat or not.
Taking a look at Ultra Edge. Is there any bat on it? Ooh, big gap between bat and
Roll
pad.
it through until it hits the body, please.
No glove either. I think Joe Root's going to be on his way.
Thank you. Ball tracking when ready. No bat involved.
Here we go. The ball pitches in line, straightens.
Pitching in line and impact is in line and it's hitting the stumps, Joel. So you can stay with your original out decision. I'll tell you when you're on screen.
And there we go. England lose their third wicket.
Signal now, signal.
Ollie Pope is at the non-strikers and Joe Root, the former captain of England, is on his way back to the dressing room. 23 of 31 deliveries for him. England 286 for 3. Zahid Mahmood on his debut. He's had a tough old day. We've talked about him going for 100 runs, but he does have the prize wicket of one of the finest batters in this format today, Alex.
Yeah, he does indeed, and it was well bowled. Just you're sticking to your basics, trying to hit the stumps, make the batter make the mistake. Joe Root trying to sweep the ball into the leg side, completely misses it. And as soon as we saw that, we felt like it was going to hit the middle of middle stump, and it was. And as he walks off, he's replaying that sweep shot over in his head, how he could have done better. But the thing is with this England batting lineup, even if you get a couple of wickets now, you've still got Harry Brooks coming in, you've got Ben Stokes, and then we have Liam Livingstone and Will Jacks. And England have batted so aggressively so far today. How are Livingstone and Jacks going to bat later on?
I reckon they'll just push it around, 1s and 2s, you know.
I'd be very surprised.
Yeah, Will Jacks at number 8. Well, that tells you everything you need to know about this England lineup. Although both he and Liam Livingstone will be on debut. Exciting talents in white ball. Will Jacks only really made his white ball debut over the last couple of months here in Pakistan. Very impressive in his first knock, got 40. And he'll probably have a role to play with the ball as well, I imagine, a little bit later on. 286 for 3 England. We're 46 overs into the first day's play. And if you missed it a bit earlier, England did win the toss and elect to bat first in a decision their batters have vindicated in emphatic fashion. The Pakistan just trying to fight their way back into this game. They've managed to take 3 wickets. And, the spinners being the prime aggressors. As Muhammad Ali continues from the pavilion end, in he comes. That ball takes a thick inside edge onto the pads. There's a stifled appeal and a bit of encouragement as Vic Marks is back alongside me. He has a bowler of a similar art. I mean, did you enjoy that dismissal?
Well, it depends whether I'm looking at it as a bowler who's taken some flack or as a sort of ex-England supporter. Well, we were unbiased
here.
Of
course we are. Impartial BBC journalist.
I mean, I think Joe Root will be suicidal, maybe putting it a little bit too far. There were so many runs out there.
Here's Muhammad Ali. That ball's been pushed off the back foot to mid-wicket. There is no run.
The other thing that I think is a feature of Pakistan surfaces is often you don't get much deviation, but the ball does sort of skid a little bit, which makes, I mean, I know Duckett played a lot of good sweeps, and the modern player plays a lot of sweeps. But it does make that shot a little bit more dangerous than elsewhere sometimes, because the ball just sort of skids on a bit. It'll be interesting to see how many we see that from those sort of shots we see from the Pakistan batsmen. England scored a lot of runs from the sweep already, but see Joe Root go there, you thought there's no way they can get Joe Root out if he plays in a sort of orthodox fashion.
Muhammad Ali in again, just cramping Pope for a bit of room. There was a bit of indecision in the running. In the end, Brook sent back by Pope. A little bit of nervousness there perhaps for Harry Brook.
And he ended up actually misjudging the length a bit. It was just a bit too full to play that sweep shot. So I don't begrudge Zahid his wicket, because he's had a tormented day in some ways, but he's now got 2 Test wickets.
One of them is Joe Root.
And one of them is Joe Root, who is the prime wicket, who, even with Crawley and Duckett in the team, the one you want is Joe Root.
It's not bad on your debut. Is Muhammad Ali also on his debut, is hitting a good length. Pope pushes to defensively to extra cover, no run.
And it makes the rest, for us lucky few watching, from an England perspective, it makes it interesting from here on in, because we've got a lot of talented stroke players to come, but they're not used to playing in Test match cricket. Brook, right at the beginning. We've got Livingston, we've got Jacks. It'll be fascinating to see how they go about their business, how they settle into a whole new ball game.
Here's Muhammad Ali again, just on a good length outside off. Can't get it off the square really. Pope just prodding at that outside off. There is no run. He's on 28 of 31, Pope. No, talking about Muhammad Ali, we're talking about debutants and the pressure that Livingston and Jacks are going to face. Muhammad Ali on debut here. Do you think he can feel slightly aggrieved about the surface, because he's taken a lot of wickets in Rawalpindi in this competition this season, but that was a completely different surface.
Well, I've seen the pictures.
Yeah.
Just the tiny pictures.
Yeah.
And you see all this verdant. You see these green bits on the square, on the pitch, which is totally absent now.
Here's Muhammad Ali again. That ball's driven nicely. Can't beat the fielder at mid-on though, and there is no run.
And I've seen the scores on these in domestic cricket, sort of range from a maximum of 350, but quite a lot around the 200 mark, 180. So they've obviously had different surfaces here in Rawalpindi.
I should just alert you to the fact, sorry, Vic, that that's the second maiden of this innings, but it's Muhammad Ali's first maiden in his Test career. So that's something.
Yeah.
Something to take away from the day. Sorry, I did interrupt your point.
No, but, so obviously the pitches haven't been like this in the domestic competition, and bowlers have had a good chance, mostly seamers, of picking up wickets. But this is a Test match, and the seamers have not had much assistance. But 3 wickets down now, and as I say, a lot of untried, very talented batsmen to come. So, England can't get too far ahead of themselves.
Absolutely.
And to see, it'd be fascinating to see. We've hardly seen Brook. We've just glimpsed bits, obviously, have excited everyone. But this is a step up.
Zahid Mahmood continuing, just bowling a nice loopy delivery there, which Brook just defends off his back foot for no run.
And when I say it's a step up, it's not necessarily a massive step up in terms of the quality of opposition, but just the whole tension that a Test match brings. It's another level.
It's a different arena, isn't it?
Yeah.
Here's Zahid Mahmood again, lots of flight on this again, but Brook just waiting on it, just sort of one-handedly guiding it to backward point for no run.
He was, because I think he was flirting with a sweep of some sort to get going.
Yeah, just...
He was, and he just adjusted and ended up sort of defending it in a crab-like fashion.
Yeah, it's the kind of... It's a shot that you see in sort of... when you try and play cricket in encroached spaces, as Andy Zaltzman and I often try and do. Here is Zahid Mahmood again. That ball takes a thick inside edge and trickles away out towards deep backward square leg. They want to come back for 2, and they will. And they'll make it. Rizwan does hit the stumps, but it's mostly for effect. Harry Brook's off the mark. He's got 2. England 288 for 3. And I must say about Harry Brook, I watched him score the most incredible century in the Pakistan Super League a couple of seasons ago in Lahore, where he looked absolutely spectacular. We were talking about that innings a little bit earlier. One of the best T20 centuries I think I've ever seen. He did that in not dissimilar conditions. There's a lot of fly on this one again from Zahid Mahmood, and it's just defended back to the bowler. not a lot of conviction from Harry Brook. Still feeling his way into a bit of rhythm. And Zayed Mahmood, all of a sudden, he's got his shoulders up. He's rushing back to his mark. He's feeling the mojo again. He's got the slip and short leg in place. And he comes again. Lots of fly on that. Down the track comes Harry Brook. He's lofted that down the ground on the bounce for 4 to long off. Well, there's one way to impose yourself on the game. What a shot from Harry Brook to England. 292 for 3.
It was a glorious shot. I mean, he's just come in. He shimmied down the track. Mid-off was quite deep. He knew he would clear him. He timed it sweetly. He's got 4 for it. It's a big shot to play, though.
Here's Zayed Mahmood again. This is Fuller. It's been swept now. A deft touch there from Brook. It's gone away really, really fine. The fielder at deep backward square leg is very square. But it's done well to make up the ground. And the batters will get back for 2. So 48 overs gone. 294 for 3 England. Still making steady progress. Although, as you say, Vic, they've still got to score the runs. They can't overthink them. Sorry, I beg your pardon, Vic. I'll let you finish that thought. I should let you know that you continue that. You're going to be joined by Jonathan Agnew, and I shall miss your company while I'm gone.
Well, the fascination is that actually, if we're talking about 100 that Harry Brook scored in the T20 league here, the difference is, I suppose, you don't have to think about that. You're playing T20 for heaven's sake, so you go out there and you go and hit the ball, and you score as fast as you possibly can. In Test cricket, traditionally at least, you have a decision to make. How aggressive am I going to be? What risks will I take? You have to think about it. Well, I don't know how much he's thought about it here, but he's come out, he's shimmied down the pitch twice. He's played a little dab lap, so he's not holding back. It's bold, it's exciting, could be exasperating. Here's Aggers.
Yeah, and Muhammad Ali bowls, and the first ball's turned away to mid-wicket, and there's no run by Pope, who's also played some lovely shots here. 28 from 33 balls, and it's a real opportunity for Brook. I think those on the World T20 would, if they're honest, would say there are a couple of opportunities there where he could have just won the game for England, semi-final and the final, but he got out. But, here he's got so much time. He's got a lovely pitch. He's got a perfect opportunity to show everybody what he's made of at this form of the game. Ali again from the far end runs in, bowls at lively medium pace, I describe him as. He's a big fella, and there's an inside edge from Pope this time. Down to fine leg it goes, and England take one more to bring Brook on strike. There's watery sunshine, the shadows are lengthening. We know they're going to be short days in this part of the world. It's 2:20, and yet already feels like late afternoon, and the mist only adds to that feeling. Flags hanging limply by their poles down at the far end, and the crowd enthused, particularly when a wicket falls, of course, and shortly afterwards urging on the bowlers to take another. But not 2 flags fluttering away to our right hand side underneath that electronic scoreboard, showing 295 for 3, and Brook on 8. Waits for Ali, who's had a tricky first day in Test cricket, to be honest. Here he comes again and bowls outside the off stump, and that's a poor shot. I'm sorry. It's a loose stroke from Brook outside the off stump. No foot movement at all. And looking to force the ball away somewhere into the offside. He's got a chance here. He's got a real opportunity.
Yeah, that was a tentative cross-batted lunge, really.
Yeah.
He'll be nervous, and I think a lot of modern players, they understand they play more shots when they first come in because they're keen to establish themselves. They're not relaxed entirely, and their trigger reaction is to be aggressive.
Ali bowls to him, he drives into the offside. All guns behind square. Imam is the fielder there with a big sun hat on. He throws the ball away and then engages in a conversation with the gully fieldsman from medium range, about 5 yards or so away. To England supporters, we can see, but there aren't many here today. But a number of about 150, I think,
in total.
The latest head count. Yes, was the numbers that were being talked about who have come. 295 for 3 in the 49th over. That's down the leg side, and has that got pad or bat on it? Something, anyway, that sends the ball into the boundary. I suspect they're leg byes.
Yeah.
Confirmed by umpire Raza down there at the far end. So that's another boundary. This run's still coming at an extraordinary rate, really. 299 for 3. And we're only in over number 49, which is coming towards an end now. And T, by the way, I know it's difficult to try and catch up what time zones and so on, but T here is about 15 minutes away. We'll catch up with events in Australia during that. It's been very much Australia's day. Double hundreds for Labuschagne and Smith. That's Muhammad Ali completes the over. It's patted away by Brook, the bowler fields. And it's 299 for 3 on this first day. That has taken place, obviously, is taking place after all the uncertainty. A rather chaotic day yesterday. Which, teams falling ill here in this part of the world is nothing new at all, but it was just the scale of it, really. The fact that had this game been played yesterday, England could not have put a team out. What would have happened if it had been the second day of the match? Goodness knows.
Well, I suppose there would have been a lot of heroism. Some of them would have had to be sent out there, even though they were ailing. There'd be some probably substitute fieldsmen going along. I mean, you can have COVID subs, but you can't have subs
viral
subs. Viral subs. Well, I suppose COVID is a virus, but I don't think they stretch to that yet.
No. Anyway, thankfully we're underway. It's virtually the team that England wanted to pick. And the leg spinner Zahid starts a new over, and he's driven firmly by Pope to extra cover. So only Folkes is missing. He's still hors de combat. He's back at the hotel, I assume he is. Pope will be keeping wicket throughout this match. This is short down the leg side and somehow nutmegs the keeper. Maybe a little bit of bat on it from Pope, we'll see. Umpire Wilson moves into position, signals 4 runs. Just deflecting the ball away.
It was a sort of, he was standing very tall. It was a very tall paddle. He probably got a bit of inside edge rather than middle of the bat, but it's gone nicely for 4 for him.
300 up, 303 for 3.
It's only once has a team reached 300 in fewer overs in Test history. South Africa against Zimbabwe in 2005 at Newlands.
It has been a remarkable day. I mean, all these records, they're long-standing, many of them. I mean, these groundbreaking stuff. As Pope comes down the pitch, drives to mid-off, who's quite deep, not all the way. And they take another single. I mean, there are mitigating circumstances. A very flat pitch, I mean, experienced Pakistan attack, all those things you throw in there. But even so, if you think that Crawley last played a proper game of cricket back in September, for instance, to come out and bat it the way that he did, the manner in which he played and the shots, he was majestic, absolutely the right word. Standing tall. This is driven, the bowler Zahid able to field that, although not cleanly.
And you feel that Pakistan have dragged it back a bit in the afternoon session. They haven't got 3 wickets, but England have already scored 130 in this session, which by normal standards is racing along.
Yeah. Zahid bowls over the wickets, short and pulled away. Catch it, someone shouts. Down to deep square leg it goes. Muhammad Ali's down there. He's had a poor day in the field, but is able to throw that back. 1 or 2 hands on hips out there, as if they've wondered if maybe he might have come in to try and take the catch.
I think it was way short of him, but I think Brook was setting himself to hit that for 6 and didn't quite time it.
Way into those terraces there.
It was just a bit short and didn't get hold of it though.
Yeah, got 1. He's on 9. 305 for 3. Zahid again bustles it, bowls, and Pope on the back foot gets himself a little bit cramped there as he plays back to the bowler to end that over. 305 for 3. Brook waving towards the dressing rooms at the far end of the ground. Here's a big stand there. I suspect a sort of members' enclosure.
I think that's probably where the English supporters have been stationed.
Backs to the sun.
Yeah. Supporters have been stationed.
Backs to the sun. Yeah, I'd say so. There are some spotters on the roof, though. We're talking a lot about the security. spotters on that roof, and then on the high-rise buildings around and beyond the ground, you'll see khaki-clad figures, or at least the outline of them, surveying the scene, keeping an eye, making sure there's nothing untoward going on. Behind us, there's this extraordinary
chicken farm.
Chicken farm, but it's not so much a chicken farm as because to be honest, the chickens don't look terribly happy in there, but it's a chicken research centre.
Oh, is it? Oh, right.
And there can't be many tests. Just Altman on this. In comes Muhammad Ali, bowls down the leg side, and a swish and a miss from Brook. There can't be many test grounds in the world in which you drive to the main gate, which is iron and was previously painted, I would say. It's a bit chipped away now. But on the gate, I mean, you go to the Grace Gate and there's an MCC emblem. Here, it's a sort of a metal figure of a chicken on the gates that open as you drive in. You go through some gardens and then you approach this area with thousands of chickens in there. Here comes Ali in bowls, and that's pushed away into the offside. Doesn't get a run for that. And I mean, you can hear them. There's almost odour as you arrive, and we park up out there. But they are there for research. It's some sort of university research or something goes on there. So that's the backdrop to the ground at this end. At the other, the city of Rawalpindi, rather more bustling than Islamabad, which is the city in which we're all staying, which is connected by a big multi-carriageway these days. 305 for 3. Muhammad Ali runs in, straight, bowls at a medium pace or so, and that's turned away to the leg side, and Brook steals a single there. That's nicely played. Picked up at square leg, 305.
Well, Khalid, our noble sort of fix-everything man, was telling us how Islamabad, or the area around Islamabad, in about 1960 was populated by about 4,000 or 5,000 people maximum. And then they decided that was where the capital was going to be, and it became the capital in 1964, if Khalid's right, which he generally is.
Wouldn't argue with Khalid.
No.
306 for 3. And this next one finds the edge. Or sort of fiddled it away, perhaps, Pope. Perhaps might just give him the benefit of the doubt there. Ali's got his hands on his hips. It was a moral victory for the bowler, no doubt. Bowling just outside the off stump on a good length. Question is, did Pope play it there deliberately? He played carefully. I think he might just have steered it away.
I think he was looking to do that. Certainly, it was nowhere near catchable to the modest slip called Nai, one slip. And a fine-ish gully. And he found the gap. Yet another boundary. Been a lot of boundaries today.
He's another who hasn't played cricket for a long time. A match is an excellent bowls, and Pope turns that away past mid-wicket, who thought he had a chance there for a moment. The ball skims away over this light green outfield, picked up in the deep.
Oh dear, apologies for that. We just seem to have temporarily lost our line to Rawalpindi. The commentary on this first test match, Pakistan against England. And a remarkable day's cricket it's been. 312 for 3 is the England score. Brook on 10, Pope on 40. But we've seen so many runs and so many excellent performances from England, including those centuries. We can go back to our commentary team now and rejoin Jonathan Agnew.
Past the crouching umpire, bowls, it's short, pulled away, but bottom-handed, that down to deep backward square leg. And you've missed just one ball, I think. I'm sorry about that. It's been a bit glitchy today, our service from Rawalpindi. Hopefully it'll bed down over the remaining 4 days and everyone can get used to what's going on. Haven't had much test cricket here, certainly, for a while. So the infrastructure, perhaps a little bit rusty. Pope 41 and Brook has 10. It's 313 for 3. 51 overs having been completed. And we're heading towards the tea break on this first day on
Well, we almost made it, didn't we? We'll try and get back to Jonathan any moment. He said we just had a few power problems in Rawalpindi throughout the day, but fingers crossed things will improve, and we'll be back at the ground very shortly. 313 for 3. Mahmood 2 for 114 bowling to Ollie Pope, who just pushes that out to mid-off, and there is no run. Pope on 41, Brook on 10. I was telling you about their Centurions. Zach Crawley, 122, England's fastest 100 made by an opening batter, replacing Graham Gooch's record. Mahmood bowls, that's pushing forward is Pope. The Surrey player goes out onto the onside, and there is no run. 313 for 3. And Ben Duckett, his first Test match century, the Notts player, out for 107. Joe Root, the other man to go. LBW Mahmood for 23. We can rejoin our commentary team.
Twiddles his bat. Zaid again moves in bowls. That's tucked away just short of the leg slip fieldsman. Isn't far away at all there. Just controlled it. Kept it down. And the fielder there couldn't quite take that. Welcome back once again. I'm sorry about this, but almost a little chance there.
He's doing his best, Aggers. He's really doing his best to bring us that commentary. I promise we are doing what we can to improve the quality of that line. To Rawalpindi, we're just 5 minutes away from the tea break. Fingers crossed we can get back to Jonathan and the team before that. 313 for 3. Ollie Pope facing Mahmood, and Pope pushes that forward, and the bowler just tumbles over, fields off his own bowling, and there is no run. 122 Crawley, 107 Duckett, 23 Root. Those are 3 men dismissed. Ollie Pope 41, Brook 10. If you just tuned in, Pope is keeping wicket for England because Ben Foakes is still unwell. The one player didn't make it through to today with that virus sweeping through the team. That's pushed forward again by Ollie Pope out into the mid-off fielder, and there is no run. 313 for 3. Let's have one more try. Go on, Aggers.
The tea break. Well, I'm trying, Adam. I'm so sorry about this. We're pedalling away. We're doing all we can to keep the power going, to keep the broadband going, and everything else. But hey, it shows that we're here, even though I know it's frustrating for everybody. The fact that this line does keep going down. It's not simply ours, I can promise you. It's a few issues throughout the whole of the media centre, but it's taking, I think, time for everyone to just get used to the fact that these longer games than I think are usually played here, at least televised and broadcast, are taking place. So all the infrastructure and so on for the various television companies and local radios and so on, I think it's just taking everyone a little bit of time to get used to it all. Shakeel is going to have a bowl from the far end. He bowls left arm spin. There is a slip. There's a long off cover, backward point. As Shakeel swings his arm, bowls quite flat, darted into Brook, who's on the front foot, playing away into the onside. We have a mechanic who's approaching, who's looking as quizzically towards our equipment.
Engineer, I think.
Is he? Well, I don't know. That's a mechanic has a spanner.
Well, yeah, I'm looking for a screwdriver.
But well, he hasn't got one. In comes Shakeel again, bowls, and that's played away defensively back to the bowler again. He seems to be happy by what he's seen. He's moved away again. Hopes are raised when you see people like that. You think they're going to flick a switch or push something into a socket. Shakeel again, bowls, pushed away by Brook to the offside, and there's no run. But he's not equipped with anything, apart from a walkie-talkie. But anyway, we'll keep an eye on him. At the moment, though, we're maintaining the coverage, which is good. 313 for 3. Shakeel once more, pauses. Brook is ready, he's on 10, he's over his bat, it's tossed up, flicked away into the onside, dive there, over the ball rather, so a long chase for mid-on, down towards that boundary. The outfield's very quick, a desperate dive. Has he kept it in? No, I think it's one of those where the momentum of the fielders takes the ball with him, and whereas he dived and flicked it back, it was always just going to carry into that boundary edge. So a nice stroke from Brook. 316 for 3. Shakeel paid the price there for drifting onto the leg stump.
He flicked it up, and then it landed just over the boundary. Valiant effort. Wasted energy.
Brook 14. Shakeel again, bowls on the leg stump, turned away through that vacant mid-wicket area this time. So One more run. 318 for 3. Brook to 15. 317 for 3. A twiddle of the bat. Some low cloud overhead now, which won't help the light situation in the final session of the day, I think. Shaquille bowls. Turned away down to mid-on, scampering a quick single. Through they go. Thanks our old friend Muhammad Ali getting a telling off there again for not being on his toes. 319 for 3 is the score. And tea break just a few minutes away. There's an old clock that shows there's a couple of minutes to go before the tea time of 20 to 2. Two birds fluttering around. Not Simon Mann's vultures, sadly. Not quite as exciting as that.
It's an amazing scoreboard, really. In the 319 for 3, if that was the closer play score at a test match, you think, well, those batsmen have gone almost berserk.
What a good rate.
But we haven't quite got to tea yet.
No. It's probably the last over, though. This is flicked away off the pads as Zahid starts it. And 1 run taken to deep square leg. I'll be honest, Victor, and you were present at my initial moments in Pakistan didn't begin happily when my guitar was confiscated. It shows how tight the security is.
Well,
at the hotel.
It wasn't to do with security.
They impounded my guitar, and she was merciless. She was not going to give it back. She can have it back when you check out. But here's the next one again on the off stump, and Zahid bowls to Brook, who taps it away into the offside.
But I think we not discover that it was nothing to do with security.
Well,
it was simply the preservation of serenity for the other guests.
Well, I'm not having this. It's a soundless guitar, deliberately so. This is short and pulled away through mid-wicket. That's a vicious shot.
He timed that well, didn't he?
Yeah, it's got the 6. A flat one into the railings. That might damage the ball a bit. There's a fella out there in a red shirt, I think he's an ice cream salesman with a mask on, who throws it back, and then they're all having a look at the ball. I don't like the look of that, because that is quite a sharp looking fence out there. And umpire Wilson's saying, I need to have a look at this, please. There he is having a long inspection before tossing it. No, you've made that up, Victor, by saying that it was to save the guests from a dreadful noise. Zahid again moves in, bowls outside the off stump, short, chopped away into the offside fielder. There, dives desperately and managed to save it this time. That's good work. And the throw on the bounce keeps them down to 1. Brook to 22 from 23 balls. Pope 43 from 49. And you don't normally give those sort of stats in Test cricket, but it just feels like a one-day match so far. We've actually illustrating the speed at which they're scoring. This one down the leg side, catch it, they shout, but it's been flicked away very fine. Been another boundary, taking Pope to 47, just flicking the edge of the bat.
I mean, how many runs off this over so far?
12.
12. We're sort of treating that as a matter-of-fact event. It is strange. I mean, it is a very good batting surface. It's a very fast outfield. Nonetheless, 14 off the first over. Here we are playing for tea.
Yeah.
It hasn't been a brilliant over, but 12 runs have accrued already.
Still going well over 6 and over. Zahid moves into bowl. Well, I think with the last ball of the session, it's tucked away into the leg side. They'll take a single. And is that it? Umpire Wilson calls over, and he whips the bails off. And that's it, another extraordinary session, in which Andy Zaltzman can work out precisely the number of runs scored and for how many in how many overs. Go on.
There's 158 for 3 from 27 overs. That's 6, Victor mentioned, the first of the innings. And then they've also hit 49 fours.
I mean, there is an element of inflation here. I mean, as the England bowlers will be pointing out, that you can't expect to go at 2 and over here. The outfield is so quick, the wicket's so true.
Yes.
Even so, that is a remarkable rate of scoring
and from the off. That's the point. I mean, I think the way that Crawley played, particularly, it was a handsome innings, that, wasn't it? I mean, all of those things taken into account, standing tall playing with a straight bat between mid-on and mid-wicket, flicking the ball away from there. There was no margin of error at all to him. And I reckon, I'm guessing, that you could count the number of times that England have actually let the ball go outside the off-stump. Well,
yeah, that's 10. True. First ball, I remember the first ball,
yes,
we said, oh, here we go. After all the excitement,
yes.
Look at that. He's just for shouldered arms. It goes through to the keeper. Yeah. After which there were 14 runs to come from that first over.
But they've gone for the ball all the time.
Yeah.
It's not that Pakistan's line was necessarily wrong. They just haven't let anything go. They just played it, hit it.
And the ball hasn't
It's been Australia's day.
No flicker of in-swing or way swing or any reverse swing either. No sort of swing of any sort. But nonetheless, it is crazy. 3:32 for 3 with power to add.
Play is about to resume after tea. The umpires are out there. Here come the Pakistan team. They've broken from their huddle, and the not-out England batsmen are making their way to the middle. Harry Brooks strolling out, and Ollie Pope doing some jaunty exercises as he makes his way out into the middle. England in a very strong position in the game, but it is a flat pitch. But they've made tremendous progress today. They're 332 for 3. Astonishing progress, really, when you consider the history of cricket, Test cricket in Pakistan. They're in unprecedented territory. They've scored those runs from 54 overs. Brooks on 22. Pope is on 48. They put on 46 so far from 48 balls. Centuries earlier for Duckett and Crawley. They put on 233 for the first wicket. Joe Root out for 23, one of 2 wickets, LBW to Mahmood, the leg spinner on his debut. 2 sweep shots bringing him the wickets, but apart from that, they played him pretty well, to be honest, and they've taken him downtown for the most part. He's had a difficult time of it. So it's going to be Naseem Shah to bowl the first ball of the evening session, and the evening comes a bit earlier here. Alex Hartley alongside me than it does or traditionally in test match venues around the world. So it's just past 3 o'clock. The sun's beginning to dip already. And here is Naseem Shah bowling to Pope, who turns that away towards mid-wicket, and there is no run. Play, in theory, scheduled close is 5 o'clock. And presumably play can go on past that if the umpires deem the lights okay. But we were talking yesterday evening, it was sort of dark about 5 o'clock. So I'd be surprised if we get to 5 o'clock.
4:30 I think we'll be coming off.
And it's a bit hazy today as well. We've had some clear days in Rawalpindi in the 3 days that we've been here so far, but there's some cloud around. It's not particularly heavy cloud, but it's just enough to dilute the sun. See some shadows on the ground at the moment, but it's that sort of hazy afternoon. Naseem Shah bowls, Pope dabs it away, rolls down into the gully, and there is no run. 3:32 for 3. Well, we thought the morning session was special, 174 for no wicket, and it was special. The afternoon session, England still managed to score 158 runs in 27 overs. So they nearly matched the morning session in the afternoon. But they did lose 3 wickets. But they got the opportunity here to press on in the time available today. I mean, you probably do have to make up time with a positive approach in test matches in Pakistan, because you're probably not going to get the full day's play. Here is Naseem Shah bowling to Pope, who whips that away into the onside. The first runs after tea. It's a chase out towards the wide long on boundary. It's picked up inside the rope. The return is on its way from Haris Rauf, and they are through for 2. So England underway in this evening session, and not just underway, there's a half century for Ollie Pope as well. 50 from 54 balls, in keeping with England's positive approach today.
Yes, with 8 fours, and it's his 12th 50-plus score in Test cricket. 2 of those he's converted into hundreds, and his second 50 against Pakistan.
And his first 2 scoring shots, reverse sweeps for 4.
Put the spinners under pressure with those sweeps and the reverse sweeps, England. And as a spinner, you can't just defend square of the wicket, so you want to be able to set your field to those reverse sweeps and the conventional sweep shot. But then what England do so well is they use their feet and then hit down the ground. So as a spinner, bowling at the likes of Duckett, Root, Pope, who like to play those shots, it's incredibly tough, because you can't defend every area.
Well, this modern England team put you under pressure, or try to, and that's what they've done today. Here is Nassim bowling to Pope. It's a wide delivery which he drives out towards a deepish extra cover position. He's neither on the rope nor inside the circle, if you like. He's halfway between. And so it's only a single, unconventional fielding position, really. Well, for a one-day game or a test match or a T20 match. It's almost a no person's land out there.
It's giving 1. Yeah, if it goes 3 or 4 yards either side, it's also giving 4.
Yeah. You'd think either be right back or in, wouldn't you?
Yeah, they're definitely not saving the boundary being there, but they're giving away the single.
He's a sort of position, actually, if he was 20 metres to his right-hand side, more extra cover, more wide mid-off to Brook against the spinners, you could understand why he'd be there. Here's Nassim Shah bowling to Brook outside the off stump, and a rare leave from an England batter today. The ball's hardly beaten the outside edge today. He left that through to Rizwan. Yeah, because Brook likes to play that sort of inside-out shot, and he played one expertly off the leg spinner for 4 to get himself going early on. And of course, it was in that area which he effectively won England the World Cup, didn't he, by putting Shahid Afridi out of the match when he took the catch. 3:35 for 3. Nassim bowls, and Brook opens the face, runs it away towards backward point, and there's no run. A very Root-like shot, and there's similarities between the two of them. I think Harry Brook does look up to Joe Root. Well, Brook's got the chance today to really make this count. He's 22 not out, Root out for 23 earlier. That was probably the biggest surprise of the day, and a day of many surprises. Root getting out to spinner on the sweep. That's just a bit too full, I don't know, to play the sweep shot, although he does play it superbly for the most part.
It's a little niche stat for you, Simon.
It's unlike you, Zols.
Ollie Pope, 50, playing as wicketkeeper in this match because Ben Foakes being incapacitated. Batting at 3. It's the first time an England wicketkeeper in the opening innings of a test match, batting in the top 3, has made 50 since 1952. Dick Spooner had 2 innings as keeper, opening innings of the test in that series, batting at 3, making 50.
It's not quite like for like, though, is it, really? Because Pope is a number 3. And we feared for him if England had to field for 9 hours and then go out and bat at number 3, but they won the toss, and so this works out nicely for them. Right, here's Mahmood, the leg break bowler, bowling his first over after lunch, and it's been dragged, swept for 4. Well in front of square by Pope. No one out there apart from a ball boy wearing a COVID mask and a red top, who lobs it to one of the Pakistan fielders. And it's 4 more to the total, 3:39 for 3. And that brings up the 50 partnership as well. And Zaid Mahmood, on his test debut, has gone 19.1 overs, 2 for 131. He's got a slip in. There's no leg slip. There was before the tea interval. Here is Mahmood bowling, reverse sweep coming, and missed by Pope. He actually had to fetch that, stretch for it, because he'd gone, so hadn't quite lined it up, and he bowled it a bit wider.
It was there to be hit as well, that just actually grips in the surface and spins away from Pope. But it was there outside the off stump. Perfect ball to actually play the reverse sweep. He's just tried to hit it slightly too hard. More of a slog reverse sweep, that one from Pope.
Yeah, went through to Rizwan, and umpire Wilson having a word with Rizwan there. I'm not quite sure what that was about, just holding play up for a moment. Here is Mahmood to bowl to Pope, wide of off stump, and Pope hits it firmly on the drive towards the man on the cover boundary, Muhammad Ali, who returns to the base of the stumps, and they get another single. It's 340 for 3. But basically, Zaid Mahmood, they've attacked him from his first ball. They've looked to be really positive against him. He hasn't bowled stacks of rubbish. As well, you look at his figures, he must have bowled really badly. That's tossed right up and driven firmly into the offside. A misfielded extra cover goes out towards the deep cover boundary again, and they're through for another single. And England move to 341 for 3. There were a few pies offered up before tea, but until then he'd sort of landed it roughly where he wanted to, but England was just so positive against him.
And because there's no turn in the wicket, you know that the ball's pretty much coming straight on, so you can actually play the shots you want.
Mahmood bowls to Pope, and Pope dabs that way into the offside for another single. England milking him or beating him, basically. 3:42 for 3.
Premeditate is the word I was looking for then. Slightly slow on that one. But batters, the sweep shots and the reverse sweep shots are quite often premeditated. You think, if this is outside the off stump, I can reverse sweep this. If this is on leg stump, I can sweep it. So you have to start thinking about it.
Mahmood bowls. Brook goes back and dabs that away towards backward point. That felt like a risky shot, but he got his bat on it. Picked out the fielder, and that's the end of Mahmood's over. 20 overs, one made, 2 for 134, and England are 342 for 3.
We mentioned earlier on the practice screen they have up before the test, checking that all the scoring system works. Yesterday, and we're looking at the live scores now. It showed England 1,003 for 6, and we laughed at how ridiculous that was. But if you add up the 2 test matches currently being played, Australia 598 for 4 declared, West Indies 74 for 0, and England 342 for 3. That's now 1,014 for 7. So that's just how cricket is these days.
We should say they had England making 1,000, but they had Pakistan on something like 729 for 5, wasn't it? Yeah. Still 290 runs behind. Doesn't seem quite so far-fetched now, with England 342 for 3. Naseem Shah, the new over, outside the offside, very wide. Pope has to feel for it and gets the toe end on it, and it goes out towards that deepish extra cover fielder, and they get another single. Naseem Shah hasn't bowled a lot today. This is his 11th over. He's raised his half century. There's been quite a lot of punishment out there. Is that a bit of reverse swing we're seeing? Yeah, it was it's a field set for a bit of reverse there. He's bowling it wide. He's got a short extra cover. There's a square cover, or point if you like, and then that extra cover perhaps for the miscue on the drive there if you're just reaching for it a bit. Naseem Shah bowls wide of off stump, and he does reach for it there. Brook gets a thick inside edge on that, and it goes backward a square for another single. Okay, so that's the plan, isn't it? Bowl it wide outside off stump, get it to reverse swing a bit, and see if you can get a miscue.
Yeah, we saw the wicket of Crawley. The ball just reversed ever so slightly through the gate, but now we can actually see the ball reversing a lot more. Ball being hit out into the deep and then thrown into those wicket ends.
And we've got 5 cut strips, and they're very brown on the main part of the square, and then 2 other cut bits as well where they do the practice nets. Naseem bowls, again very wide of off stump. Pope reaches for it. He's not going to leave it. He's going after it, which will encourage Pakistan. Again, the toe end of the bat, and again that deepish extra cover fielder comes in to pick up. And again, it's a single, 345 for 3. And Pope moves to 59. He's got there from 61 balls. Harry Brook is on 24.
Just slightly too wide. This needs to be 6 or 7 inches closer to off stump.
Now changing the field, that deepish extra cover fielder is coming into a more conventional extra cover position, but in a catching position, and the point has gone a bit deeper. Naseem bowls quite wide of off stump, and Brook there stands up and guides it away down towards deep third. I thought I was going to be 4 actually, but the fielder emerged from beneath the railing there. It's just obscuring my view. But again, nicely timed using the pace from Naseem Shah. 346 for 3, and Brook goes to 25. It's quite overcast now. I wonder at what point the lights will come on here. We did see the 2 umpires, or 2 of the umpires at Dubai Airport, and Murray Erasmus, I'll come back to that in a moment, as Naseem Shah bowls it, and a very wide delivery, and Pope goes after it, hits it hard into the surface, stopped at extra cover. He seemed to be inclined to, play as much as we possibly can with the lights on. We've seen umpires say, no, lights are on, but natural light's gone, so we're going to have to come off. So we'll see on that anyway, and they'll take a reading, and then that'll be set for the test match.
That's the thing, isn't it? As soon as that reading's taken on day 1, we have got the floodlights. They look very old school.
Yeah, they're not that imposing. Here's Naseem Shah bowling to Pope. Hits is in the air through wide mid-on. That's going out towards the boundary. That was a clumping drive. It's gone away for 4, scooting across this quick outfield. Well, unconventional, but England these days, as you'll know by now, are quite unconventional. And that's the 350 up, another landmark. 350 for 3 after 57 overs of this test match day. Still, in theory, 33 overs to go, but I'll be absolutely staggered if we get anything like that.
Well, as soon as it gets to this time of the day, it goes cloudy and dark, and the sun sets quite quickly. And yesterday at 5:15, I looked out the window and it was pitch black.
Yeah, it's not like a sort of English summer's day where the light goes well into the evening. It's almost as if someone's turned a light switch off. So you have to make the most of it. That's what England are trying to do while they're out there. 350 for 3. Mahmood's going to continue with his leg breaks on a difficult first day in Test cricket for him. He's got a green number 85 on the back of his white Pakistan shirt, and he goes in now and bowls to Brook, who goes back and forces into the onside for 4 wide of mid-on with a flick of the wrists. Talk about unconventional. Sort of slapped away. Just finding different ways to hit the boundary here, these England batters.
He just breaks his wrists at the last minute there, does Brook. Goes deep in his crease, back across the line, and he wants to hit it there, but he just flicks his wrists and snaps his wrists. And now that mid-on fielder has gone out onto the boundary.
354 for 3, tossed right up by Mahmood, driven by Brook. Gets a well bowled from Rizwan, but to me that looked quite an inviting delivery. The fielder's back on the deep cover boundary, so it was only a single. Brook to 30, and England to 355 for 3. Now you want to be greedy on a surface like this. Mahmood again tosses that right up, and Pope drives, manoeuvres it to the left of that deep cover fielder, looking for 2, and he is coming back for the second, throws on its way, and Rizwan takes it, and Pope judged that well. They're back for 2, 357 for 3. And when I say greedy, I mean don't think of 500. I think you want to think of 600, especially if you're going to get them quickly.
We've
650.
still got Liam Livingstone and Will Jacks to bat.
And someone called Ben Stokes.
Stokes.
Mahmood bowls to Pope outside the off stump, goes to the cut shot, and he gets it to the right of the backward point fielder, to the left of the deep cover fielder, and it's gone away for 4. They're going to have to do something about Zaid Mahmood here. I think they have to take him off, I think. He's just going round the park. 2 for 145 in his 21st over. It's just very inviting, and they're basically playing an attacking shot at every ball, or at least a scoring shot, attempting to score for every ball that he's bowling. And for the most part, they're succeeding.
11 off the over so far.
Sort of day it's been. His last over for tea, or the last over for tea, went for 13. First over of the day went for 14. And here is Mahmood outside the off stump. Oh, there's a leave. The lesser spotted leave from Ollie Pope.
It was almost the delivery to drive that ball. They've left extra cover open. There's a deep cover and mid-off. You want to be... Pakistan want Ollie Pope to drive the ball to bring slip into play.
Pope waits. Mahmood bowls. Pope click drives into the onside. There's big gaps in the field available on the onside. Okay, you're playing against the spin. Deep mid-wicket picks up and lobs the ball in. It's the end of the over. 58 gone. It's 362 for 3. Brook has 30. Pope has 70. Hundreds from Duckett and from Crawley earlier, and Joe Root out for 23. England sailing along. Zoltz and Alex Hartley, and then Jonathan Agnew.
You mentioned Zaid Mahmood's struggles. He's bowled unchanged since lunch. A spell that is now 16 overs, 2 for 106.
They've kept him on because he has picked up those wickets, and also you want to be able to give your seamers a rest. But I think it's time that he is taken off himself, to be completely honest. You know, he's been expensive. Yes, he's picked up those 2 wickets, but now he isn't able to bowl the dot balls that he's required from a spinner. He's just, you know, he's bowling a few on the stumps and then a few wide of the crease. He just can't seem to get his line right.
They haven't let him settle at all, have they? Which is the right way to, I'm afraid, if you're being ruthless and you're playing Test cricket. That's exactly what you have to do, of course. So Brook on 30 and Pope 70. It's 362 for 3. And Naseem Shah, the quick bowler, comes in from the far end, bowls us full on the off stump and driven down towards mid-on by Pope, who squeezes some sweat out of his helmet there as he takes a bit of a breather between balls. It's not a hot day at all. In fact, jumpers on, long sleeves. It's that sort of a day. But when you're in the sun, it's pleasant. But then when you're out, you just feel a bit of a chilly breeze. It's the onset of winter here in Islamabad, Rawalpindi. So chilly nights. 362 for 3. In comes Shah again, bowls on the off stump. And there's no run. The alternative is to play in the summer when it's about 50 degrees. So they always play their cricket. And the problem with that is the light. We'll experience that. We're going to already see the sun for the first time today starting to dip away. It's at about our 2 o'clock. Just starting to squint slightly behind the cloud as the sun begins its descent. So it'll be an early finish. You won't get all these overs in for sure. Naseem's on his way, still looking for his first wicket, and he won't get it there either because Pope's flicked that away off his pads. Down to long leg it comes. Muhammad Ali hurls the ball in, and they take 1. So Pope goes to 71. So we're expecting, I mean, it is the first day, so we don't know for sure, but maybe another hour and 20 minutes of play, something like that. There's actually 32 overs left in the day, so we'll be well short. And that's one reason, and the pitches being another, one reason why results are quite hard to come by in Pakistan. It's a long lunch break tomorrow of an hour because of the prayers. And that time, although they say they'll try and make it up, of course it won't happen. So that's another 20 minutes of the game lost. As Shah bowls on off stump. And Brooke solidly gets into line. Plays a very compact looking defensive stroke there, which is fielded by the young fast bowler who tosses the ball away. And that partly explains, although it's the way they're playing these days, but why England have really taken the bull by the horns here and got after it and taking every opportunity to score and more. They've hardly left the ball alone, but they know they're chasing time. Shadows lengthening. Shah again, a long straight run, scurries and bowls on off stump. Nice shot again from Brooke, driving into the offside, a slight slice about it. Mid-off can't prevent the single. Brooke goes to 31. 364 for 3. I saw a shot of Ben Stokes there in the background. Practicing right-handed, which is slightly alarming. I know it's a good pitch, I'm not sure it's that good.
And the defensive shot.
Yes.
We saw David Warner play one of those in the World Cup and ended up being bowled.
I don't know what Stokes is up to there, but anyway, but it is a very flat pitch. Maybe he can bat right-handed on it. I think it's unlikely. 364 for 3 then. Shah bowls on off stump. And Pope on the move, plays to mid-off. There's no run. It's the end of the over. And Pope is going to be a tired young man at the end of this match, I think, because if he gets a big score here, he's then got to keep wicket throughout the game because Foakes is the one lasting casualty of the virus that struck the camp yesterday. I see you're being very careful with your culinary arrangements, Alex.
I am indeed.
You took my advice to an extent.
Well, you did turn your nose up to what I was eating.
Well, my only advice was I'm not sure I'd eat the food at the ground.
Yes.
Bring your own.
So I brought my own.
You did. Now, nice cheese sandwich from breakfast or something?
I brought a pot where you put hot water in and it heats up your noodles.
I've heard about these things. And you spilt it on your jacket.
Yeah, big mistake. Can't put that jacket in the laundry either because I don't want it to shrink. So.
You can't come to cricket at Rawalpindi and eat pot noodles. You can't.
I can.
No, you can't. Now Mahmood's continuing and he bowls outside the off stumps, chopped away off the back foot. Brooke finds the fielder there at cover, it's Imam. And there is no run. Have you been more adventurous in the evenings?
I have. Well, we went for dinner last night.
Yes, but you weren't adventurous.
No,
then,
I had chicken tikka masala.
You did, yeah. Well, the next one floated up, clubbed away into the leg side by Brooke. He picks up a single. And here at long on, 365 for 3. I mean, got to be a little bit more adventurous than pot noodles and chicken tikka masala.
Well, I will be. I'm just going to ease myself in. You know, I've got a sensitive stomach as it is.
Oh, well, you'll be careful then.
Ease myself in.
Now, the next one, Mahmood brings Pope forward, turning the ball into the leg side. And they pick up a single there, down to backward square leg. Well, you were in Australia last week, weren't you?
I was indeed. I went home for 3 days.
Wow.
Somebody actually messaged me saying, "Are you addicted to jet lag? You've done that much travelling."
Yeah. Well, that's some journey. Now, this is, on the back foot it goes. played away out to cover, and they take a single. 366 for 3. Listen carefully in the background. I think I just heard the distinctive sound of listening and watching cricket in Pakistan. I think it's one of the, not sure what particular call to prayer it is at this time of day. Mahmood bowling, turned away into the leg side. 1-2 here, then Pakistan are aware of that, and they do come back for the second. The throw darted into the bowler's end, isn't taken cleanly. And so 2 runs it is, 369 for 3. I think the Imam just being drowned out by the crowd there for a moment, but there was a lovely sound here the other day when I was interviewing Brendan McCullum, actually. There were 3 or 4 going at about the same time. It's a lovely sound that drifts over the cricket ground. 369 for 3. There's one tossed up, driven along the ground, not really timed by Pope, but he'll pick up one. The fielder below us here at long off picks the ball up, throws it back. It's the end of the over. 60 gone, so there's supposedly still 30 to go today, but that would be a miracle. It's 2 hours play, and here we are now. I mean, under normal circumstances, the over 8 is fine. They would end at around about 5:30, but I think we'll be on the bus with the headlights on by then.
Well, the sun's setting quickly, isn't it?
Yeah.
We can, in our eyes at the minute, and it does go quickly. As we keep saying, about 5:15, it's normally completely dark.
So England have been really cracking on. 370 for 3. And in comes Naseem from the far end. Has turned away, a bit of a wristy flick there from Pope. Brings him 1, will bring him 2 as a sprawling save down there, down on his knees. And the bowler throws it back again. It's a bit of a hard day out there, Muhammad Ali. But he managed to prevent the boundary that time. 372 for 3. A number of debuts today, 4 for Pakistan, which Andy was saying equals the record from 1964 to have. Is that right? So many debutants.
It's their joint most debutants since 1964.
Okay. 372 for 3 in the 61st over. Naseem again runs towards us and bowls on off stump, and that's a beautiful stroke. Ollie Pope has just nonchalantly flicked that ball from off stump through straight mid-wicket. And that, as a bowler, is when you think, where on earth am I supposed to bowl? Because that was a perfectly decent delivery. It wasn't a half volley. It was a fullish length, but it wasn't a half volley. And that's what really is a class shot from a class player. Off stump, middle and off, bang, through mid-wicket 4. And there's no margin for error at all. Beautiful stroke, and just so effortless. 376 for 3. Shah again runs in hard, bowls on off stump, shorter length this time. And Pope merely defends it and finds mid-wicket. Trumpeter still doing his bit out there from the Barmy Arm. As I mentioned earlier, there's about 150, I think, supporters out here at the moment. Maybe more will come now the series is on. Go down to Multan after this and then finish up in Karachi. Shah moves in, bowls on off stump. Pope wants a single. Brook responds. Playing the ball carefully to a big gap now in the offside at point. And Pope goes to 82 from only 78 balls. And that's been the feature of the day. The first delivery of which gave absolutely no indication of what was to follow. Length ball outside the off stump. Crawley played no shot. And I thought, well, here we go. Test cricket returns. This is lovely.
No.
14 came for the next 5 balls, and that was it. Off at a canter. Quite remarkable. 377 for 3. This was a really fine century. And 102 for Ben Duckett on his return to Test cricket. Shah again bowls on leg stump, flicked away fine. And Brooks for his eye here on more than... Oh, he's missed... It's our old friend, I'm afraid, Muhammad Ali down here, who I think for the 4th time now...
It's terrible.
...has had a nightmare in the field. And the Pakistanis, they're still rather given up. They've got hands on hips and they're staring down there at fine leg. It's his first match. Whether he's just consumed by nerves, I'm not sure. He's had a miserable day.
There is no excuse for trying to slide tackle the ball, not even trying to stop it with his hands, trying to stop it with his body, going feet first. It's awful.
Something rather retro about that.
That's probably the 4th or 5th yellow card we've had today.
That was... And no, I mean, looking at the body language out there, and now they're moving him around a bit. I don't think it really matters where you put him.
Take him off, let him put his feet up.
He had one go through his legs at mid-on. 381 for 3. In comes Shah again. He's there and he bowls down the leg side. And this time the batsman can't get anything to it. So Mohammed is spared, having to chase the ball down here. It goes through to the keeper. And there's no run. So 381 for 3. It's a little drone that's appeared. I mean, like a small drone. It's not one that's bearing a television camera, I don't think. That's just above the fielder to our right here. I know, about 50 feet off the ground. And if that's somebody in the crowd that's playing with that, or somebody's launched one from outside the ground, or whether TV cameras become even more discreet and compact these days. Maybe it's that. And anyway, it's hovering above the ground over there. There's little else to report in aerial terms. The occasional bird, but very little. There's a kite that's flying, I see, down there in the distance.
Not the bird, but the
yes,
the other sort.
A strung variety.
Yeah. Now we have a bit of
change of bowling. Yeah,
I think.
Agha Salman is coming on. Saw him briefly earlier on today. It's not been a day for the bowlers at all. He bowls off spin as is flicked away off the pads. There's another run for Pope, sending the ball to deep mid wicket. That sun is really dipping quite quickly, isn't it?
Yeah, it is.
It'll go behind the building. We can see that's got, I'm counting, at least 4 sentries on it. It's observers, military observers. Salman bowls, and a defensive shot this time sends the ball to mid-wicket. Now you can hear the call to prayer in the distance. This one's flicked away behind square on the leg side. It's a beautiful sound, isn't it? Up quite early this morning. I think 5:15 was the first one this morning. This is outside the off stump, but a reverse sweep, very cleverly played by Pope, sending the ball towards the boundary, way down there in the distance. And they'll come back for another couple. Frantic wave from Andy Zoltz, who says, don't look at the score because that's frozen.
The scoreboard's frozen.
Okay, and I think something's frozen to my left here because there's no scores there either. How many's Pope got?
85.
Thank you. So the next one is down the pitch, flicking away into the leg side. He'll think about 2 again, but actually Brooke thinking, no, we're not going to get there for that. And so 1 more to Pope, goes to 86. 386 for 3.
It's an update on the stat from earlier on, of whether it was the most runs in the first session of a test match. Benedict Beaumonge, the Sky's cricket statistician, has been delving around. Apparently it's only been surpassed once.
Salman bowls on Midland leg. Brooke turns it to mid-wicket.
The data in the systems was incomplete, but he's found a game in 1902. South Africa, batting first against Australia at Johannesburg, made 179 for 1 in 41 overs before lunch on
41 overs before
lunch. They rattle through them in those days, Agus.
Well, they did. So therefore, we're still counting this one as being the highest, aren't we? In terms of balls bowled.
Well, yeah. I mean, it's been the fastest at various stages, including the fastest 350 ever made in Test cricket. The fastest team has reached 350 in any Test innings.
Almost, this one is. That's
yes, almost 2,500 games.
I'm finding it very difficult to keep up.
Me too, Vic. Me too.
Oh, really?
Maybe you can do some stats for me, just so we can keep on top of it.
The fastest, the quickest time the team ever got to 350.
In the first innings or any innings?
Any innings.
Any innings? That's a good one. Not even when they knocked them off in 1984 when David Gower was captain at Lord's. we mentioned that because David's here.
David is with
busy
us.
Working away.
Yes. Well, you can raise that subject with him. It's a bit of a, you find it's a bit of a bit of a thorny one.
Well,
I've been virtually forced to declare.
The eyebrows go, not again.
Yes. Haris Rauf is back from the far end, fading light, lengthening shadows, comes tearing in, bowls, and that's flicked away, down hit a fine leg, and thankfully Ali fields that cleanly, throws it back in again, and they take one, so 387 for three, showing on the large electronic scoreboard to our right.
The 100 partnership came up with the last single in the previous over from 15.9 overs.
100 partnership in 15 overs.
And it hasn't sort of struck us as being a rampage. That's the amazing thing.
Rauf again, and that's down the leg side now. How's Muhammad Ali going to get here? He's all right. He gets there. I think his confidence is probably suffering a little because he rather snatched at the ball, but he did field it cleanly.
Well, he's had they've all had a difficult day, but Test debutant, and then no wicket so far, and a few fielding errors. He's probably not the greatest fieldsman that's ever taken the field for Pakistan or anyone else. Just followed him.
Well, it's been fun watching. The outfield is very quick as well.
Yeah.
And so, well, you expect Pakistan, perhaps not to score at this rate, but you'd expect them to bat well when their turn comes. Here's Rauf, that's driven out through extra cover. The fielder dives, misses. There's going to be another boundary. The umpteenth of the day. Driven out to extra cover. 388 for three.
Well, it is a half volley that, but England they have bowled a few half volleys, to be fair, but England have put them away unerringly.
Yeah. 91 to Pope from 83 balls.
But as I think you were saying, so few have been left, so it makes it hard for a bowler to bowl a conservative line. I can get away with bowling a bit wide of off stump.
Rauf again bowls, and it's played towards mid-on. They've stolen a single there. Feel that it's back on his heels a little bit. So one more to Pope. They did try a 7-2 option, didn't they, briefly? Naseem Shah from the far end, but it didn't really work. He had to bowl very wide of the off stump to do it, obviously.
And because you don't feel there's much danger of nicking it, well, but there's no slips at the moment anyway, but because the bounce is so minimal, the edge to the slip cordon is not very likely, it feels.
Rauf bowls, and there's a leave.
Yeah.
And it's happened so rarely that there's a sort of surprise in the voice as you describe it.
I know, there have been more fours than leaves.
Definitely.
And this is a test match. I guess, unless Andy's going to contradict me on that, because he keeps a record of practically everything.
What about highest first day scores then? Given that we're not going to get the full day, so it's going to be difficult to say that, but they're going to get beyond 400.
Well, England scored 400 in 2005, of course.
They did, yes.
And we're bowling.
All out.
Yeah.
393 for three. Rauf bustles in, bowls very full, and almost bowled him. Almost bowled Harry Brook as he drove there towards the offside and missed, and that was just fractions away from his off stump. So the sun is dipping. We'll still have another hour of play, I'd hope, or round about that anyway. Andy's going to look up that the answer to that. Victor's going to say a few words, and then Atif is coming in here.
Well, these two will know each other pretty well, I guess. Haris Rauf played for Yorkshire at the beginning of this summer, as did Harry Brook, who went off to a flying start to the season. So Rauf will know the capabilities of Harry Brook. And this is obviously a significant innings for Brook. He's got in. He's got 39 on the board in just his second test. And starting to look dangerous.
He is indeed. He's down the track.
That's four.
He comes and drives the ball away to the long off boundary for four. Well, they're scoring boundaries for fun today, England, having a day out in Rawalpindi. As the score moves on, and it's Ollie Pope who hit that boundary. He's onto, well,
96.
96, thank you so much. There's got a couple of scoreboards telling me different things, but 96 it is. A blow away. Down the track he comes again. Drives just wide of the fielder at mid-off. They run through for a single. So 97 for Ollie Pope.
There are moments where Andy Zaltzman, there are a few moments in every day when he comes indispensable.
Oh, yeah.
And we've hit one because the magic scorecard over there has frozen.
Yes.
So we've got to rely on human
scorecard. Well, from my angle, I can see the big one in the screen as the next one's a bit fuller and driven back to the bowler for no run. I just got into the habit of looking towards Andy because the scorecard is behind him. But if I look slightly away from him, as we would if we were in a sitcom, I'd see the big screen. Another full ball's pushed to mid-on for no run.
You seem to be suggesting, Vic, that I'm not always indispensable. I want a full retraction.
Right. In comes Salman again, reverse sweep, connected with. He picked out the fielder at deep backward square leg, so just a single on that occasion to Harry Brook, who moves on to 40 now from his 47 deliveries. Ollie Pope, 97 not out on strike. So in comes Salman. That ball's been driven wide of the fielder, who makes a diving stop at mid-off. It's good work there by Muhammad Ali. Either side of him, you would have thought a boundary, but he's managed to hold on. But with that single, England do bring up their 400. 400 comes up at the end of 64 overs on the first day of this test match in Rawalpindi. Well, they made the Pakistanis wait 17 years. And right now, there'll be some wishing they'd made them wait a little bit longer, because this has been a quite outstanding batting performance from the tourist here in Rawalpindi.
Yeah, I mean, the conditions are in their favour, but nonetheless, they've taken up the gauntlet. I mean, they've followed the McCullum philosophy to the letter, played with great freedom, and made it so impossible for Pakistan to get any control at all, really.
Absolutely. Now Ollie Pope's on strike. In comes the bowler. That ball's been pushed down the ground. Can't go past mid-on. They run through for a single. Naseem Shah, the fielder. Ollie Pope on to 99. He'll be the non-striker's end. As the score moves on to 401. You can see the sun beginning its descent in the distance. The darkness does kind of creep up on you. Myself, Andy, and Simon took a little detour into Islamabad's town centre yesterday. We noticed how quickly the sun sets and darkness descends upon Islamabad in December. Here's Haris Rauf now, as that ball's been tucked away into the leg side. Harry Brook, they take the first one quickly. They're thinking about the second. They will come back for the second. And another excellent piece of running by the England batters today. Just because they're hitting boundaries, they haven't taken their foot off the pedal in terms of running in between the wickets. Greedy for runs. 403 for 3.
That's right. I mean, they could have easily, on a day like today, thought, well, I'll just take one there. But no, Brook sprinted the first, came back, judged it well.
And made it with time to spare in the end.
Yeah.
And Brook is on strike, just adjusting his gloves, maybe picking up a bit of moisture and sweat. It has been quite warm the last few hours. Here's Haris Rauf now. In, this is short and down the leg side. A big swing from Brook. Doesn't connect. There's a yelp of frustration, agony from Mohammad Rizwan as he collected the ball down the leg side, no run.
Well, it's one of those where you could have just got a little tickle. Didn't quite catch up with it, Harry Brook there. I think he was looking to sort of hoik it, pick it up for a six, but not so easy to hit some of those deliveries outside leg stump as you might think.
Here's Haris Rauf once more. This is short and it's been pulled. He's really timed that ball. It's gone a long way. Well, that is a remarkable shot from Harry Brook. It's gone beyond the longest boundary at this ground, which is the mid-wicket boundary, and it's gone for 6. The second of his innings. England finding new ways to torture this Pakistani bowling attack. 409 for 3 now.
Well, that was a similar length to the previous delivery, but it was a bit straighter, so he didn't have to do so much work to catch up with it, and he's timed it beautifully. As you say, it's about 75 yards, I should think, to to the boundary edge, and it went a lot further than that.
Yeah, it just landed in the first 2 rows of the Yasser Arafat enclosure here at the Rawalpindi Cricket Stadium. Here's Haris Rauf now. How will he respond? He goes full. That's flicked away by Brook out to deep backward square leg for a single. So here we go. Ollie Pope will now be on strike. He's on 99. There's 1 ball to come in this over. And, England on 410 for 3. Still theoretically 20 plus, maybe even 30 plus overs left in the day. It would be 20 plus overs left in the day. You did call 480 at the start of the day, Vic, so your prediction is on. Here's Haris Rauf now into Pope, who pushes that ball to extra cover. There is no run, so he's going to have to wait at least another over for this. As Brook will be back on strike. Mind you, Brook's close to a milestone of his own. 49 off 76 balls for him. England 410 for 3. And it's been a long day for Pakistan's captain, Babar Azam, as we see him trudging off towards his fielding position in the covers. Big forlorn expression on his face. You can understand, really, on a day like today.
Well, it is. There are 2 men who need to be philosophical. There's poor old Babar Azam who's thinking, well, I wish I'd won the toss, and it doesn't matter who I'd have in my attack. It's been such a tough day on this surface. The other great player needing a certain amount of philosophical sort of recompense is England's ex-captain Joe Root, who could be the only man not to score 100 here.
Now then, Brooks on 49. That ball's been worked away into the leg side. That's a half century for Harry Brook. Well, he likes playing in Pakistan. He had a terrific run in the 7-match T20I series. And now he's picking up where he left off with a half century here in Rawalpindi. He's applauded warmly by the crowd here in Rawalpindi. They do enjoy Harry Brook. He plays, of course, for the Lahore team in the Pakistan Super League, but Rawalpindi don't have one right now, so you'd think they'd lean on the neighbouring team, Islamabad, but they quite like Harry Brook here. Andy will hear more about Harry Brook's half century after this delivery. In comes Salman, down the track comes Pope, and he's worked that away to mid-wicket. He'll take the single. He becomes the 3rd centurion of this England innings today. A banner day for England batters here in Rawalpindi. A fantastic knock from the man from Surrey. He's hugged by Harry Brook. Every single England staff are on their feet applauding. Everybody in the ground applauding what's been a quite stunning knock from Ollie Pope. We thought England might just ease off a little bit in terms of pace after those first 2 wickets fell. But largely due to this young man's efforts, they've managed to sustain that momentum. A glorious innings. This time a reverse sweep is brought out by Harry Brook. And that's going to run away to the boundary as well. There's so much happening. There's a 50, then there's a century, then there's a reverse sweep boundary. We're trying to bring you all of it. We'll give you some more details in a second, but I can tell you the score is 416 for 3. Poor old Babar Azam really does look like a deer in the headlights at the moment. He doesn't know what to do. Everything seems to be going for 4. Runs seem to be scored at complete ease. Here's Salman again with a fuller delivery, which Brook is happy to just work into the leg side for a single. Andy Zaltzman, let's try and go in order. Let's start with the Brook half century.
Brook half century came from 52 balls, at which point he hit 2 sixes and 4 fours. His first half century in Test cricket in just his 2nd innings.
Here's Salman again. Is Pope able to work that into the leg side? He moves on to 101. Tell us about his century, Andy.
Pope's century reached his 50 from 54 balls, another 36 to reach 3 figures in 90 balls. His 50 was the slowest of the 4 we've seen this innings. It's Ollie Pope's 3rd Test 100.
This is back of a length and punched through the covers by Harry Brook, and that's going to run away to the boundary as well. Well, the speed at which England are hitting these boundaries is almost farcical.
We had the fastest 100 by an England opener earlier on. We've now had the fastest 100 by an England number 3. Sorry, not batting number 3, is he? Getting a bit overexcited with my stats. But he's into 8th place on the England all-time list at 90 balls. earlier on, Crawley went into joint 4th place.
Thankfully, he wasn't England. He is England's number 3.
Ollie Pope.
He is, you're right.
Yeah, you're
I've
right.
confused myself. So we've had the fastest by England number 3.
Don't second guess yourself, Zoltz. You're all good. But I will say, you said there were 4 Centurions. There's been 3 Centurions, isn't he? He's the 3rd.
The numbers are melting.
Yeah, there are many, yes, to be fair.
I mean, it's ridiculous, this, but we're getting to the stage in a test match where, certainly in that last over, we felt if the ball's only gone for a single, rather like a T20 match, well, that's quite satisfactory for the fielding side. Beautiful, easy boundary shots. An amazing one from Brook, the reverse sort of hit stroke sweep, which he hit incredibly hard. Then last delivery, fraction short, just a fraction wide with a back foot punch through extra cover. That's just another routine 4.
It is. It's causing problems for Pakistan's captain, who's now thrown the ball back to Muhammad Ali. He comes in from the pavilion end as that ball's guided just in front of point. They don't take a single. It's a dot ball, would you believe it? We haven't seen one of those for a while, but really, it's been a horror show really for Pakistan's bowlers. Naseem Shah and Muhammad Ali, the only bowlers to go for under a run a ball today. Everybody else has gone for 6 or more. And 6 bowlers have been used by Pakistan so far today, and they've really, I can tell you, only planned to use 4. Certainly as frontline bowlers, but before 30 overs had passed, we'd seen them all bowl at least once. Here's Muhammad Ali in again. Just skidding on a little bit as Pope just jabs at that ball outside off stump on the bounce to the fielder at point, and there is no run. 422 for 3 of 66.2 overs. Well, it's really the full spectrum really of emotion in cricket. You can get the absolute brilliance of one side contrasted with a bitter disappointment and maybe a little bit of misfortune of the other.
Misfortune to have certainly lost the toss, I think.
Here's Muhammad Ali again, good length, but played with soft hands in front of the point fielder by Ollie Pope. Runs through for a single. He's on to 102 now, 94 deliveries. England move on to 423 for 3. Andy Zoltzman.
It's the 15th time in the history of Test cricket that the top 3 have all made centuries, and only the 3rd by England. Strauss, Cook and Trott in the second innings at Brisbane.
Yeah, I remember that one.
In November 2010. Another game you probably remember, Vic. Lords 1924. England against South Africa. Hobbs, Sutcliffe and Frank Woolley.
That's not a bad triumvirate either.
Here's Muhammad Ali now. In he comes. And again, the ball just keeping a little bit low off a length. And Harry Brook just making a late decision to just maybe play a defensive shot into the covers. He makes a little expression, sort of an ooh, with his face as if to indicate that was a little bit tricky. And the truth is, it hasn't been too much trickier than that today. When we talk about the Pakistani bowlers, Naseem Shah and Muhammad Ali going for under run a ball. As I say, Haris Rauf going for exactly a run a ball from his 13 overs. Zaid Mahmood going for 7 runs an over. He's conceded 152 from his 22 overs. It's Ali in again. And that ball's defended by Brook to mid-on for no run. And then we go to Agha Salman. He's bowled 5 overs for 38. It's 7.6 an over. Saud Shakil, just the 1 over from him. Didn't look particularly threatening. He went for a runner ball as well. So no real pressure's been exerted. We've seen 3 maidens so far today. 1 from Ali, 1 from Rauf, and 1 from Zaid Mahmood. But they haven't really been able to break the England batters' momentum in a serious way. Here comes Muhammad Ali as that ball's been punched pleasingly off the back foot by Harry Brook. Out to Babar Azam, fielding in the deep, and there is a single taken. 424 for 3 England after 67 overs. It's been a quite remarkable batting performance, this. So many records scored as well. It's hard to keep track of all of their achievements today, but I'm sure, I mean, it's going to be a recurring topic, I'm sure, over the next 5 days, but people will talk about the pitch and the way it's been prepared and whether it's good for cricket, whether it's turning... there's a lot's been made about people coming back to play Test cricket in Pakistan. Are they putting their best best side forward in showing, in preparing pitches like this?
Well, we'll see how the game evolves. I mean, it is an absolute belter to bat on. There's no assistance really whatsoever visible for the quicker bowlers. No reverse swing either. We've seen just the very occasional leg break grip or turn, but very occasionally. And when it does bounce, it goes so slowly that very often they can adjust unless it's an absolutely perfect length.
Yeah.
I mean, it's been incredibly one-sided today, but that doesn't mean England are going to win this game. There's going to be an awful lot of work to do to get those 20 wickets.
Without a doubt.
And I think in this innings, England will want to get way in excess of 600.
Saud Shakil back into the attack. Starts with a short ball, which has been pumped down the ground, almost all the way for 6. Just one bounce 4 in front of long on. Not too far from us here in the media centre. There's 4 more to the score for England.
Yeah, well, I mean, these are great shots. It's not a great ball, but I mean, there is an element of shell shock, I think, amongst the Pakistan setup at the moment.
Brooke onto 64 now. In comes Saud. He over pitches this time. He's been driven through the covers. There's a fielder out sweeping. He's not going to get anywhere near it. 4 more back-to-back boundaries. Welcome back to the bowling crease, Saud Shakil. Harry Brook, well, he's probably looked at the clock and thought, if I want to get my 100 in today, I better start playing some shots as well. 68 off 65 for him. England 432 for 3 off 67.2.
Well, at this rate, he's certainly got time to get there tonight. That'll get Andy Zaltzman's laptop whizzing round again.
Saud Shakil in. This is full. This has been driven down the ground. A 3rd boundary in successive balls for Harry Brook. His shots are being applauded around the ground, but that shell shock is just growing and growing. 72 off 61 deliveries. And Saud Shakil has come back for his second over. His first over went for 6. His second over has now gone for 12. He's still got 3 balls to bowl. It's a tough old spot to bowl in.
The ex-captain Azhar, I think, came over mid-wicket. I think the current captain is still a bit shell-shocked. Just to offer a suggestion to the left-arm spin. I don't know what it was.
Here's Saud Shakil, back of a length, and again, this bowl's been played aerially into the leg side. There's a big gap between deep backward square leg and long on, and that's gone for 4 as well. That is 4 boundaries in 4 balls off the 4 deliveries that Saud Shakil has bowled. And, well, he's looking completely bemused, but really, it's got to be said, Big. I mean, they've been 4 pretty poor deliveries.
Well, I think he's got Brook where he wants him at the moment, because Brook will feel the pressure now to hit all 6 balls for 4, which could induce an error.
Well, I mean, it's worth a shot at this point, to be honest with you. It's an unusual tactic, but... Well, here's Saud Shakil again. This is short outside off. It's been hammered through the covers. Is it going to run away for a 5th boundary? It is. It is. 5 boundaries and 5 balls for Harry Brook, who actually is giggling to himself out in the middle as he's treating Saud Shakil with disdain. Ben Stokes on the balcony, he's having a laugh as well.
I think we can confirm that the 100 is possible tonight for Harry Brook if he keeps going.
He's on 80 off 68 deliveries. He's 5 shots away, really, if he continues at this rate. Pressure on Saud Shakil now. Is he going to be sent for 4 every ball? This is short again. Pulled away again towards the mid-wicket boundary, and it does go for 4. Harry Brook has hit 6 4s in an over in a test match where England were already dominating. The exclamation mark on what's been a dominant performance from the tourists. 448 for 3. Harry Brook on to 84 off 64. Ollie Pope at the non-strikers end. He's on 102 from 94. This is amongst the most impressive batting performances I've seen from this England team. Vic Marks, tell us your thoughts on it, and in a moment you're going to be joined by Simon Mann.
Well, I can see exhaustion to my right. I mean, there's more records to... I think I remember Sandeep Patel hitting Bob Willis for 6 4s, which is a rather greater achievement, actually, without wanting to demean Harry Brook, at Old Trafford once.
I think there might have been a no ball in that over there.
Oh, right.
You're right. 1982, that was.
Yeah. It gets crazier and crazier.
What a day. Absolutely astonishing. Here is Muhammad Ali bowling to Pope. He's on 102. And he plays a dot ball into the offside towards extra cover.
In that last
and there's
over,
no run.
In that last over, I mean, it wasn't as if he played any exotic shots there. There were several slightly under-pitched deliveries, and Brook hit them with such power, they kept finding the boundary. The punch straight drive, beat a deep mid-on. I mean, it wasn't as if he was doing anything overly extravagant.
Can you remember that Gilbert Jessup conversation we were having earlier today? Here's Muhammad Ali going into bowl to Pope. Pope flicks that away towards forward square leg and there's no run. We were saying that Gilbert Jessup's 100 in Test cricket results was in 78 balls, was it?
76 balls.
76 balls,
yep.
And that probably won't be beaten. Well, it could be beaten in the next 10 minutes.
He's in the frame, Brook, at the moment.
He's 84 from 64, so he's got 11 balls. Is that right? 11 balls to score 16 more runs. It's 448 for 3. The light beginning to go, but the floodlights aren't on yet. Here's Ali bowling, short, pulled away by Pope. Pope really furious with himself there because he thinks he's missed out on another boundary. He's hit that straight to fine leg. 1 run, he goes to 103. It's 449 for 3. This is only the 69th over. Pope manipulates his helmet to get some sweat out of it. So even though it's a cool day out there, he's obviously expending a lot of energy. Of course he is, working hard. And now focuses on Brook. He's 84 not out from 64 balls. I'm sure he's not aware of Gilbert Jessup and that record.
It'd be impressive if he was, though, wouldn't it?
It would be. Here's Ali going into bowl to him, and that's forced away nicely. He'll get 1 here, possibly 2. It's gone down towards deep backward point. It's only a single. 85 not out from 65 balls. And the 450 is up. 450. We were talking in the box earlier today, I don't know, about an hour's play, and Atif was involved and you were involved. You were saying, well, they go on like this, they'll get 480. And I said, don't be ridiculous. They'll score 480 in a day. They're 450. Well, you've never seen cricket like this, folks. Here's Ali. Well, his Test debut, moving into bowl to Pope. Pope drives. It didn't sound very nice off the bat there. Low down. And it goes out towards mid-wicket. And there is no run. 450 for 3. We can still see the sun away to our right-hand side, but there's some cloud around it. And we're in that sort of, not quite the twilight zone yet, but we're moving towards it. And it would be a shame for this day's play to end, wouldn't it? I mean, this is the day when you really want all the overs.
I don't think Babar Azam will be thinking that way.
He wanted to put his hand up and knock that sun down into the west. Ali bowls, Pope tiptoes down the pitch, plays into the offside, they're off a quick single to left of cover. So 1 more, and that is the end of the over. Oh, don't take a single off the last ball of the over, Ollie.
I'm just thinking Shakil might have a break.
I think he might, Victor, yeah. If the captain knows anything about the game of cricket...
Oh, I see, we're going to have some drinks.
Break, yeah.
The light is diminishing, but it's just past 4 o'clock here. We might get another half an hour, but we'll see. I mean, the batsmen don't appear to have any difficulty picking the ball up. Maybe the fielders are.
Well, not really, because all they have to do is run back,
fetch it,
go to the boundary rope and pick it up.
It has been an extraordinary day. As I keep saying, England have got a lot of work to do to win this game. They'd also have to do something absolutely unbelievable to lose it from here. 451 for 3. As I say, I think you really do cash in this first innings.
Yeah.
And get all the runs. You'll need a lot of runs in this match because the wicket is so true. You may as well get most of them in the first innings, where everything is just going so swimmingly, and they're getting them so fast. So I don't, I think England will bat for quite a long time tomorrow and get a massive score and try and put pressure on. We haven't seen batsmen under pressure. There was just a moment, wasn't there, when we had 2 England players on naught, not just at the start, but also after the openers went in quick succession, where you thought they might be under pressure, but it didn't last very long.
Yeah, Joe Root was out, and it was a bit frenetic for a while, but then this partnership really settled things out. Oh, the umpires have got their light meters out now. They're balancing them on the stumps. Now, does that mean we're not going to use the lights? Or are they saying the lights need to be turned on now? Anyway, they're having drinks. Seltz has got something for us, and Waqar Younis is going to come in a moment.
A few things to catch up on. The 450 came up in 68.4 overs. which is the quickest a team has reached 450. No team had ever previously reached it in less than 81 overs. So England have broken the record. I think we're 12 overs and 4 balls for fastest team to 450 in a test match. Harry Brooks over of 6 fours from the bowling of Saud Shakil. According to the CricViz database, he's the 8th player in test history to hit 6 boundaries in an over. Most recently, Jasprit Bumrah off that over from Stuart Broad in Birmingham.
Went for 32, didn't it?
Yeah, that was, I think there were a couple of no balls in that over as well. Also Jai Surya, Ramnaresh Sarwan, Chris Gale, Brian Lara, Craig McMillan, and that over by Sandeep Patil that we mentioned in 1982 off Bob Willis.
Well, that's been the tale today of just all-out England assault.
I'm glad that I'm not there.
Well, it wouldn't be happening if you were bowling. It'd be 180 all out. Those reverse swingers into the boots and crushing toes and hitting the base of the stump, things like that. Who's going to bowl? Who wants to bowl? It's 451 for 3. Just waiting for Brook to come back from the drinks break, actually. He may have slipped off the field. He's putting his gloves back on and he's making his way towards his bat and his helmet at the non-striker's end. We've had 69 overs, so 21 overs in theory left in the day's play, but you can forget that. I think the interesting thing is at what time will we come off a bad light, and then that will be probably the marker for the rest of the test match. Although it is a bit more overcast today than it has been on some of the days we've been in Rawalpindi.
Yeah, it is getting a little darker. I think the lights will come on, and as I speak, I see the towers sort of
they're firing up. Yeah.
So they will put up these big towers, big lights on, and I'm not sure how long they can continue there, because once the light, these artificial lights takes over, umpires tend to sort of go out, and I guess Pakistan will be hoping that they just get out of this misery what they are in, and maybe come back tomorrow and just think about things and trying to sort out all the issues they had during the day today.
Well, Mahmood's back into the attack on his debut. It's been a really difficult debut for him. His first ball is floated up and is driven out towards wide long off, and then we come back for 2 more runs, 2 more to Ollie Pope, who moves to 106. It's 453 for 3. Brook at the non-striker's end at the moment. He's 85 not out. He has got 10 more balls to score 15 runs if he wants to become the fastest test century maker for England. Mahmood to Pope, who clip drives for a single, so Brook will be on strike now, and it's 454 for 3, and that record was set way back in 1902 by Gilbert Jessop, despite the best efforts of some of the modern players like Johnny Bairstow, who got very close in the summer. I think it was 1 ball out, Zoltz, was it? 1 ball. So back with Brook.
I think Brook was hoping that Saud Shakil just
sure
bowled another over.
Mahmood bowls to Brook, floated up, driven by Brook, and he's hitting this out towards extra cover. That's gone for 4.
Makes no difference.
It was a nice floaty half volley, really, and Brook was into it and smacked it away, and he goes to 89. So he now needs 11 from 9 balls. So it's a game within a game at the moment.
Well, Zahid Mahmood struggled throughout the day, although he did pick up 2 wickets, but the lines and lengths are missing.
Bowls to Brook. Oh, Brook comes studiously forward there,
What's
playing
that?
back down the pitch. I don't know. It's called a
lock?
Defensive shot. I've seen many of those today.
Boring.
Yeah. He's 89 not out from 67 balls. Mahmood moves in to bowl to him, and he goes back and chops that away out towards deep cover. That takes him to 90. And England have the possibility here of having 4 players make 100 on the first day of a test match. Brook is 10 away. Pope, Duckett and Crawley have already done it, and they're 459 for 3. The lights just, they're on now, beaming down. Here is Mahmood bowling to Pope, who turns that away, backward a square on the onside towards short fine. Can't get a single. And that is the end of the 70th over, 459 for 3. So just looking at it from a Pakistan perspective today, Waqar, where have they gone wrong? I mean, we haven't got that long, but we've got a bit of time.
Look, I think, full credit to the England batsmen. They came out with the mindset that they're going to really put this young Pakistani bowling attack under pressure early in the game, and that's exactly what they did. And they crumbled. They had no answers to the way England batters were playing. The two openers both getting hundreds, and Pope getting 100 now. Brooks is almost there. So, the momentum they started off with, and Pakistan had no answers, especially, even the pacers, they bowled both sides of the pitch, and spinners looked very ordinary, and things didn't really work out for Pakistan at all today.
Here's Muhammad Ali with his 15th over, 0 for 73. Bowls now to Brook, and Brook clips that away. It's stopped at mid-wicket, no run from there. So he has got, that's 69 balls. He's got 6 balls left if he wants to make the fastest 100 by an England player in Test cricket. In only his second Test match, he'll probably just settle for his maiden Test 100.
You think he knows that?
Well, I don't know. I don't know if someone would have told him. I mean,
you want to just go out in the balcony and shout, maybe?
Well, there was a drinks break, wasn't there? So someone might have said something to him, but he's probably thinking 100, 100, 100, isn't he? That's the thing you want most. That's the thing you covered. But it is a chance to do something really special, break a record that's been set for 120 years ago.
Yeah.
And it was a stat knocking around in the summer because Johnny Bester got close, as we mentioned. Here's Muhammad Ali going in now to bowl to Brook, and Brook gets a thick inside edge on that, just gets the bat down in time, and it goes down towards fine leg, and he gets a single. What you could see the possibility of him taking on the spinner in the next over, and if he tossed a couple up, then that might be one way to do it. Not so easy perhaps to smack.
He's such a talented batsman, isn't he? He's just got everything going for him. I saw him last year, earlier this year, when he came and played for Lahore Qalandar. He was just outstanding, the way he was hitting the ball. Such a clean striker, and he can also sort of play any sort of format.
Ali bowls to Pope. Pope drives a single to him there towards deep cover. The field set back with fielders out on either side. Deep square, deep cover, fine leg, and a bit of a ring, and then nothing in terms of really a slip as a gully fielder.
Well, we can sit here and blame the pitch, that a slow pitch, but I feel that the batters played really well for sure, and then Pakistani bowlers, they were not they didn't really have the right plans for this surface.
Here's Ali bowling to Brook. Brook dabs it away into the offside and gets a single, so he's up the other end with 2 balls left in this over, and he's moved to 92, so he's 2 fours away.
I was listening to Babar Azam's press conference, and somebody asked him this question about the pitch, how this pitch is going to behave, and the previous game when Australia played on the surface, which was a boring draw, which, lots of runs were scored, and he said this pitch is going to be better.
Right.
Well, that's not right at the moment, what we're seeing.
England have rampant today. Here's Pope struck on the pad. Shout for LBW. He's a bit leg side-ish. Umpire says not out. Muhammad Ali beseeching Hassan Raza to raise his finger, as he did earlier for Crawley, was on 99. Are Pakistan going to review this? The crowd are urging them to do so, I think.
I think Rizwan is going to Babar Ali. He's going to pursue him. Yeah, that's good. Going upstairs.
Did it feel a bit leg side-ish?
Maybe just clipping the leg stump, and they're hoping that they'll get more than 50% hitting the leg stump.
Original decision not out. Can you assist me with a front foot, please?
But it was a sharpish delivery. It came in very, very quickly.
Just wants to check the front foot first. Murray Erasmus, our TV umpire for this game. So is it potentially a no ball? Normally they say, front foot's fine, let's move on, but it might be an issue of a no ball.
Yeah, he's gone quiet. When the third umpire goes quiet, that means he's focusing, he's concentrating. That is this foot over the line. It'd be a tight one, I have a feeling.
No problem.
No problem. That's good. That's good news for Pakistan. Now, they want. Yeah, he was a little worried. He's definitely worried that it might be just over that line.
Thank you.
now they're hoping that it'll be...
Oh, it's...
Yeah, he's okay.
Thank you. That's a fair delivery. If you can go to spin vision, please.
Yeah, just okay there. It's fine. There was enough of the foot behind. Right, let's have a look. We're looking at front on now. Oh, it's not a bad shout, that, is it?
I will need Ultra Edge to confirm.
I think it's a lot closer than what we saw. Maybe a little high because the ball's just hit over above the knee roll.
So no bat involved in ball passes.
And he's on his toe.
And you're tracking when it's ready.
Doesn't look too bad a shout, that, does it?
The impact is in line.
There we go.
He's hitting the stumps. So back to on-field umpire. Hassan, you'll have to reverse your decision. You're on screen now, signal.
Yeah, it was a very good shout. And Muhammad Ali has his first test wicket. A long, hard day for Pakistan, but a bit of reward for them towards the close of play. They've got rid of Pope for 108. Well, it just nipped back a fraction. And it was hitting leg stump, and it's 462 for 4.
I think thanks to Mohammad Rizwan, who just ran to Babar, who was at mid-off, and made sure that he takes the review, because he was thinking that it is definitely nice and straight, but is it going over the top? But that was the only question was asked, but that was crashing into middle leg. It was a good review taken, but an excellent knock comes to an end. Pope played another wonderful knock. He's a fine player. He's going to be doing a wicket-keeping job also, and that also brings Ben Stokes, who's another fine player, a stroke maker. He's out there now, so 70 overs been bowled, 462 for 4, Pakistan's first success after tea.
Yeah, England, well, we might be in night watchman territory, we don't know, because we don't quite know when the close of play is going to come with the lights on.
You really need a night watchman?
Well, this is it.
Now.
If you're Ben Stokes, you're thinking, no, I'm not going to let someone else out there. I want to have a go on this pitch. Even though I've got a potentially tricky session here with the lights on, and you've been sitting watching all day. And he was one of the unwell yesterday, but he's had the whole day just to rest up a bit. Well, a lot of his time he's been on his feet applauding and cheering in that changing room. Your TV cameras have picked him out in there, seeing his players play the way he wants to play and have a lot of success. So we've had 3 players make hundreds today. They've all gone. Harry Brook is still there, but he's got to wait on a 92 for at least another ball. Watch on for another ball, because Stokes is on strike, and this is the last delivery of Muhammad Ali's over. So good on him. He's finally got his first test wicket, and he's looking for another one now, bowling to the England captain. 462 for 4. Bowls to Stokes, and Stokes in behind that, playing defensively into the offside. There is no run. It is the end of the over. 462 for 4. I don't think Jonathan's had 100 today, has he, in his commentary, so I'm going to give him the opportunity here with Harry Brook on 92. A few more thoughts from you, Waqar, and then it will be Jonathan Agnew.
Yeah, the top 3 batsmen getting centuries and putting Pakistani bowlers under immense pressure. A young Pakistani bowlers have struggled throughout the day. Brooks is also searching for his first 100. He's on 92 of 71. 71 overs been bowled. 462 for 4. It's the first wicket after a tea. And that also brings Naseem Shah back into the attack and brought Jonathan
well,
right
we're
next to me.
counting down, aren't we, Waqar? So I think it's 4 balls to get these 8 runs to be the fastest English Test century ever.
Yeah, Gilbert Jessop's record, 76 balls at the Oval in 1902 against Australia.
Well, it would be incredible, and to be a first 100 as well, only your second Test match. And we said when he first came out to bat, what a chance he has. And he certainly grabbed it. Naseem Shah then, on his way, bowls to Brook. What's he going to do? He's on the back foot, forcing away square into the offside. There should be 2 here. Man round from deep point, gets the ball now. And back he goes to his ground. 94 from 72. He's got to get to 75. He wants 6 off 3.
He'd be needing a boundary, isn't it, to break that record.
6 off 3.
Yep.
Johnny Bairstow so nearly broke it in the summer. 464 for 4. Gloomy now. Floodlights shining down through the mist. Brook on 94. In goes Shah, he's there, he bowls to him, turned into the leg side as a dot ball. Fielded at mid-wicket. It's ridiculous, really. This is a man who's 6 away from his first Test century, which is the most important aspect of all of this. But you just throw into the mix the fact that he could possibly score the fastest 100 ever for England in a Test match.
Yeah, he's got to take a risk. He's got to take. I think
he won't know, though, will he?
No, I think he knows. I think Ben Stokes came in and he's probably given him that information that go for it. Yeah. But I'm not sure if he's going to, because that's his first 100. If this would have been like second or third, it would have been a different story. But he wants to get to 3-figure first.
In goes Shah, bowls, and that's turned into the leg side. Probably only for one. Yes, it is. He trots the one. So 95 from 74. He's going to have to hit a 6 if he's going to break the record. But frankly, if he just gets to his first Test 100, that's more than enough for Harry Brook today.
Ollie Pope's final figures: 108 from 104 deliveries with 14 fours, his third Test century, and the partnership was 176 in a ball under 25 overs.
It's been incredible scoring rate today, isn't it? I mean, it really has.
It all started from the very first over. The first over went for 14 and the tone was set, and then whoever comes in, they just were very positive and looking to score every over. There's hardly been made an over.
Here goes Shah, bowls to Stokes, looking to get off the mark, and he does, running that away down through third man. There's no one there, so England's captain is off the mark, second ball. I've kept a little bit low that, but it struck the thick edge. And Naseem's not had much joy today, none for 80. He's in his 14th over. There are some very expensive bowling figures doing the rounds, but none more so than Zaid Mahmood, the wrist spinner, making his debut. He got a couple of wickets, but he's gone for 7 and over. 23 overs for 160. And Stokes waits for Shah again, round the wicket, runs in, bowls to him on the leg stump, nicely tucked away through mid-wicket. That's an effortless stroke. Fielders again pursuing the ball out towards deep mid-wicket, but the ball's going to win. And Shah standing there with his hands on his hips saying, how did that get there? And Babar Azam, well, he's sort of pleading with him really, in a sort of it is a non-bowling captain, and he's very cross, isn't he? But
yeah, he's not very happy. I think he just want Naseem Shah to just stay on that off-stump line, or maybe just a touch outside off-stump, because the previous boundary came from third man, which wasn't a bad delivery. And suddenly Naseem Shah went a little straighter, and Ben Stokes, as we all know, is such a good player on the of onside. It just always pure timing.
There goes Shah again, bowls to Stokes, who plays out very late. He's got 4 more. Running the ball through third man. It'll go all the way to the boundary. Pursued by another fielder. It's been that sort of day for Pakistan. They just chase the ball all over the place. 477 for 4. How's that light doing? Well, the umpires aren't looking at each other at the moment, but it's getting towards that stage, I would think.
Normally it is the batsmen who sort of complain of light, and then they look to go out, and they're not really fussed. They just want to stay out there and put maximum runs they can. They want to just bat out whatever's left. Still 18 overs remaining of the day. I mean, they're well ahead in the game for sure, 477 for 4. But if they can get in another 5 overs, although the shadows are getting longer, you can see 4 shadows of every individual. So that means that the towers, the lights, the floodlights is affecting more now.
Brook's 75th ball. Muhammad Ali bowls to him. He's driven into the offside just for a single. So he won't break the record today. I won't say he might not do it in the future, but he moves to 96. He's a boundary away from his first Test century. He's faced only 75 balls. The light fading quickly. It's only 25 past 4 here, the local time. The lights are on, the sun has gone. It's behind some cloud in the west to our right. Stokes with a slip. In fact, a couple of slips now. That's good to see from Babar, at least trying to get a wicket here at the end of it's been a pretty tortuous day.
Yeah, I think that's the idea. He's brought in another slip in. There are 2 slips in the gully there. And I think Babar wants Muhammad Ali to just go across, just create that angle, or just look to just bowl that good length and outside the off stump, bring those slips and gully into play. And that's the plan, it seemed.
Well, he's on his way now. Stokes is waiting. Bat raised. Ali bowls to him. Oh, comes dancing down the pitch. Flicks out to mid-wicket. He gave him the charge, and Mohammed looks a bit surprised. But he flicked that straight to the fielder. And there's no run. We saw Stokes do that quite a lot last summer, of course.
Muhammad Ali has got a lot of success in first-class cricket. And just tasting this test match cricket, he'd be thinking this is a different ball game altogether.
I think so. On a very flat pitch. I mean, we ought to keep adding that caveat. I think this is a very flat pitch. I mean, in cricket parlance, it's a road.
Yeah.
It's done nothing really. And Ali again runs in gamely, willingly, and bowls on the leg stump, flicks him on the pad. That pitched outside the left-hander's leg stump, and umpire Raza will have nothing to do with that. 478 for 4. So you can see if umpire Wilson's looking fidgety. Not really. He's looking around behind him though, where the sun was. There's a little bit of pink in the sky there behind that concrete building to our right-hand side. A couple of satellite towers over there as well. As Ali turns in the distance, it is really quite gloomy now. Stokes waits. Ali's over the wicket, bowls to him, and he drives straight down the ground with a bit of a punch. The fielder manages to get there, fielding with his left hand. And Stokes takes another single. He goes to 13. And now, can Brook get these 4 before bad light finishes play for the day? It'll be up to the umpires to decide when the light is bad enough, and they'll make a little mark, a little register to say this is the mark that we'll stick to every day of this test match.
I think Ben Stokes would like Brooks to get his 100 tonight rather than coming back tomorrow and having that added pressure overnight.
2 balls left in the over, and Brook looked around into the leg side as Muhammad Ali runs in from the far end. Brook waits, bat raised, times that forcing shot towards the offside he was aiming, but got a thick inside edge. Ball trickled away up there to Shah, fielding it mid-on. So there's 1 ball left in this over. Umpire Wilson again looking behind him, this time towards the crowd, over to our left.
A much better spell from Muhammad Ali.
Yep.
This last one is just targeting that off stump, and he's not really trying too many things, and keeping it really, really simple, although there's no slip, but he's just keeping it very, very tight.
Muhammad Ali comes in, bowls to Brook down the leg side. Again, he can't get bat on it. Ball, I think, thumps into his pad there. They take a run, and umpire Raza confirms that with a leg by. It does mean that Brook will keep the strike. And a little look over his shoulder there from umpire Raza to his colleague, but not much. The umpires there setting off in their respective directions. I haven't seen a light meter being brandished over the last minute or so, but these small floodlights are beaming down, and the 2 batsmen are having a conversation mid-pitch. If you're watching the pictures back at home, I suspect it'll look pretty bright there. They can do these magical things with television cameras, but the shadows are long.
Were you here in 2005 and
2000 in Karachi?
Yeah, in Karachi.
Yes, I certainly was. I could hardly see you. So dark. Brooks on 96, and this is on the off stump, dabbed into the offside. He goes to 97. A single there pushed into the offside. I mean, that was, yes, it was darker than this.
Yeah, it was, and the lights were there. I remember the towers were there, but those days we were not allowed to play under the floodlight with the red ball. Now, modern days, they just want to stay out there. They want to just make sure that they can get in maximum overs. Although at this stage right now, I feel that it is darker than normal when we play here in Pindi. Umpires normally calls it off, but they just want to carry on. I think the batsmen, they're happy, so they're not bothered.
Shah around the wicket, moves in, bowls to Stokes, plays that carefully to mid-on, and there is no run. Brook getting calm enough down at this end on 97 from 78 balls. We're tuning our way. Crawley 122 from 111. Duckett 107 from 110. Pope 108 from 104. Root, poor sweep shot 23. missed out. He'll have been furious, I think, at the way he was dismissed. LBW to the wrist spinner, seeing all the runs scored by those top three, and now by Brook as well on 97. But he's not on strike. Shah runs in round the wicket, bowls short, and Stokes has pulled this out into the leg side. It'll go for 4, I reckon. Fielder tearing round that long leg boundary, might just get there if he gets the dive in, picks it up, and he'll come back for 3. So that gets Brook back on strike again, with 3 balls to go in this over, possibly 3 to go in the day. I'm just looking at the umpires. They're having a conversation now from long range. It's not a we're going to go off now sort of conversation, but I just wonder.
They're looking at each other.
Yeah, I think umpire Raza there suggested that he didn't see much of that at square leg. So can Brook get these 3 runs in what may be the last over of this first day of the series? Is on 97. Naseem Shah runs away from us. Is there any bowls to Brook, who plays that very late, trying to guide the ball to third man, but can't beat the man at gully?
I think he's happy to wait. I think he will not take any risk. He will come back tomorrow and try to finish the job. There's still plenty. It's only the first day, and scoring 484 for 4. I think extraordinary day for England batsmen. They can come back and bat maybe another session. That's all probably they need after this.
Brook on 97 waits as Shah bowls him. He drives into the offside. He's got it. He's done it.
Yep.
He's driven that through extra cover for 4, and Harry Brook becomes the 4th centurion on this crazy day, but it's his first, and his helmet's off. He's got a broad smile. He's getting a hug from Ben Stokes. Well played. We said at the start what a chance he has here today on this very good pitch to really make his mark. It's only his 2nd test match, and he's done it in style. He really has. Lovely flowing extra cover drive, and he's taken England to 488 for 4 in the dying moments of this first day.
Yeah, exceptional player. He's got everything covered, technically very, very sound.
Shah again bowls to him. That's a straighter ball turned into the leg side. He's sent back by Stokes, and there's misfield. And it's all got a bit mad out there now. The ball's being thrown all over the place. There was a double misfield, and Brook had set off for the first one, got sent back by Stokes, who then wanted it the second misfield, and Brook sent him back. The ball came flying in, and the umpires are now having a conversation, and it wouldn't surprise me if that is it for a very eventful day.
Brook's century from 80 balls, with 2 6s and 14 4s. England's 4th century of the innings, as you said, the first time they've had that since 2007, and only the 3rd time in all. Brook's century, the 3rd fastest for England after Jessop's 1902 innings and Johnny Bairstow's last summer, 77 balls for Bairstow, 76 for Jessop. England have had 3 of their fastest 9 test centuries today, and Ben Duckett with a 105 ball century has the slowest of the 400s we've seen today.
Well, it's been unforgettable. It really has. They are going to play another over at least. The umpires did confer there, quite long and hard. It's Muhammad Ali who's going to bowl to Stokes, left-handed of course, and he drills him over mid-off. 1 bounce into the boundary at the far end, and Muhammad Ali can't quite believe that. In deteriorating light, Stokes just stood there and smashed him over mid-off.
The record most runs on the first day of a test is 494. That was set in 1910, Australia against South Africa in Sydney.
I've got no more room for these notes.
I'm running out of coloured pens.
3 more runs. 3 more needed.
Got a spare pen?
From 5 balls. And there might be more than that, of course, but this is only the 75th over. Ali again runs in, bowls to Ben Stokes, who stands across in front of his stumps there, turns into the leg side, the ball rolls away to square leg, and there is no run. He's 20 not out from 10. Brook 101 from 81. Roots 23. How many balls did he face? I've not made a note of that. Well, have you got that down there?
31.
So he's the only batsman to have scored at a lower rate than won a ball.
Took him a while to get off the mark as well.
It did. It has been an incredible day. 492 for 4. We're in the 75th over Ali's on his way. Bowls to Stokes, who charges him and hits him into the leg side. That breaks the record. How far has it gone? Waiting for the umpire. It's gone all the way. He danced down the pitch and he's hoisted Muhammad Ali into those white railings over to our right. And that's now 498 for 4 to confirm us the most runs ever scored on the first day of a test match. Is that correct? It is, Andy.
I mean, it's brought up in style as well, isn't it? Ben Stokes coming down the wicket, getting to the pitch of the ball and lofting it into the onside. England today have played very much white ball cricket with a red ball.
It is.
It's been extraordinary.
The fact they're even doing it in day-night now, because it really is dark. Ali's having a go round the wicket, comes in, bowls to Stokes, who leans back, hammers him for 4. 500 up. 502 for 4 in the 75th over on the first day of a test series. Well, the 150 or so England supporters who've made the effort to get here won't forget this in a hurry. There's a last glow, an ember-like glow in the sky to our right. The sun going down. It's not putting Stokes off, though. He's on 30 from 13 balls. Ali's on his way to try again, a charge, and he's hit that away towards mid-on, quite where he was aiming it to go. And to be honest, it's quite hard to see where the ball is going now. But hit hard to mid-on, and there is no run. So there's a ball to go in this over. It's hard for the umpires to take them off a bad light when they're slogging it round like this.
I'll be mind blown if they stay on for another over. I mean, I was looking at the square leg boundary there for that ball. You've done well to see that it went to mid-on.
It's going all over the place. But how can they go off when they're batting like this and there's still 15 overs left? 502 for 4. Here comes the tireless Ali again, moves in, bowls to Stokes, it's short and he's ramped him over third man. Ball comes down here for another 4. Well, the umpires are going to confer. I'm not sure what they're going to say. The batsman
seeing it too well.
Seeing it rather well. The umpires are meeting. How many from that over, for goodness sake?
18, 3 fours and a 6. Only once has a team scored more runs in a day than this. South Africa 509 on the second day against Bangladesh Sri Lanka in Colombo in 2002.
Well, rather apologetically, the umpires saying that's it. The umpires are taking them off for bad light. With 15 overs to go, 18 runs having been scored off that last over. But the umpires, maybe actually, to spare Pakistan any further punishment, are taking them off the ground at 506 for 4. We'll have all the rundown. Let's see what you've got. A final one for now to throw in.
The fastest a team has reached 500. England did it in 74.4 overs. The previous record, 90.1 overs.
The Test team has ever reached 500, the fastest. Well, everyone's going to sleep well tonight. They've gone at an absolutely extraordinary rate. In that last session, they scored over 8 and over, more than 6 and over in the first session of the match. And I can see Brendan McCullum applauding as the batsmen leave the field, with Brooke on 101. Ben Stokes 34 from 15 balls. What a day. 506 for 4. England today have scored 3 of the 9 fastest centuries that have ever been scored by English batsmen.
Yeah, 4 of the top 20.
4 of the top 20. Duckett's the slowest at 107 off 110 balls. I don't know where to start, really. Absolutely remarkable day. I know we've had 1 or 2 glitches on our commentary. Sorry about that. It's been that sort of a day here in the media centre, about as chaotic and frenetic, I think, as it's been out in the middle. But I hope you've enjoyed bearing with us. And will join us tomorrow. We're going to have our review of the day. Of course, it goes without saying, but just in case you have something else to do, we will be back tomorrow. What I haven't been able to confirm, because there are no playing conditions and no one seems to know, is if they can make up any time early tomorrow because of the overs that have been lost. But unfortunately, no one seems to know. Victor, if anyone's going to know these sort of things, it'll be Vic Marks. Any thoughts on that, Victor? Have you
what I know is this: you certainly can't make it up any time after, at the end of the day.
We know that. But can you start early?
Well, we'll wait and see.
We'll wait and see.
I hope so. That's the only way you can possibly do it.
Yeah, it is.
In fact, it'd be quite. In which case, we would end up starting at 9:30 for the rest of the match, because we're always going to lose time at this time of day.
Yeah.
But they've done their best to make up for what was always going to be a bit of lost time today.
Yeah.
England.
So they've actually stopped play at 20-5, and that will be, I would think, the benchmark more or less.
Yeah.
That the umpires will set for the rest of the match, which is why, to be fair, they went off, because a team could be battling 7 down or something in the similar light, and just because these two batsmen happen to be flogging the ball all over the place, they've got to be fair. But actually, ironically, now we've got our last glimpse of the sun, the full sun. It's just it's sunk lower than the cloud, and so that's not exactly beaming down, but it's there just to our right at the end of what has been a golden day for England. 506 for 4. They faced 75 overs, so there were 15 that weren't bowled. It's the fastest that any Test team has ever reached 500. They did so in the 75th over. 4 have scored hundreds. Zach Crawley, who allowed the first ball of the day to pass harmlessly by outside the off stump, then took 14 off the next 5, set the tone. He's got a magnificent 100, and this is a very flat pitch, and there are 1 or 2 caveats to add. But this is a man who hasn't batted in a match since September. He's had, as we know, a real battle holding his place down at the top of the order. He played magnificently today. 122 from 111 balls. Ben Duckett, his latest opening partner, back in the side of that awkward experience that he had in 2016 on the subcontinent. Made 107, his first Test century, obviously. He faced 110 balls for that 107. Their first wicket partnership was 233. At lunch, after 27 overs, they were 174 for no wicket. When Crawley was out, 235 for 2. Pope and Root were then together. Root will be disappointed with the way he got out, aiming a sweep shot at the debutant wrist spinner Zahid, who was LBW for 23. Then Pope and Brook came together to add 176 in 25 overs. Pope 108 from 104 balls, and Harry Brook reaching his 100 just before the close. Finished on 101 not out from 80 balls. Ben Stokes 34 not out from 15 balls. He took 18 off the last over before the umpires took the players off. Bowling figures wise, well, there was just a brief period. Pakistan actually took 2 wickets in 2 overs, and you felt there was a little bit of enthusiasm drifting back, and the crowd certainly were behind them. But there's some ugly figures here. Naseem Shah's gone for 6.5 and over, 15 overs for 96. Muhammad Ali on his debut had a bit of a nightmare in the field, 1 for 96 from 17 overs. Haris Rauf, his Test debut, 1 for 78, 1 for 6 and over. Zaid Mahmood, the wrist spinner, 7 and over, 2 for 160. Agha Salman, 7.5 and over. He bowled 5 overs for 38. And Saud Shakil came on to bowl a couple of overs and went for 30. Victor Marks is alongside me. It's one of those days where it's almost impossible to just encapsulate everything that we've seen, but it was like watching a one-day game, an extended version of a one-day game. It just come back from the T20 World Cup, and they were scoring at almost that sort of a rate.
Yeah, there was a moment in, I think, the final session where if the ball went for a single, this is a Test match, you felt the bowler had a bit of a result there. It hadn't gone for 4. Absolute mayhem. And it is a very flat pitch, but nonetheless it's an extraordinary display of batting. Tone set by Crawley and indeed Ben Duckett, both of whom timed the ball beautifully. And during that first session, apart from a few extravagant shots against the spinners, they like to reverse sweep and
Duckett,
that sort of thing.
But he plays that reverse sweep really well.
He does.
Yeah.
It wasn't as if they went searching for big shots. The pitch is so true. Obviously, the bowling was not perfect, but anything at all offline was either driven or pulled or clipped through the leg side with fantastic timing. It's amazing how sharp they look right from the very start. Now, the caveat is simply that this is a very fast outfield, a very, very true pitch. No great pace, but true bounce so far. The odd one.
Inexperienced attack. I think it was the toss.
And also, that's another factor.
Yeah.
But despite all those sort of little caveats, it's an extraordinary scorecard. 506 for 4 with all 4 Centurions playing with such fluency. Obviously, I don't see how Root can play the next game, but that aside, we have witnessed...
He'll be cross-witted.
We will be absolutely furious because I was just watching and I thought there's no... If Root plays like Root usually plays, I cannot see how he can get out. But the sweep shot let him down. He swept a lot of runs recently, actually, to be fair, but he misjudged the length. It was straight, and he was plumb LBW, and he was so distraught that he decided to review it, but it was a hopeless review. But, I mean, that is irrelevant. In one way, it is fantastic for Stokes, McCullum, to have this sort of score, and for Root, by a massive margin, to be the one batsman who, by today's standards, has failed.
There were people rather poo-pooing the approach that England have adopted in the summer. Oh, why you can't play like that in Pakistan? You got very slow, low, dull, attritional sorts of cricket. You just felt... I remember I interviewed McCullum a couple of days ago, and he knew exactly how they were going to play, because that's how his team is going to play. And to bat first with the ball coming on reasonably well to start with, but doing nothing.
No.
And they hardly left a ball. They chased the ball all the time. They were leathering it.
But it wasn't risky to go for the balls wide of off stump because there was no bounce of significance, no deviation. So the chances of nicking it, there was barely an edge. There were a thick edge that went down to third man, never at catchable height. So there was so much in the batsman's favour, but it takes, a real unusual, by old-fashioned standards, state of mind to go for it when it's wide of off stump.
Yeah.
At the first session of a new Test series in strange conditions, i.e. in Pakistan, where we haven't been for so long. And they went at it straight away. Crawley, having left that first ball, there were 2 really sweet off drives from slightly over-pitched deliveries. Off he went, and Duckett looked totally nerveless as well. And unusually, everyone was able to bat in just the same way, except for poor old Joe Root, who was playing quite nicely, and you thought was absolutely nailed on to get 100.
Yeah.
It is, and then we've got Ben Stokes out there. Actually, if he keeps going at this rate, he will get the fastest 100 for England, and I don't think he'll be blocking much tomorrow.
No. Well, I think we should also say that a lot of those players, we don't know for sure how many, but actually Stokes is one of those who is suffering more than most with this virus. Wow. He was in bed all day yesterday, and there were others too, to come out and play as they have. Well, 2 things. First, it was a very good toss to win, therefore, because there were some pretty heavy legs, I'd imagine, amongst all of them, having spent all day yesterday in bed with a virus. But to come out and play like that, you think it might be quite a distraction maybe yesterday when they're in bed the day before a Test match, wondering what they're going to do. There was talk last night of it being postponed and delayed and so on, and yet they've just come out and played with this extraordinary freedom.
Well, I'd have thought once we get to Multan, the orders will be on the eve of the match. Right, lads, everyone go to bed now. But I agree, it's been an extraordinary 36 hours, because we started to think last night that something unprecedented would happen in the sense of a match being delayed by a day. In fact, something unprecedented did happen today. It's 506 for 4. Poor old Andy here. I mean, he's almost as exhausted as the Pakistan opening attack.
Well, I think it's time. I've let him sort of try and put everything together, just to try and come to some sort of... Have you managed to compile all your facts and stats there.
It's going to have to be edited highlights. There was almost a statter ball at one point.
Yes.
It was very hard to keep up with. But I guess the headline stats, the fastest a team has reached 500 in Test history by an astonishing margin, 74.4 overs. The previous record was 90.1 overs. It's only the 5th time a team has reached 500 in less than 100 overs, and England did it in less than 75. Their 506 runs is the second most any team has scored in a day, comfortably the most on the opening day of a Test match. England's 4 centuries. A number of people have asked, has a team ever had 4 centuries in a day? And I need to do a bit more digging. I'll come back with that in the morning. But
Probably not.
Probably not. But looking at it
doesn't seem possible, does it?
No, they might have had 4 players reach a century in a day.
Yes, but not all score hundreds.
Not score complete hundreds in a day. And in terms of the fastest England hundreds, 4 entries in the top 20. Duckett 17th equal, Pope 9th, Crawley, who was 4th equal, now 5th equal, and Brooke 3rd with his 80-ball century. But Gilbert Jessop's record from 1902 lives on. And it's worth remembering the state of English batting last year when we were in Australia. At the end of the year, England had scored 7 centuries in 2021, 6 of them by Joe Root and 1 by Rory Burns. And we've seen 4 players score hundreds today who aren't Joe Root in a single day's play.
What about boundaries? Because there seemed just an incredibly high number of 4s. There were a couple of 6s, but in terms of 4s struck today,
I think it's 73 4s and 3 6s. If my mental arithmetic
that just
is right.
seems. I mean, is that unprecedented?
I'm going to guess yes. Again, I'll have to. The sort of ball by ball data stats aren't complete, but I'd be very surprised if there'd been more than that in a day. So more than a boundary and over with the 73 4s.
That's 310 runs in boundaries.
I think it's more than that, isn't it?
Isn't it? 73 times 4. Hang on.
There's calculators.
You might be right.
Calculators are whizzing round here.
Plus 18 equals.
It's getting late.
310.
Oh, right, yeah.
I think.
I'll trust you on that.
Not many singles, really.
Disappointing for fans of singles. Only a couple of 3s.
And maidens, they were the pièce de résistance today. I mean, there was only about 3 or 4.
3 maidens.
Yeah.
In a whole day of a Test match.
Extraordinary. I mean, if we look ahead, however, it is extraordinary, 564, but don't necessarily think, and I'm sure he won't be back at home, that, this is a nailed-on England victory.
No.
There was a very high-scoring draw here last year against Australia, Pakistan-Australia. I think what England need to do tomorrow is to carry on for some time. I think you need, I would hope to have a total that starts with a 7.
7?
Oh, yeah. Because, there's a certain inflation going on here. I mean, the runs were... this 500 is worth 350 on certain other grounds. It's so flat, and the outfield is so quick. And I think the only way, or the best way to get wickets is to get such a big total that you kind of intimidate the opposition. England, with a bit more experience, it'd be fascinating to see how Anderson gets on here. He won't get the movement, but he might just be able to conjure a bit of uncertainty by just building up pressure. We haven't seen a batsman under pressure at all, really.
When did England last score 700 then?
Well, I don't know about that. I can give you 1938, but I'm sure there's 1 or 2 since then. They've conceded 700. We've seen that quite more than once.
I think they conceded 700 in one of those tests in India.
Yeah, they did.
16-17 tour. The 903 for 7 at the Oval in 1938. That took 2.5 days, I think.
Well, the old Illy notion was in a Test match, you need to be able to bat until lunchtime on the second day to sort of have a chance of being in control.
Right.
So if England do that, follow that, there'll be about
650.
But I think, England will have to get a lot of runs to win the game because you've got to reckon on Pakistan.
And enforce a follow-on, presumably.
Well, possibly, or you never know nowadays. They sometimes just like to give their bowlers a bit of respite and have a bat for a while. But I think you might as well get all the runs in the first innings, or a lot of the runs in the first innings, and then it'll be very hard work for them to get 20 wickets. But they've given themselves some time.
Andy, what are you looking at there?
Well, the 7... England scores of 700 or more. There's only been 3 in Test cricket. That 903 for 7 in 1938. They got 849 in the West Indies in 1930. Since those two 710 for 7 against India at Edgbaston in 2011 when Alistair Cook fell 6 short of a triple century.
And that took 188 overs. Well, I dread to think how many England would get if they batted 188 overs here, but it'd be in 4 figures.
Yeah. Well, what about Brooke? Because I was disappointed. I know it's T20 cricket and so on, but he had 2 opportunities there to win, to just make sure that England won the 2 games, semi-final and the final, and he got himself out. And I thought that was just a bit disappointing with someone who's making his way. He wants to show that he's got a bit of nous and so on. Big opportunity today when he walked out to bat, and my word, I mean, he did take it.
Oh yeah. I mean, I suppose the only pressure that started to hit upon these batsmen, apart from the fact he hasn't played much, is that he would have known when he walked out that these are perfect batting conditions. And there's a certain pressure suddenly creeps up on you that, sometimes it makes a batsman freeze. It's so much in my favour, I daren't play a shot because there's no way anyone should be able to get me out here. But of course he didn't come out like that. He came out in the modern way. He was reverse sweeping very early on, moving down the wicket to the spinner, got off to a quick start, and then went a bit quicker after that. I mean, these conditions are freakish in that there is such little movement, but he is a terrific striker of the ball. And what was also striking to me is when he became the 4th man to go down, the celebration, first Test century, was incredibly muted, wasn't it? Perhaps he's got a bit of real Yorkshire in him, and he says, I've only just booked in now. Tomorrow I'm really going to make say.
Well, it is going to be fascinating to see what happens tomorrow.